Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah, yeah, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. That's right. How can I say? Only you can make the change. How can I say your attitude? How can I shine so bright from darkness to light? Hey, hey, hey. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it won't seem way out. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome, and we're back at it again on this Friday evening. We are going to be diving deep into a lot of this crazy stuff going on. We're going to be talking about a little bit of Epstein. We're going to go into ICE and the latest developments there. So the biggest thing that happens that we found out with the Epstein situation is that parents across East Texas are hitting pause on school picture day, and it's all because of a controversy tied to one of the most infamous names in recent history. Several East Texas school districts, including Malakoff, Athens, Kemp, Van, Winsboro, and others, have either canceled or reconsidered their contracts with Lifetouch, the nation's largest school photography company. The reason? Online concerns linking the company's former corporate ownership to Jeffrey Epstein through past financial ties involving billionaire investor Leon Black. Lifetouch is not named in the Epstein files, but there's no evidence that students' pictures were ever taken or used or misused. But an era where trust is everything and parents are hyper aware of privacy risks, even indirect corporate connections, are enough to spark alarm. So here's the thing, when it comes down to it, it's not only Texas, but it's just across the board. People are pulling, they're pulling their kids from getting these school photos. So let's hear about the latest story in this. Let's go.
Cut ties with the school photography company. The reason? A past executive was named in the Jeffrey Epstein files.
KLTV7's JD Conti has reaction tonight from parents and how school districts are responding.
It's insane that I have to be concerned about pedophiles in my child's yearbook.
In the pickup line at Malakoff Elementary, parents are reacting after an unexpected set of events.
I expect the teachers and administrators to be their parents away from home, and in my opinion, canceling that contract is looking out for their best interest.
Jacob Bush is talking about Lifetouch, the school photography company. A past CEO for the private equity firm who owned Lifetouch was recently named in the Epstein files. In a statement, the company's current CEO said in part, Lifetouch is not named in the Epstein files. The documents contain no allegations that Lifetouch itself was involved in or that student photos were used in any illicit activities.
If your name pops up next to his name, that it's a little taboo, and especially as far as kids are concerned, I think.
As of this afternoon, several East Texas districts, including Van, Malakoff, Athens, Crossroads, Winsboro, and Kemp, have canceled their Lifetouch contracts.
That was a huge relief to me because it shouldn't be a concern.
Some districts have said photography will now be in-house, an idea supported by the parents we spoke to.
Find some parents in the district that take pictures.
My child is being handled responsibly by responsible adults that want what's best for my kid and not some creep.
JD Conti, KLTV 7 News.
Wow.
Now, to see the full list of school districts that have taken action regarding Lifetouch, you can scan the QR code you see on your screen or go to kltv.com, and you saw it right there. Click on the big red box.
Yeah, so basically they're taking in Tyler, Texas, they're getting their kids different school. My daughter, she was supposed to go into Lifetouch. She's a senior at high school now. She's supposed to get her pictures taken there, and they did it in the school. I didn't let her go to the actual place to get her pictures done. I was going to get like an actual photographer to do her pictures separate from Lifetouch. I don't know if that was even a possibility to even be done, but I think it's crazy. This is really coming out. Everybody, it seems like so many crazy people are connected to this, and it's getting weirder and weirder and weirder as time is going on. So let's really get into this Lifetouch situation. So here we go.
It concerns everyone, but especially parents. Now, stick with me on this because it's important. If you have kids, or even from when you were a kid, you probably remember a company called Lifetouch. They're the company that takes school photos, and they've been around for decades. In fact, I remember them taking my school photos when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, and a lot of you probably remember that too. So this is a company that's been around for a while and has had routine access to American and Canadian schools for generations. Well, today, Lifetouch is owned by Shutterfly, which was acquired by a company called Apollo Global Management. That means Lifetouch and Shutterfly now sit in the same corporate structure. Now, when people hear school photos, they tend to think it's just a picture. It's not. School photo systems typically include a child's name, their school, their grade, their teacher, classroom information. Parents then provide home addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, and payment details. All of that information is tied directly to an image of a child, your child, and stored long-term for reorders, archives, and future access. They don't ever delete the photos. Shutterfly separately holds millions of consumer uploaded family photo accounts. Those accounts include images of children, often labeled with names, dates, schools, personal details that parents upload themselves. So again, stick with me here. So what you end up with are two massive pipelines of children's images and identifying information living under one corporate umbrella. That umbrella is Apollo. Now, Apollo was co-founded by a man named Leon Black. Leon Black's financial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is documented in court records, including payments, settlements, and Epstein-related legal exposure. In 2023, Leon Black paid $62.5 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands to resolve claims connected to the Epstein investigation and child trafficking. Leon paid Jeffrey Epstein roughly $158 million over several years. Now, he denies any wrongdoing, but the settlement exists. Leon Black stepped down from Apollo because of all these allegations, accusations, etc., and a man named Mark Rowan took over as CEO. Well, wouldn't you know it, Mark Rowan also appears heavily in the Epstein files and emails, things like calendar entries, arranging meetings and breakfasts with Jeffrey across multiple years. Now, I'm not accusing of Mark Rowan of a crime. I'm not alleging wrongdoing by Lifetouch employees because I don't want to get sued, and I'm not claiming Shutterfly is misusing data. But when the former leader of a firm had documented financial ties to Epstein and the current CEO appears in Epstein scheduling records, it's reasonable to pause and ask questions, especially when that same firm controls the companies handling massive databases of children's photos and personal information of those children. This isn't abstract, y'all. This is your child's photo, your child's name, your child's school, and your home information. And at the very least, people deserve to know who controls the systems holding that data. Anyways, drop your thoughts in the comments, follow and share this with other parents, and I'll ask you guys something to get the conversation going. Do you remember Lifetouch, and do you use Shutterfly?
And here's the thing, lately they've also been selling like things to be able to track your child. In the latest Lifetouch package I got, there was actually you could buy a tracking thing to track your child. Like that was one of the things that they had. So this is getting even more weirder and bizarre as time goes on. Let's go.
So are you understanding how deep this web goes? How far-reaching it is? When Pam Bondi said it would topple the government if all the names were released, all the information was released. When Thomas Massey said it's all of them and it would topple the US government and governments around the world. They're not joking when they say this. Okay, so just quickly, I'll just show you this. The DOJ thing is a very nice tool, but if you type in Leon Black into the search terms, you get zero. But people who have been pulling out photos of Leon Black in the Epstein files. This is several of the pictures of him, but there are many, many more. And Leon Black has a very dark history, deep connections to Epstein. There's payoffs like of young girls and women. It is just a complete cluster. But understand, this is who has access to all of our children's photos and personal information. Almost, I'm not saying this is true, but let's just say in theory, it's like a lookbook for Epstein and all of these pedos to just look through and say, what child do we want next? And they know exactly where your child is, or to track them as they grow throughout the years.
Parents are pissed off about the Lifetouch CEO being in the files, but let me go ahead and take it a couple steps further for you. So if you don't know me personally, you probably don't know that I was the yearbook chair for our school's PTA. And when I took over, I switched publishers from a national publisher to a smaller, more boutique publisher. And we used a local photographer that I don't actually like. I think their photos are crap, but it's a local photographer and not Lifetouch. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. So if you know me personally, just know that when I say I protect children, I protect all of them, mine and yours alike. So you all know the curriculum McGraw-Hill, right? But do you know the history of McGraw-Hill? And do you know who McGraw-Hill is also owned by? McGraw-Hill is owned by a private equity firm called Platinum. And Platinum Equity also owns Jostens, one of the largest yearbook makers in the nation. I'll also sell all of, like, the graduation merch and all that stuff too, but we won't get into that. But Kyle, why do I care about McGraw-Hill and Jostens and Platinum Equity? I'm so glad that you asked. Robert Maxwell was once part owner of McGraw-Hill, the curriculum that is widely used throughout our nation. Who is Robert Maxwell? Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. So what we have here is we have these people creating a catalog of our children year by year by year by year. And they're all controlled pretty much under like the same or similar umbrella. It's all connected. Cool, huh?
Now, I told you guys, I've been telling you guys this for months. I said all of your textbooks that you were indoctrinated with, I was indoctrinated with. I went to Christian school. You may have gone to public school, but all of our textbooks were owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father. We've been talking about this for months. Now the world is waking up to this. So yes, when I tell you everything's been a lie, the indoctrination, our history, all of this has been owned and controlled by people who are manipulating us, manipulating our children, manipulating our minds. That's why I said everything has been a lie. But things they have taught us make absolutely no sense when you actually dial back and look through history. If you've seen some of my coverage of it, it doesn't make sense. I mentioned this in my last video, and this is a great one. In fact, I'll mention two things. Do you know with the World's Fairs, all around the country and even around the world, they had better technology than we have today? I kid you not. I kid you not. I've played those videos. But they told us that they built all of these world fairs in 2 years, right? And out of paper mache, and it was all fake. It's impossible that's true. They did all of that, right? They did in 2 years, and then all of a sudden just destroyed it all, right? Because it was just supposed to be temporary. And then suddenly, then the rest of them, well, they all burnt to the ground randomly in all these cities. This is what they have taught us. Because the reality is they didn't build these things, they found it and tried to erase the evidence. Another example, Yankee Stadium. They said that they built that in less than 10 months. Less than 10 months. All of Yankee Stadium. That includes the underground levels as well as the tunnels. In less than 10 months. With, sorry, just so you know, the materials were 700,000 tons of granite, limestone, and steel. 700,000 tons. And they did it all, no technology, supposedly, horse and buggy, or donkey and buggy, and hammer and chisel. If we were to rebuild Yankee Stadium today, at minimum, with all of our modern technology and say unlimited funds, it would take at minimum 5 years to do that. But yet they teach us in history, no. They built that back then in less than 10 months. Every single building, everything they have taught us has been a lie. And that's why it's important for you to understand the layers of this is not just what we're seeing in the Epstein files. It confirms many things that we've already known. Those of us who have been conspiracy theorists have been digging through and trying to wake up the masses to.
And listen, we're going to get into David Icke because he's one of the biggest ones that's been telling us all this stuff this entire time. And there's also a documentary I want you guys to check out. It's called The Esoteric Agenda. If you guys ever get a chance, go watch that documentary. It breaks down all of this. It breaks all this whole thing down and starts from the very beginning. It's called the Esoteric agenda. Please go and watch that documentary, because I remember watching it back in like in 2000s when it first came out, and it was on YouTube. It got taken down, but they put it back up, and I think he put out the actual documentary of it because I guess the sound wasn't the best. But I remember when it was actually a thing on YouTube that you run across and be able to watch it. It wasn't the best sound. It was hot, like loud in certain parts, and the music probably was like too harsh in certain there. But the information on that documentary, please go and watch it. I would love to play it here, but I know that I probably would get I already got like a warning, so I can't play it for y'all. Let's go.
But now people are seeing, yeah, none of this makes sense. And if this government cover up, this world government cover up of what has been going on, trafficking these children, using blackmail to blackmail elites to do their bidding, well then, guys, why would we believe anything they have to say? Why do you believe anything that they're putting out? Why do you still believe in NASA, not a space agency? It has all been a lie, a great deception. And again, it's not just the American government that we're talking about now, right? It's the world government. We're seeing these implications and these ripple effects. It says breaking, U.S. Congressman warns Epstein fallout could topple the British monarchy. Yes, the British monarchy. Listen to what Rokana has to say.
Next week.
Mr. Cameron, a British question, if I may. What do you say to the man formerly known as Prince Andrew and to Peter Mandelson with regard to giving evidence to your committee?
Mandelson may bring down the whole government, from what I hear. He just engaged in terrible behavior. I mean, the allegations are very serious that he was working for Gordon Brown and then feeding information about UK possibly buying euros and having Epstein trade on that. I mean, it is a deeply troubling. And, Epstein's, I saw this interview with Epstein's former girlfriend talking about how someone is a loser if they weren't mentioned in the Epstein files. It's a window into the elite impunity, this club. And by the way, I think this is the most vulnerable the British monarchy has ever been. I mean, I heard they were asking the Queen questions about the Epstein class. They ought to ask the King and Queen questions, and maybe this will be the end of the monarchy.
Not quite. Do you think it could be the end of the monarchy?
Well, if they don't have answers, or if they're implicated with an Epstein class, not a good look for the British monarchy.
Now, as more details are uncovered in the Epstein files, some parents across the country and right here in Utah are concerned about a possible connection to a photography company used by a local school district and the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Now, ABC4's Jake White joins us live from Weber County with more on this alleged connection and why it has parents so worried. Jake, what are these parents saying?
Well, Lindsay, I do want to make it clear that this is not just a Weber County problem. This issue is all across the nation when it comes to this photography company. But why exactly? And we're going to get right into that. So this all goes back to a man by the name of Leon Black, who was the CEO of Apollo until 2021, when he stepped down amid backlash over his relationship with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, as well as newly released files showing that Black had sent tens of millions of dollars to Epstein over the years. So, Lindsay, how does this all connect to our local schools? Well, Apollo is a private equity firm that owns Shutterfly, and Shutterfly owns Lifetouch Photography. Lifetouch Photography is known for taking yearbook pictures of grade school children all across the country. And this week, parents here in Weber County got an email from Weber County School District stressing that the school's yearbook photos are safe and that Apollo had no access to student photos or data. Now, I spoke with the school district to get a deeper explanation. Listen to this.
It is Lifetouch. They're independently managed here, but they're part of a larger affiliation of businesses under Shutterfly, which is a national company, which is a company that was purchased by Apollo Investments. And so there's this kind of, I guess you would say, a far removed connection to individuals with Apollo.
Now, Lifetouch released this following statement on their page saying the following. At Lifetouch, student safety goes beyond the camera lens. As a trusted partner to schools for over 90 years, we're committed to protecting the privacy and personal information of every student we serve. When Lifetouch photographers take your student's picture, that image is safeguarded for families and schools only, with no exceptions. Lifetouch does not and has never provided images to any third party. Now, of course, I'll have more with the Weber County School District coming up at 5 and 6, so make sure to stay with us here at ABC4. But for now, live here in Weber County, Jake White, ABC4 News.
You can understand the concern. Jake, thank you for your reporting there. Appreciate it.
So I just told you about Texas. This is in Utah. So across the country, people are beginning to withdraw their kids from, different school districts are being concerned about their children. The images being taken by a guy who's connected to Epstein, and it's going down. People are like, nope, we'll find another company. Let's go.
Oh, the king has to answer what he knew about Andrew. And just stripping Andrew of a title is not enough. I mean, Andrew needs to come before our committee and start answering questions. I mean, look, if you have allegations of raping a young girl, I don't think the appropriate punishment is you no longer get to be a prince. There's got to be more than that.
Do you think the royal family must have known something they're not telling us?
They need to answer, the king and queen. And I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand the British custom, but what's up with this? That you're going and someone's asking the queen a question. The queen is offended that she's being asking a question. I mean, come on. She wears the same clothes. She eats the same food. She's just a human being. She needs to answer the same questions anyone does.
Congressman, what do you think of the Clintons asking for their testimony to be public rather than behind closed doors?
I believe.
Ask at the end about the Clintons, who now they are supposed to testify privately, but now the Clintons, they want to testify publicly to spill all the beans. Do I think they're going to tell the truth? No. Do you know the things that Hillary and Bill have been involved in? Like, we're talking about, I mean, going back to Pizzagate, what we discovered, the trafficking from Haiti through their charity, the killing of children, adrenochrome. Like, I'm talking about the darkest stuff you could possibly imagine. In fact, stuff that I can't put on here. I think I'm gonna have to do members only posts or Patreon. I'm still trying to figure it out because there is absolutely no way they will let me do that. But while our government is tiptoeing around this right now, well, this is what's happening in the UK, and it is pretty much they are laying waste to Keir Starmer and Mendelsohn, all these people that have been implicated in the files.
Breaking news, Tim Allen has resigned. He's the PM's communication chief, appointed barely 5 months ago by Sir Keir Starmer. Tim Allen has resigned. He has said this moments ago to us: I have decided to stand down to allow a new number 10 team to be built. I wish the PM and his team every success. This is extraordinary. This shows the scale of the crisis engulfing the Prime Minister. He's now lost the Chief of Staff on Sunday and his Communications Director on Monday. This is
I would say this. So he's saying, in my opinion, most people don't care. They're struggling to pay rent and buy food. If you have a child that's getting pictures taken and these people are in control of that, and then they are also in control of the textbooks and all this other stuff, you have to really think about the information, that the indoctrination that your child is being fed, I mean, this whole thing, this is all tied to some really big, really crazy conspiracy that is coming true that people talked about a long time ago. Let's go.
Full-blown crisis for the Prime Minister in the building behind me.
Who is this man and why has he caused such a problem for Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Well, Peter Mandelson has been at the heart of the Labour Party, not just in recent years, but in recent decades. He's a particular problem for Keir Starmer because it was Keir Starmer who gave him that job as the UK ambassador to the US and sacked him from that job last year after new revelations came to light about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
And how bad is it for the Prime Minister right now?
It's really bad. Essentially, he has admitted that he knew something of Peter Mandelson's continuing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of trafficking in Florida.
This whole thing is getting weirder and weirder. And then I wanted to show you this type of stuff that was actually going on back during our time, back when I was younger. And you know what? When we're younger, we probably didn't even notice these things are being said in this way. But my daughter is also a talented person. If they had Star Search, I would probably have had my daughter on Star Search if they had it now. But listen to the words that these people are describing when they talk about a little young Britney Spears and these little kids that are on this show.
So we're going to start this video a little bit different. I'm going to show you the most disturbing thing for me. There's been a lot of disturbing things, but just this in particular, it's going viral since I posted it on X. Okay, but I want to start this off first with, I want you to take a listen to a documentary, a thing that was aired on television about Britney Spears at 10 years old. Because when we tell you that it's all of them, I mean it's all of them. And if you're wondering who that is Ed McMahon.
At the tender age of 10, Britney was already using her budding sexuality to attract an audience. But when the Star Search cameras turned on, Britney was transformed, pouring on a sexy southern charm the judges had never seen in a package so small.
She comes out in a very provocative gown with high heels, and all of a sudden that little girl knocks you right off your ass.
There is nothing more interesting to adult men.
In a provocative gown? She's in a little girl's dress. What is going on? Look at this. She just got a little cute little dress on, and they're taking the provocative gown that knocks your socks.
Budding sexuality to attract an audience.
She used her budding sexuality to attract an audience. What are we talking about here? And that's why you're seeing her shaving her hair off and all this other crazy stuff. This stuff goes way deeper than we ever thought.
But when the Star Search cameras turned on, Britney was transformed, pouring on a sexy southern charm the judges had never seen in a package so small.
She comes out in a very provocative gown with high heels, and all of a sudden that little girl knocks you right off your ass.
There is nothing more interesting to adult men than the development of an adolescent female. We are hardwired to recognize that.
You have the most adorable, pretty eyes. You have a boyfriend?
No, sir.
How about me?
There's a lot of sexual energy that is oozing out of that little girl. She can't possibly manage that kind of sexuality. So as she grows up, you're going to see this split between Britney, sexual Britney, and then there's Britney. And those...
At the tender age of 10, Britney was already...
This is real. This is not AI. And even people online, they were saying, Melanie, this has to be AI. People ran it through. I said, it's not. It's 100%. Grok said it is 100% real. This is from a documentary. These are the clips from this, that, and the other. This is what they think. This is who they are, guys. And when people say, things were better back then and we were more conservative. No. This is what was going on and being normalized. I mean, I can show you so much of this that went on, right? Many of you may have seen it, but understand it is all being revealed to the masses right now. People are paying attention in a new way. But the idea, the way they're talking about this her being 10 years old, and she's using her sexuality. She came out there in a provocative dress and high heels. Huh? She looks like a little girl to me. I don't know about you, This is a baby. This is a baby. Look at her. There is nothing provocative with her little, this isn't a 90s dress. This is so conservative. Regardless of anything else, the idea that they felt comfortable enough to say this on television and no one batted an eye back then. Things were not better then. It was just covered up more. We couldn't communicate. There was no social media. You just had to take whatever slop the media gave you. But now let's go back to the Epstein files and something that is very, very dark, the most disturbing thing I've seen. So I posted this and I put, "You are not angry enough." I'm going to show you what the actual picture is, okay? But then I'm going to read to you what exactly it says. So to redacted, most people think, and even Grok thinks, it was actually to Ghislaine Maxwell. So this is in 2011. It says,
why is
of
it
course,
redacted? Why are the people's names redacted? Of who this is to redacted. Why? From Jeffrey Epstein. Why is that person's name? They are protecting these people. We are in a really strange society where people that are weird get protected. It's crazy.
The "oh, Jesus is coming" trick.
Watch this.
Most people think, and even Grok thinks, it was actually to Ghislaine Maxwell. So this is in 2011. It says, of course, the "oh, Jesus is coming" trick. Meaning Jesus is coming to save you. Jesus is returning. Jesus is coming to save you. So this is what most likely Ghislaine sent to Epstein. And then they also wrote, "You should dress as him when you see her." Meaning, when you see this girl, this little girl, you should dress like Jesus. So she thinks that you are Jesus coming to save her. How do I know that? How do I know to save her? Well, this is what Epstein, this demon, demonic, grotesque, okay, redacted. So that's redacting out her name. Said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. Whoops.
Wow. Whoops.
Let me say this again, because I really need you to dial in and really hear what I'm saying. This child victim said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helps save her life. Whoops. So that whoops means that he killed her. They killed her. They probably.
Oh my God. See this? Wow.
Ate her, sacrificed her to Baal, Moloch, one of those, because whoops is all throughout the files. Whoops, when they talk about killing RFK Jr.'s ex-wife, it's all in there, and it's usually about hurting or killing somebody. So this is what they did while this little girl was back, saying that Jesus was protecting her from this sadistic, cruel abuse that we cannot even imagine. Somehow that little girl had somewhere, the word of God given to her. And I want to believe, I know she is with the Lord now. I know she's with Jesus now. And people may say, well, why didn't Jesus come and save her? Why didn't Jesus stop it? Why didn't Jesus just stop it? See, you don't know the word nor the laws of God if you believe that. God said that Satan is the ruler of this world. He is the king of this world right now. And that all our governments, all those who rule, are actually principalities. They are spiritually demonic, or if not demons themselves. This is in the word of God. Guys, it is only because of God that anything good actually happens. And he's coming to destroy this earth. In Genesis 6, when God flooded the earth, well, he wanted to flood the earth, it says he regretted making mankind. Because only thing in their hearts was wickedness all the time. He regretted it so bad. He wanted to just kill everyone on earth and even all the animals, just start over. But he found favor, but Noah found favor with the Lord. He was one righteous man left. And what we're dealing with here is not just wickedness of man. I have told you, we are dealing with fallen angels. We are dealing with Nephilim. When people call them reptilian, it's not reptilian, they're Nephilim. Okay, as the Bible says. So it is biblical. They have the ability to create kind of dark magic, and they have these they're not like more powerful. The name of Jesus is more powerful. Yahweh, Yeshua is more powerful, but understand we are not dealing with just human beings. Why do you think they were so obsessed with DNA and genetics? Literally, Jeffrey Epstein did I forget, but it's like over 100 DNA tests. Maybe more, guys, maybe more in his emails. We can go over that in another thing. But they were studying eugenics and wanting to tie a Nephilim bloodline. Like, I'm not telling you all the things that seem like conspiracy theory. They're not. They're not.
And there was something to the effect where he was saying something along the lines where he wanted to put his DNA in all vaccinations so that people could all have a part of him in their body. I don't know if Epstein was a cult leader or what, but it seems very cultish to me. Like he was like the leader of a cult.
And this is why I know we're in the last days, because people who are not even believers are seeing here. Jeffrey Epstein is talking about Jesus. Why are they so obsessed with their satanic, demonic gods and sacrificing children to them? Why is he speaking? Why is he in here talking about Jesus? And that this little girl wanted protection from Jesus, by Jesus, mocking Jesus. But Jesus isn't real. But they're so depraved. This is why you know the word of God is true. They're so depraved. They are actually doing what's in the Old Testament, sacrificing to Baal and Moloch, because they are part of a satanic order that has to do these things. It is part of being a fallen angel. I personally believe that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are actually fallen angels. What they've changed that to are vampires. Okay, that's the predictive programming that they indoctrinated us with. But no, because if you haven't seen Andrew Jackson and his wife, well, actually, I'll show you now. And there's other pictures matching them up. Scars match up, bone structure matches up, facial structure completely matches up. And this is from The Fittest Flat Earther. He has an extremely gifted and or able to match faces with these people with historical figures. He's done all the presidents of the past. It will shock you. It will shock the system. But if you have eyes to see, you will see. Even if you put Epstein's face like Ghislaine's is with Andrew Jackson's wife, put it together, same bone structure, same everything. Are you getting what I'm telling you? The Bible says this. These fallen angels, they cannot die. They have to be cast out, thrown in the lake of fire. Only God himself in the final judgment can destroy these beings, can cast them out. So what do you think they're doing? They're not like spiritual things just flying around. That's not how it works. They are physical beings. And they will shift their face just a little bit, but for some reason they can't get rid of like their skull structure, or like the way their eyes structure is. They can't get rid of scars. That's another one. They can't.
Also, if you actually notice that, you'll see that they said that President Biden was shot down by a firing squad, and then it's a whole new President Biden that popped up, and they're like, that's not even the same President Biden. Trump has the whole thing about the book that came out. This futuristic book was talking about how his whole life and how his son was going to become the president, or some kind of crazy story. All this stuff is weird.
Get rid of like moles and things. If they try to, you can see like the pit. If you zoom in and things like that, it's like all these markers. Even they have gone so far as to actually identify even body markings finding people, guys shirtless and all of that. I'm telling you, the rabbit hole goes so deep. But let's continue.
This was emailed to Jeffrey Epstein. Please be our guest for a cocktail reception with Beth Holloway, mother of Natalie Holloway. Epstein replied back, send me a phone number for you. Robert replied back, where do you want Tom to meet you? At your home or at the airport? This was emailed to Jeffrey Epstein.
If you don't know, are you getting this? Okay. So Jeffrey Epstein was an honored guest at a reception for Beth Holloway, Natalie Holloway's mother. You know, the teen that went missing, that huge case that was going on for years. Natalie Holloway's mother. Jeffrey Epstein personally want him to be at this reception for her. Jeffrey Epstein of all people, guys. But it gets worse. Okay. Beth Holloway, Natalie's mother, went on to date John Benet Ramsey's father.
What?
There is a picture of John Benet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the background.
What? Everybody was wondering where she went, and a big news story. Boom. Here we go. Crazy.
Brock tried to fight me on this. Some people said it's not true. Well, you always know I am the queen of a receipt. God doesn't have me speak on something unless I see it. I'm going to cut off the music because it's just some music playing, but I don't know if you can see this. In fact, I can make it bigger. Let's make it bigger so you guys can really see it. So this is one of the last photos of John Benet Ramsey. Do you see that person in the back? Oh, who is that? Who is that, guys? Oh, well, there is also, I'll put it back up for you so you can make your own reference there. I'll do it with the faces so you can see it. I don't care what no one's talking about. That's Ghislaine Maxwell. And there's ties that Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell had to John Benet Ramsey. We now see we have a trail of ties of Jeffrey Epstein and Natalie Holloway's mother, Beth Holloway. So were these children taken and kidnapped, or were they sold? Was this part of a deal? Was this part of some brokerage? Are these people all in on it? Isn't it crazy that Natalie Holloway would go and date John Benet Ramsey's father? And then she's invited him as an honored guest?
Man, this is crazy. And then you actually think about all those milk box kids. Remember back when I was growing up, if you got a carton of milk, you would see missing kids on the back of it. Now I wonder, this whole thing is looking crazy to me. Where'd all those kids go? Those missing box in the back. You don't see it no more. What happened to the milk cartons of the missing children?
I don't know. To me, this just sounds absolutely insane. Insanity right now. Okay. But when I tell you they are poisoning us, they are doing everything they can to destroy us. Guys, they have the PSYOPs, meaning psychological operations of even children going missing, cases they had us care about. Was any of it ever real? Not to say these children were not real and think this didn't happen to them, but the story behind it. So we've got to keep digging because there is so much, guys, 3 million documents. And right now, in the Super Bowl, the victims of Epstein are demanding that the other 3 million files are released and the names are all unredacted. This is what they are saying they want to happen. All right. And there's a whole lot I can get into with that. That is, we're going to cover that in my next video because it goes deep. And the other thing I want to cover in my next video, how Jeffrey Epstein purposely, they talk about in there, lowering the testosterone of men to make them more like women. I mean, the rabbit hole goes so far, and it's even something that over time that can even make kind of transgender men. And this is a chemical that's in our food, in the water, things that the EPA say it's no big deal. We can keep doing this, but it's literally spelled out in the Epstein files, and they're talking about it. Guys, if you want to support the work that I'm doing here, digging through this stuff, seeing these horrible, horrific, spiritually depraved things, I really could use your support.
Please support her. I might not be, a Christian, but when people are doing God's work, they're doing God's work, you know? So please support her. Her name is Melanie King. Please go to her channel, buy her t-shirts, because this is really crazy how all this stuff is really coming out. Let's finish what she said up about all these ties to all these different governments and stuff like that.
Let me do that.
Oh my God. First of all, wait a minute. Jackie Gaines is back. Oh, Jackie. How have you been, my sister? I've missed you. I've missed you. I have been over here trying to do the Lord's work with this whole thing. I'm not even playing. Melania is running from Michael Wolff now. I'm not sure who that is, but Bill Cosby, the proof is in the pudding. All that stuff. Listen, this stuff is going deep and crazy, and man, you've been sick. Oh man, I'm gonna have to you have to call me and I could talk to me about that. When we get done with this. But man, this whole stuff is just getting so weird and so strange. But what I'm about to do is I'm going to break this down, because they called these people conspiracy theorists, right? They called her a conspiracy theorist. They called Ike a conspiracy theorist. They called Alex Jones. They even canceled out Alex Jones because he was saying that the Columbine situation, there were actors. He got canceled all the way through, but he was bringing out so much information. And we are going to talk about that today. Let's go.
Our government is tiptoeing around this right now. Well, this is what's happening in the UK, and it is pretty much they are laying waste to Keir Starmer and Mendelsohn, all these people that have been implicated in the files.
Breaking news, Tim Allen has resigned. He's the PM's communication chief, appointed barely 5 months ago by Sir Keir Starmer. Tim Allen has resigned. He has said this moments ago to us. I've decided to stand down to allow a new number 10 team to be built. I wish the PM and the team every success. This is extraordinary. This shows the scale of the crisis engulfing the Prime Minister. He's now lost the Chief of Staff on Sunday and his Communications Director on Monday. This is a full-blown crisis for the Prime Minister in the building behind me.
Who is this man and why has he caused such a problem for Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Well, Peter Mandelson has been at the heart of the Labour Party, not just in recent years, but in recent decades. He's a particular problem for Keir Starmer because it was Keir Starmer who gave him that job as the UK ambassador to the US and sacked him from that job last year after new revelations came to light about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein.
And how bad is it for the Prime Minister right now?
It's really bad. Essentially, he has admitted that he knew something of Peter Mandelson's continuing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of trafficking in Florida. Importantly, he says Peter Mandelson then lied to him when he asked him questions about how deep that relationship was.
And how angry is his own party? And why does this all matter?
But they're furious, and that matters because any Prime Minister only remains Prime Minister if...
First of all, listen, people that want to call me a liberal, stop it. I'm not a liberal. I would be more conservative than liberal, okay? I just don't choose any side. I don't choose Democrat. I don't choose Republican. I think it's all the same bird. So cut it out with the liberal bullshit, because you know what? She's up here talking about God and Jesus and everything. You know what? Even though I'm a priest in E5, I will say that I'd rather be on the side of Christianity and people that are trying to do the right thing than on the side of whatever the hell this is. I would rather say, you know what, because I'll go to church and I don't have anything against Christianity, and so, yeah, if she wants to put out a shirt called Yahweh, please go support her, because not too many people are truth tellers in this world, and she's one of them.
Their own MPs from their own party want them to remain Prime Minister.
What can happen next to the Prime Minister?
The Prime Minister needs to try to quell the anxiety among Labour MPs. He wanted to release some of the documents related to the appointment of Lord Mandelson as ambassador. He said that would show how much Lord Mandelson misled him. But the Metropolitan Police, who are conducting a criminal investigation into Lord Mandelson, said he couldn't do that. That's tricky for the Prime Minister because it makes it harder for him to draw a line under this. He will be hoping that over the next few days...
Okay, so the reason why she puts the copyright disclaimer up there is that so that people can't say that I'm not doing this for review. I'm not just using people's video. I'm actually using it for a commentary, discussion, etc. So they put that up there to make sure. Melanie King, yeah, please support her. Shouts out to Melanie King. She is one of the people that I appreciate her videos and what she's doing. Shouts out to her.
Days, MPs will calm down and take stock. But I don't think you can rule out their anger getting worse.
But of course, he didn't know anything, guys. None of them know anything in any of these governments, right? Are we really buying that? by any stretch of the imagination. And I think the ones that they're propping up is the ones in trouble, where they're just the patsy, the fall ones, but they're all still involved in it. And speaking of what's happening internationally, what says a UAE diplomat appears 469 in 469 Epstein emails scheduling girls, not women, girls. January 2012 email from Hind Alawis to Epstein. Getting one girl ready is difficult enough. Two girls, you can certainly call a challenge. Epstein asked if they could arrive closer to 11 a.m. because he wanted more time with you two. She now directs the UAE, United Arab Emirates, Permanent Committee for Human Rights. For human rights, guys. But it gets worse. Look at this. It says UAE diplomat offered her 13-year-old sister to Epstein. She's even prettier than me. We've seen what Howard Lutnick offering his children and many others offering their own children, guys. Epstein's goddaughter, the Durbins, they are a billionaire family. They have the Durbin Family Foundation. Epstein became the godparent of their children. Their daughter is the only one that Epstein said that he would actually see himself marrying. That they would leave their daughter, their children, and their boys with Epstein in exchange. People are exchanging their children, but this woman is offering her sister up at 13 years old. This is Hind Al-Awais, the same woman from those earlier emails coordinating Jeffrey's schedule.
And so they want to bring up the fact of Michael Jackson being at the Epstein Island. But do you know, it was interesting how he was always talking about the children. And what I believe is that when he saw the things that were going on at Epstein and with these kids or whatever, it touched his heart. I don't believe that Michael Jackson was trying to hurt children. I'm sorry. I believe what I heard is that he started Neverland Ranch as a place for those kids to go to as a refuge. He was not trying to hurt those kids. You know what I'm saying? He was not trying to hurt those kids. Ashe. You know, so I don't think that Michael Jackson was doing it. Let's go.
And she's walking around free right now. Guys, the rabbit hole goes so deep and so dark. Look at this. Jeffrey Epstein trafficked, murdered, and 8 young girls and babies. Let's be clear, and sacrificed them to Moloch and Bell, while simultaneously, guess what? Owning the store Justice Just for Girls. Remember Justice? Remember Justice? Jeffrey Epstein owned this. The little girl's store. Are you kidding me? Look at this. Now the face has been blocked out and there's no audio, but it says new Jeffrey Epstein video shows the child trafficker presenting one of his girls to the camera, almost as if he's selling her off as livestock. Audio has been removed. Still 0 arrests. Look, and
you know what's crazy about all this stuff is that, you know, all those stores, me being a marketing major in college, do you know that all those cameras that they have in all those stores, the Gap, all those places are really not there for like loss prevention, that they actually are tracking people through those things. I bet you $1 million that you will probably find that those stores with those cameras, whoever the company is, especially the stores that he owned, where they're tracking and looking at little girls. I bet you. I can almost imagine. These people are sick.
You can see her move around. I'm just gonna fast forward because there's no audio. You see Epstein right there. Okay. And she's obviously standing up on something, so you can't. So she's taller than him, but you can kind of see. This is a young girl with a little bun in her hair. Look at that. Look at that. Like he's auctioning her off. And yet they say, we need to stop talking about this and move on, folks. There's nothing to see here. Really? Now, as you guys know, I'm getting censored all over the place, getting demonetized for videos, and it is a lot of work having to comb through this. If you want to support the work that we have going on here, you can go to realmelanieking.com, pick up some merch. The link will be below in the description box, as well as other ways that you can support, talk about. But this was so girl shirt in different. People ask me, Melanie, why do you tie this in different colors? Abide. Website is realmelanieking.com. The link will be below, but let's get back into it. Now, a lot of people ask me, Melanie, why do you tie this to the Bible? Why do you tie this to Jesus? Well, Jeffrey Epstein literally killed a child, a young girl who was saying that when she lays in her bed at night, I read you this email, and I said, the worst email I have seen. There's pictures that are worse. There's other things, eating babies and all that they talk about. But this was so bad where him and another person are joking about how she says she believes that God is with her when she lays in bed at night and that Jesus will protect her and save her. And then he says, whoops, meaning whoops. Oh, guess he didn't because they've already killed and sacrificed her. This ties to her, guys. Understand where this goes to. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein's niece speaks on the cult of Baal, which is in the Bible, which God warned over 20 odd something times in the Old Testament to tell them to stop sacrificing their children to Moloch and Baal and also to stop eating them. And it says, they told me that we belong to the cult of Baal. Now, the audio on this is it's kind of pixelated and the audio is a little rough. I'm trying to find I'm going to go back and get the original and we'll do that as well. Not in this video, but another one. But take a listen to what Jeffrey Epstein's niece has to say. As we are in a spiritual battle, and I believe most of you see that now, especially if you're watching my coverage of it. But this is demonic on a level I don't think most people can comprehend.
I am Jeff Epstein's niece.
And I would say this is that, like even in E5, it talks about people that are trying to replace God. It speaks about AI and how it talks about all the things that are even happening right now, that people are trying to be gods. They're trying to be like, it's a certain group of people. And it was actually in, it was one of the Magi's that they talk about this. But, we're going to I actually have a priest, an EFOP priest is going to come in and go run down the entire Odus and the actual stories in the Odus that actually predict all this stuff. The only difference between I can go to a church and I can respect Christianity, but in my belief, we believe in divination and we believe in predictive measurements to understand what's going to happen and having Iwapale, which is good character. This stuff is not in good character. It's not in Iwapale. Initially, I thought that maybe, okay, it's an ancient Phoenician belief. Maybe it's tied to nature-based worship. But anything dealing with hurting children and hurting people and eating them and all kind of weird, that is not in good character. That is terrible.
My father and stepmother had a baby girl in 1991 who was raised by another family. In 1998, they assigned me her birth date on my birth certificate, which they waited 10 years to file, claiming my stepmother was my biological mother, and finally put me in school in the gifted program. My parents were upstanding citizens. My father was a divorce attorney. It goes back for generations. I remember my father confessing that my oldest brother is 8 years younger than him. They told me that we belonged to the cult of Baal. My great-grandfather, according to my father, was Walt Disney. Before he moved to the United States, his name was Artur Bick. And his twin sister, who he had children with, who I am descended from, was named Minnie. That's where we get Mickey and Minnie Mouse. It's very cute, right? Except for when you consider the abuse that I suspect is still happening to children who go into the entertainment industry.
That's what we're seeing here, guys, because look at this. Guys, there's so much to cover. Good grief. I don't know how I'm going to get through it. Says Epstein and Bobby Kotick, CEO of Activision Blizzard, the company behind Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Candy Crush, Diablo, and Overwatch, and leaked 2013 emails. How do we teach kids to spend money for the rest of their lives as early as possible? Answer: microtransactions in Call of Duty and sexy rewards and guns and virtual items. Because education through games is for losers. We need to hook them on constant pain. Kotick's name appears over 300 times in the Epstein files. This isn't a conspiracy theory. These are their own words. And look around. That's exactly what kids gaming looks like today. I actually have something I'm going to do in my next video about Epstein and Disney. Obsessed with Disney. I have a VH1 thing that was put out about him, this glowing documentary piece about him. Guys, we are in the last days. I'm telling you now, it goes so far. And it's the layers of the Epstein files prove when she's talking about his real name was Disney. I've been showing you that none of these people are exactly who they say they are. Okay.
And how many people go to Disney World, and all those places have cameras everywhere. How many kids went to Disney World and came up missing? See, and imagine all of the child actors and this, that, the, and that funnel themselves through the Disney thing, through all these different things. My daughter's a very talented little young actress, and I refuse to put my child, because I actually remember there's a thing called Actors Access, where if you have a kid that is really into acting, you know, you could like put them through this program, and it got people, agents from California came quick for my daughter, and I was like, nah, you know what? No, thank you. And the way that they even talked to me about representing my daughter, it was like she was a piece of meat, you know. And so I got to figure that out really, really fast about that this entertainment industry, when it comes to kids, they're just using them as, you know, fodder for whatever. So without further ado, I want to bring up this whole thing. David Icke has been talking about this entire thing for the longest, and people called him a conspiracy theorist. Let's go.
About years ago by David Icke in his books, the satanic rituals, the pedophilia network, the CIA, Mossad connections, the international network. And now we get to witness all of these so-called MAGA influencers, you know, those same guys that had the binders that then suddenly went silent after these documents got dumped. Now they're running cover for Trump, of course, forgetting his deep associations with Epstein, of course. And then Trump comes out and says, yeah, I never really...
So you worked for Lifetouch, and you were abused as an employee. Well, that's terrible to hear. You know, if they probably didn't pay you right or whatever it might have been, but you know that's crazy. You know, so they're not even treating their employees right. But who knows? I don't know. That's allegedly. That's what you said. But if anyone wants to come up and comment on the things that we're talking about here, please feel free. The StreamYard's in the link. I'm going to post it and pin it to the top, and we're going to do some polls coming up soon. But I really want to get into this David Icke, and I want to go into some of the things that he's been saying. People looked at him and made him into a conspiracy theorist. He's received death threats and everything for what he's been talking about, but he's been saying all this. Let's go.
I was really that friendly with him. Of course, the videos tell a different tale. Of course, the emails tell a different tale. The eyewitness testimony tells a completely different tale. The partying, of course, all of it. And then, of course, one of the mainstream media is running cover in a larger way, saying that all of this pedophilia and Satanism is just something from a bygone era, of course. And David Icke posted this on his X account. The most ridiculous thing I've heard about Epstein is that he ran the world's biggest pedophilia ring, not even close. He ran a Mossad CIA blackmail operation that is just part of a vast global pedophilia satanic network that goes back into the ancient world and on which the very existence of the global cult is founded to this day. And he goes on, of course, about all of that. So this idea, as the New York Times points out, that the Epstein emails reveal a bygone era.
It was just one of those things, a one-off, they say.
Yeah, thank God it's all over now. Now that
like
he's gone.
Great Gatsby, you know, it's gone now.
David Icke, the great David Icke, joins us now to talk all about this, his research, and this vast sort of Satan pedophilia ring and how deep this actually goes. David, welcome back to the show. Great to see you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, have you noticed how whenever a scandal breaks, the official response is, oh, yeah, but new checks and balances have been put into place and it can't happen again. It's always the same story. But actually, it is happening again because it's a fundamental part of how human society is controlled.
Well, can you explain that? Because I think if someone is averse to conspiracy theories, they think, well, that was just a one-off. That was awful. I can't believe it happened. It can't still be happening. What is it? How do we know it's still happening? And why would they do this? I guess a big question is, the pedophilia ring is just one part of other Heart of Darkness. Can you paint that picture for us?
Yeah. You see, to understand the resistance to what is going on is to understand that from cradle to grave, people are programmed to believe in a version of normal. Now, this normal may change, what they call the Overton window, the limits of public debate and considered real world. It may change, so we have a new normal, but there's always a normal. And that normal never encompasses the extremes of what's actually happening. And, you know, one of the greatest forms of mind control and perceptual limitation is to control the public's perception of the possible. There was a great quote from a guy called Arthur Schopenhauer, a German philosopher, who said words to the effect of, every man, it's not actually every man, but it's getting there, every man basically views the world, the limits of the world, by the limits of his own field of vision. And that's what normality does. It gives people a certain view of what is happening. And therefore, when people come along and expose what is really happening beyond the normal, beyond the walls of normal, then they're immediately mad, bad, crazy, or all of them. And so to grasp what this is all about and how it all fits together, demanding from the start is a blank sheet of paper in terms of preconceived idea, so that we let the information be our guide rather than preconceived idea, which is from the normal. And we have the normal ingrained in us through the education system, which this global cult that I talk about, and this pedophilia and Satanism, this cult is founded on that. It created the so-called public education system. It created and owns the sources of communication, the great majority of them anyway. In other words, it controls the sources from which people form their perceptions to grasp a perception of normality. So first of all, that has to go. Ladies and gentlemen, the preconceived normal has to go. Just let the information be a guide. And so to put this into perspective and to explain why Satanism and pedophilia are fundamentally connected, we have to start to realize that this global network, which I call the global cult, which is the generator and the orchestrator of this global pedophilia and satanic network, it is not the origin of human control. It is the player out of that control. It is the servant of that control. The origin of it is not in this dimension of reality, which is merely a band of frequency. That's all it is. If people realize, as I said in our other chat, if people realized just how little they can actually see, they'd be staggered. We can only see something called visible light, which is so tiny, it's ridiculous. The rest of infinity exists in the same space, but we can't access it visually because this biological computer, as I call it, will only literally decode a certain tiny band of frequency.
So I know it seems like he's talking over people's heads, but if you actually think of it, you know, people are only able to see as much as their bodies are able to allow them to see. And a lot of the information is being manipulated. So when you try to look beyond the veil, a lot of that stuff is distorted. So what happens is that sometimes our own mind will trick us into thinking that, oh, okay, everything is okay. Because, you know, people will use the media to manipulate us and say, you know what, this is not true. You know, there can't be this cabal of people that are eating children and doing this old crazy stuff and whatever. It couldn't be. That couldn't be real. And then you start to say, you know, because you know, people want to be, your mind, the moment that anything even happens in your body, it wants to have homeostasis. It wants to get back to normal. But normal is gone. It's out the window, guys. Normal's out the window. It's no longer going to be normal. The veil has lifted. It's thinner and thinner. It's getting thinner and thinner, and all the truths will be revealed, guys.
So in the same space that we are experiencing are other dimensions of reality. And there's one very close to this one, but outside of visible light, called the astral frequency. And that's where the origin of human control is coming from. Now, to again grasp why, we have to realize that to this non-human force, this astral dimension force, humans are a source of energetic sustenance. Every time we think, every time we feel emotion, we are generating a frequency. This is well known in mainstream science. We're generating energy. We can't see it because it's outside of visible light, but we can feel it. You know, we talk about good vibes, bad vibes, all horrible vibes. That's because we're feeling the frequencies, but we're not seeing the frequencies. They're outside visible light. And those frequencies.
And see, that even gets into what I was even talking about, how you have all those kids that were screaming inside that ICE facility. All that is, and I'm sure there's probably an energy harvesting device that they're getting that energy from, or them people, those kids horrified, screaming. You go to a baseball game, people are screaming. You know what I'm saying? Yay for whatever team. That all they can harvest that energy and get something out of it. Like, people need to understand this is way deeper than just the Epstein file. This is about, like, there is something even on this earth that is sucking the energy of the humans that are living on it. I know it sounds crazy.
Frequencies are actually an astral phenomenon. Every time we feel emotion and we think in various ways, we are putting this energy, this frequency, into that astral dimension. Now, by their very nature, and demonic is a very good term, by their very nature, this demonic force in this astral dimension is in a low frequency state. It's in a higher frequency state than we are, because this human realm is so unbelievably energetically dense. It's unbelievable. But they are in themselves a low vibrational state. And therefore, if they're going to absorb human energy, it has to be within the band of frequency that they're operating on. And it turns out that frequency band relates to what you might call low vibrational human emotion and thought. In other words, the emotions of fear, of anxiety, of depression, of hatred, of regret, of resentment, of conflict, of war, all these things generate or trigger people to generate these low vibrational frequencies. So first of all, there is no benefit whatsoever in this astral force of entities, which are talked about throughout human history.
Absolutely, we live in a dimensional. We live in a dimensional ecosystem, and here's the thing: is that there's things that you can see, there's things that you cannot see, right? And so when there's also entities that feed off of this fear, and then if they understand that they're serving this entity, they would collect a bunch of kids and do this kind of weird stuff just to feed the entity, and it might give them more wealth or give them more this, give them more that. You understand? So these people are operating in a lower frequency because, of course, you don't have to be low to get wealth. You could be in a higher frequency and get wealth. But once you get into a higher frequency, wealth is no longer important to you. Being super rich is no longer like the thing. It's more a spiritual thing. You know, it's about either helping humanity or trying to be the best person to, like, bring humanity forth, bring people forth, like, do the right thing. But when they're in that lower frequency, that's where you get this thirst for power, thirst for, like, everything. Because you're thinking, how much more money can you get? That's what I would say about Trump. How much more do you need? You know, how much more money do you need? How much more power do you need? You're already the top, you're the president, and you're still, like, siphoning crypto and all this other weird stuff of billions of dollars and shutting off programs and trying to get more money and more power for what? You're almost 80 years old, but you still want more. So it's almost like you're feeding this entity that's within you that can't stop, like, just wanting more and more power.
To have a human world that is based on love, on joy, on peace, on harmony, on balance, none, because that's not the frequency they absorb. So when you had the Morpheus character in the Matrix hold that battery up and say the Matrix, this is a simulated reality created by this astral force, held up the battery and said, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to turn humans into one of these. It was a very profound truth in an apparently fictional movie. We are an energy source, but only if we're in a low vibrational state. So you have this this astral force, these entities, these demonic entities, and they.
But you know what? You know what? It isn't Trump. It is bigger. I'm just using him as an example of a person that has been a part of this whole like group of people, and then his greed and whatever is showing like an example of the greed. You know, he's walking around pooing himself and everything like this, but he's so encumbered by greed that he doesn't even care that he's just walking around with boo boo and stuff. Like a real demon. Like demons, like you could smell like demonic possession. You could smell it. You could, if you really are in tune, you could smell it. It'll take over the person, and people don't even realize that they're like so wrapped up into this whole thing of wanting power so much that you actually literally walk around pooping on yourself. Like since when can't you get an operation to fix that or whatever? Like what is going on?
Have in service to them within the human reality this global cult of secret societies, which are fiercely compartmentalized. So most people in them haven't got a clue what's really going on. It's the inner core I'm talking about. And the role of this global cult is to generate events and happenings in the human realm that are going to trigger in human response to these events, though that low vibrational energy. So if you look at the world, it's a generator of that low vibrational energy all the time in many and various ways, whether it's, this background anxiety that people feel and worry about the future, or whether it's an outright war, which generates phenomenal amounts, obviously, of this energy. This is a louche farm, as I call it in my book, the roadmap. It's a louche farm, and louche is the word that's given to this low vibrational energy. So if we then look at the connection between pedophilia and Satanism, and why it's so prevalent, and why this global cult has literally a global network, a satanic pedophile network, of which the Epstein network was a part, but only a part. It's to do with energy, and it's to do with this low vibrational energy we call louche. So, this is what I put together over the years in the books, over now 36 years of full-time research. So, as I mentioned in the chat we had, the longer chat we had, I started to realize when I was putting this global cult together in the early 1990s and how it worked, and how the people in positions of power, like presidents and prime ministers, were just here today, gone tomorrow, assets of this cult. Many of which didn't even know the cult existed. But the cult itself is always there. I started to realize that major players in the public arena that were playing the role of advancing the agenda of this cult to more and more centralization of power and human control, they were involved in satanic ritual. And you go, what? Why? And then you realize that in the ancient world, they were doing openly human sacrifice rituals to the gods. The gods? Who are the gods? Who are the gods through the ages that these rituals are done to, still done to? These non-human entities in the astral dimension that interpenetrate this one. So you had these ancients doing these rituals, and they were sacrificing people. And often you hear the term about sacrificing young virgins to the gods. Well, young virgins is code for children, kids. And there's a reason for that I'll come to.
And I did go on HOK and ask them, House of Consciousness is one of the biggest Black, consciousness channels. And I asked them, so what do you think the Phoenicians were really about? And then I was told, what happens is that the Phoenicians believed that they could sacrifice their firstborn, and then that would make them be fertile for the next group of children, to have more kids. And that's where you get all this whole thing where now they're cutting abortions, all this stuff. They need more. I think that this whole thing, they're feeding off of the children. They're feeding off the energy of the kids. They said that someone said that Ike is a warlock. I don't know. I mean, what's a warlock? Warlock is like a witch that's into what, Wicca? I don't know. I don't know. So like that's allegedly, But I would say this is that when it really comes down to it, all this stuff that's going on with this feeding off our energy and stuff like this, y'all need to really get into some there's this thing called FLFE, and it actually will change the energy in your house, because watching all this stuff and watching social media, it does create an energy like harvesting situation. That's why I believe, because if you look at social media, it's so negative, right? So, like, even as I'm bringing this stuff to you, I'm not really bringing it to you to bring negativity. I'm bringing it to you to create awareness, but then also to darkness to light. So as I go on, you're going to see that this whole thing is going to turn into a positive thing where you can like discharge this energy. It's not just about like talking negative and only talking about conspiracies, but we're going to bring this into something positive as time goes on in this live stream. So let's go.
And what is happening in a ritual, whether it's the ancient openly done ritual or the secretly done now, as humanity reached a point of maturity where it weren't having their open rituals anymore, whatever time you're talking about, the question is, what is the gift to the gods that these rituals, these sacrifice rituals are doing? And so you then realize that it comes down to this loosh, this low vibrational energy, because the rituals, and I've been given chapter and verse by the people who've taken part over the years, some against their will, some who've seen the light eventually, that these rituals are designed specifically to generate maximum terror in the victim. And what terror does, or what terror is a phenomenally powerful low vibrational energy, which these entities feed off. Oh. And as I said in our chat, you can look at someone and you can see from their facial expression and their body language that they're in an emotional state, terror, whatever, but you can't see the energy that they're giving off as a result of that, very powerful energy of terror, because it's going into this astral dimension. And they're feeding off it. These entities are feeding off it. That's the gift to the gods. And then the Satanists within the human dimension who are orchestrating the ritual, they then drink the blood of the victim, and it's by that time laced with a very powerful adrenaline generated by the energy of terror, and it gives them a high. It gives them it's like a drug. It's like an elixir to them. And then you look at pedophilia. That's adrenochrome, by the way, that people talk about. And then you look at pedophilia. Now, I've been given chapter and verse on this over the years. I've talked not only to people in the Western world about this, I've talked to shamans in different parts of the world as well that carry the ancient knowledge. And there's this tremendous...
Yes, the Gateway Project. People need to learn how to meditate and get into that. The Gateway, anyone that wants to, please look into the Gateway Project. Because all this stuff, this is a spiritual attack, guys. It's not just about these files. It's about the horror and the listening to and the... all the things, all the people that are really involved in it. And you're like, oh, you're the outrage that you feel, right, when you're watching this, and if anyone knows, your cell phone is actually a black mirror, because if there's nothing on your cell phone, it's a black onyx dark thing, a cube that you're looking into. So understand that this is a black mirror, and look up black mirror. Look up what a black mirror is. So it's the same thing they use in different. So there's actually people that are able to look into the darkness and divine on it and see images and things like this. So people don't even realize that even using your cell phone to watch this stuff, you really are looking into a black mirror. There's a lot of things, and I don't know. The spirit is taking me to a whole different place in this whole thing. I'm gonna start divining pretty soon. I'm gonna start to divine on all these different things and go a little deeper into really talking about this, because I think it's one thing to talk about it, but me being a priest in Ifa and understanding where the collective is actually going, I'm gonna begin to have to divine about this and actually bring that to the audience. But I had to slowly get away from the political talk and get into the spiritual talk and really break down the spirit of all this, because it's one thing to only talk about ISIS, another thing to understand this whole thing is connected to a spirit. And that is what's mostly important to understand. So let's go.
Synchronicity of explanation between the two. First of all, there's a particular energy that these entities want, and it's the energy of children before puberty. We look at puberty as a hormonal chemical change, but actually what's happening is there's vibrational change. There's a frequency change in the energy field of the children, and that expresses itself in the so-called physical world as a chemical hormonal change at puberty. They want that energy overwhelmingly before that happens, if possible. And so pedophiles are basically possessed people. Throughout human history, there has been this constant story, this theme of possession. Well, what is that?
All right, so let me just clear this up. Okay, so with that logic, that means that you were promoting it. No, what I'm doing is I am discussing it and then bringing it into trying to this is what's going on, and slowly bringing in the audience to understand what the spiritual aspect of this whole thing is, from darkness to light. If you listen to the music I play in the beginning of my show, if you listen to the money manifestation, when people actually donate to my show, you will see that I am trying to bring people out of the mindset of what's going on here. So I'm not just here to show this information, but to also give my commentary on it and then bring everybody out of this mindset of just being consumers of it. I did talk about the psychological operation that's happening. I do play that, If you get a chance, go check out Chase Hughes. He talks about the psyop going on. He talks about the psychological operation. I play that on a regular basis on my show that discusses the psyop of all this stuff and how it affects our psyche and the energy harvesting that is going on in this entire thing. So let's go.
We have a physical body. What we call it physical. It's not really, but that's another story. We have this physical body because it allows us to interact with this frequency we call human. As I said in the other chat, I can pick up those spectacles because I have a vehicle that is resonating within the same frequency band as the spectacles. Therefore, I can interact with them. My consciousness, which is a field of energy awareness that overrides the body, that is vibrating so fast, I couldn't possibly interact with this dimension and pick those glasses up. So we have this vehicle. But that electromagnetic field that you might call the mind or consciousness can be, there can be a connection made between these astral entities and that human electromagnetic field. Some people call it the auric field, whatever. And through that electromagnetic connection, then the perceptions of the possessed person can be controlled. And so this whole idea of possession is to connect with the electromagnetic field of human and take control of perceptions and behavior.
Okay, so ABCD says, this is where you have a chance to not look stupid and to think to yourself, well, maybe I am, but instead you defend yourself with ignorant ish while I'm not even talking about that. What are you talking about? If you don't like what I'm trying to bring to the table, just don't be here. Bye. This is not about you, sir. This is about bringing the information and then clarifying what this really is. Okay, no one's here for my opinion. Why are you? Well, this is my show, so what do you mean? Okay, so David Icke I'm the one who brought David Icke to the picture and doing my research. Sir, goodbye. Bye, sir. Timeout for you. You're in timeout. Shut up. Because you're interrupting the show with your rhetoric. We're gonna talk about David Icke. You're up here saying all this stuff and trying to get attention.
And when you
now we gotta go back because listen, we gotta go back to what David Icke was saying. I'm the person that brought David Icke to the table. No one is really showing that all these guys were saying this. William Cooper was saying this. David Icke was saying this. If you go and look at the Esoteric Agenda, that documentary was saying everything that's happening right now. But everybody looked at these people like conspiracy theorists. You have some people saying he's a warlock. Well, I guess if he's a warlock, well, something told him to come out and say and tell the truth. So, all right, what up?
Called physical world as a chemical hormonal change at puberty. They want that energy overwhelmingly before that happens, if possible. And so pedophiles are basically possessed people. Throughout human history, there has been this constant story, this theme of possession. Well, what is that? We have a physical body. What we call it physical. It's not really, but that's another story. We have this physical body because it allows us to interact with this frequency we call human. As I said in the other chat, I can pick up those spectacles because I have a vehicle that is resonating within the same frequency band as the spectacles, therefore I can interact with them. My consciousness, which is a field of energy awareness that overrides the body, that is vibrating so fast I couldn't possibly interact with this dimension and pick those glasses up. So we have this vehicle. But that electromagnetic field that you might call the mind or consciousness there can be a connection made between these astral entities and that human electromagnetic field. Some people call it the auric field, whatever. And through that electromagnetic connection, then the perceptions of the possessed person can be controlled. And so this whole idea of possession is to connect with the electromagnetic field of human and take control of perceptions and behavior. And when you see these satanic themes where literally someone's face changes into some grotesque entity.
Right. People report seeing the facial shape-shifting.
I've seen it. I've seen it. It's real. Now, the question is, what's going on? It can be very simply explained. Most possession, it connects powerfully with the person when it wants to impose itself on the behavior of that person. Otherwise, it's one step back. And this is why you can talk to people and they say, oh, I met so-and-so who I know is a Satanist. Oh, he's a nice chap. He's very, very pleasant. Yeah, okay. But you want to see him when the entity comes in. So you've got this like schizophrenia in personality between when the entity imposes itself and when it takes a step back, and because it doesn't really have to control behavior in the intermediate time. And so you can have possession where the entity is influencing the perception through the subconscious overwhelmingly of the target person, but it doesn't reach the point where this facial change takes place. However, what the entity is a field of information that relates to how that entity looks and what that entity is. And what happens when the possession gets really, really powerful and intense is that so much of the entity's information is poured into the possessed entity's field that the possessed entity's field starts to reflect the entity. At which point the facial expressions and the facial look of the possessed person starts to change in line with the infused information from the entity.
And here's the thing, guys. This happens in E5. This happens in African spirituality. This happens in Native American culture. But somehow they have also figured out how to use this in negative things when it comes down to like dealing with demons and demonology and things like this. So like what people mistake, when they go into when they're Christians, right? They don't understand that there are beings of light and then there are beings of darkness. And there are some people that experience possession from beings of light, and they tell people, okay, you might be sick or you might go through, they might get in, that possession, and that spirit might tell them. And that's when you go into the church, you get the holiness churches, you get like these prophets that kind of like get the drenched with the spirit, and they might tell you, hey, do this to better yourself, this, that, the other. You might, whatever. But then you get like other darker entities that can possess people in other ceremonies where you have like very demonic things going on, and then they get possessed. They get to tap into other things, other worldly things, and that's where it gets really strange. Let's go.
Plus, you have this exorcist type look of people, and you think, oh my God, their face is changing. I've seen it; it's real. And so the pedophile is basically a possessed entity, and the charge, the urge to have sex with children is infused by these entities. It might be that.
Do they have agency, David? Do they have agency?
Say again.
Sorry, I was going to say, do they have agency? I mean, because what I'm trying to understand too, at these parties, these events, these Epstein parties and events, and you saw the event that was happening in Mexico where the woman runs out. We've shown the video where she says they're eating humans. They're eating humans, and then she disappears afterwards. Do they have agency? Like, if they're a part of this process, are they
Like,
giving?
can they get out of it?
Yeah, are they
You
giving
mean?
themselves willingly to it? Do they? What sort of mechanism is happening there?
Well, if I may follow up on that, because we see how these low vibrational vessels are finding each other, looking out in email who's game to do this bad stuff. But we do have an archetype. We have Norm Finkelstein, who tells them all to F off. So it seems like they put out their feelers and this vibration comes together if there's already a weakness. What do you think of that?
Like Elon Musk was trying to get to the island. He's like, can I come, please? Can I get there? I want to go there. I want to go to the island. I want to go to the island.
All of the above, basically. If you think about it, these are low vibrational entities. And if you're in a high vibrational state, if you're full of love and joy and peace and harmony, they can't attach to you because your frequency is incompatible with theirs. Your perceptual frequency, what I call the electromagnetic field, it's incompatible. What they want is to pull you in to low vibrational states. So for instance, the real abuse of alcohol, the abuse of drugs, all these bring you into a low vibrational state, which allow possession. You look at these apparently bizarre secret society rituals. But what these rituals are, and I talked to some Freemasons and said, what's all this ritual about that you do? Oh, I've got a clue. It's just lost in the mist of antiquity. Well, actually, it's not. But you think it is because most Freemasons haven't got a clue what's actually going on. Mm-hmm. But these rituals are locking you in. They are tuning you in to these entities, this non-human force. And then what happens? And my God, just look around the world at people who are running this cult. They start to reflect the mentality of these entities. They basically become vehicles for them. So in terms of pedophilia, and I've been given chapter and verse by this.
They become possessed by it. So they're no longer even a human being anymore. These people are not even human. They don't express any human characteristic anymore. That's why they can go about hurting children and things like this, because they are 100% possessed by an evil demonic spirit. They lose themselves in the whole thing and become embodied by that spirit.
In different parts of the world. When the child is being abused, the overseeing entity that's possessing the pedophile is drawing the energy of the child off and absorbing it. I remember talking to a shaman in South Africa who was, and others have said the same in different parts of the world, that some of these children, these abused children, their energy is basically so absorbed, so drawn off, that only just enough to survive is remaining. There was a Central American shaman who talked about this wonderful energetic field that children have and how these entities draw it off. And so the pedophile is the vehicle. It's the conduit for.
Dutchland for life. I would love to bring you up, but I want to make sure you're not going to porn bomb my channel, because this is a really important thing. Could you at least just show your face in the background so I know that you're not going to do something? Dutchland for life, Dutchland guy for life. Okay, we know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put an image up and I'm gonna let you come and say what you're gonna say. But I gotta make sure that you're not. I gotta make sure that you're not gonna do something weird, because this is too important of a stream for someone to come up and do some weird stuff. Okay. All right. I want to make sure that because I don't want to ruin what I'm trying to do, because people will come up here and do some stupid ish, right? They'll do some weird stuff. You know what I'm saying? So let me put this up here. All right.
Hello, can
Okay.
you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I totally understand why you would you know, not trust me. It's okay. Wait, I thought this was the guy I'm looking at. I thought this was his channel.
No. I'm reviewing an interview he did. But what did you have to say about the conversation?
This is about the Epstein files, correct?
It's not just about the Epstein files. It is about the spiritual aspect of what is going on with this whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's just evil, you know? It's disgusting that nobody has been arrested yet, and there's so many allegations in the files. You know, it's insane. And I'm mad, you know?
Okay. So it's
Yeah, and
it's not even just about being arrested. It's about, like, this is a spiritual warfare that's happening, and people are only looking at it from a legal aspect, but really they don't understand the spiritual aspect and what all this stuff brings to the table.
I suppose, yeah, but like we need these people to be held accountable, you know, and then they could deal with God, you know. Like let's put them in prison, and then they can deal with God. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that the current system as it is not going to do that. I think that anytime you have Pat Bondi up there unwilling to even look at the people that these things have happened to, it's
Oh yeah,
because
she's horrible. She's horrible. She's a disgrace. She should resign immediately.
but she's not, and
Yeah.
like talk about something even deeper is that, let me show you, there's something I want to even show even deeper. Do you even think, I think that this whole ICE situation is really trying to get people to try to make it so that people have to vote Trump in 2028. I mean, or 2020, yeah. I believe
Yeah,
that
Trump. Wait, Trump's gonna run again because he can't under the Constitution. I think the 21st Amendment.
well, for some, I don't know whether it's JD Vance or for some reason, I think whatever's going on, there's like a whole push right now to try to stop in 2026, like the whole elections coming up, that ICE is going to be actually at the polls.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of all this stuff is weird. What's going on? I don't understand, and it all kind of ties back into this whole thing, even with. But the part that's crazy about it is that this guy David Icke has been saying that they wanted this one world government, this whole thing, this whole time. And if you actually go into my archives, you'll see I did a thing about China, how all this child trafficking and everything is already mainstream in China. It's a thing that's known that if a ambulance come up and grab you up, you already know that you've been trafficked. But I think they're trying to make this happen in America, but they just haven't been able to make it a normal mainstream thing. I believe that these Epstein files are going to try to make it the same thing going on in China. And I know it sounds crazy, but if you actually, I can show you a video right now of what's going on in China. They're trying to make it the same thing here happening in America.
We need to stop Israel, you know what I'm saying? Israel's the root of all of this, you know, and we need to stop them.
Is it Israel or is it the people that are into the darker aspects? Because
it's Israel, right? Epstein was an Israeli agent. It says in the files, you know, he was funded by a bunch of Israeli supporters. So yeah.
Well, the Mossad, right?
Yeah, Mossad. His girlfriend's father was a Mossad agent, you know. So yeah, it's all connected.
So what do you know?
Israel's connect. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
What do you know about Baal? Because I've been trying to really wrap my head around this Baal thing. Do you know anything about what Baal is?
Baal?
Well, Baal, because that's who they were doing all this stuff for, Baal. You don't know what that is?
Yeah, wait, somebody said a comment, Israel isn't doing this, Mossad is not the nation of Israel. Yes, it is. Mossad is the intelligence group for Israel. So I don't know what that comment was talking about, but yeah.
Baal is the devil? Baal.
Wait, I think, are you talking about the the golden god or something, the false god.
Yeah, because Epstein actually named his bank account Bow. Like, so
Yes, good catch. Yes, that's yeah. And did you see the videos of people in Iran burning it? Yes, I know what you're talking about. It's some false god, some demonic stuff.
actually it was like a Phoenician god. So at first I was thinking maybe it's a Phoenician, like you know how like Native Americans have a nature based God that they have, and then okay, in Israel you have the Abrahamic faith, and maybe that was their original belief. But when I looked into it deeper, apparently like you had to give your firstborn up to bow. You know, you had to
Yeah,
like
it's disgusting. It's yeah, and it matches Epstein. Epstein, in the files, it talks about him eating babies. So yeah, it matches.
well, Baal
So yeah,
is a Canaanite god that Israelites used to sacrifice their children to.
back to the Jews. I knew it.
Is it the
See,
Jews
it's
or the
all
Israelites? Because I think that there's a difference between Jews and I don't know if they're the same or
no,
just
it's
Jews.
the Jews. The Jews. What they're doing right now is insane. You know, they're all connected to this. You know.
The bull. So it's a bull.
Yeah, it's like a. Oh, I thought it was a calf. I guess. Yeah, it's a bull. I don't know.
Baal is satanic. It's the god they worship.
Yes, exactly. Good job, whoever said that. Baal is the god that the Jews worship. Not all of them, not all Jews, but most Jews. That's
Wow.
why.
I'm still trying to understand.
That's why. Yeah, Jesus said,
The
"You are
owl.
you are the."
There's
Yeah.
like the owl, like Bohemian Grove had the owl. Is that like another thing that's a Jewish thing, or is that like something else? The owl. Remember, like they had this thing.
Wait. Somebody said I don't know anything. Let me respond to this. I know everything, buddy. I know everything about Israel. I know everything about America. Okay, so you're wrong, buddy. You don't know anything.
Hey,
You don't know anything about Mossad. You don't know anything about Israel. I know all this stuff, man. I've been around.
So can you tell me what Mossad is then? And can you turn your mic a little bit down because it's kind of loud? I'm not gonna lie. It's like a little, just a little.
Yeah. Mossad is the intelligence group for Israel. So you know how we have the CIA, right, in America,
Yeah.
where you know we do investigations, we do operations. That's Mossad is basically the same thing for Israel. You know, they spy on other countries. You know, they do all that stuff.
Right. So do you think that this whole thing is only about like extortion and like blackmail versus a spiritual thing? What do you think it is?
No, this is just about the Jews. They want to eliminate the Europeans because the Europeans are the strongest race, and they're the enemies of the Jews, and they want to kill them, and they want to take over the world. You know, that's their plan. You know,
So is
so
that
yeah.
like what you think about the Zionists, or do you think it's the same thing with Zionism and stuff like that? Is that what you?
Well, Zionism is Jews. Jews are Zionists for the most part, not all of them. But yeah, you know, it's all
But so
connected. I mean, think about it, Miss. I don't know what your name is, but think about it. Why did we go into Iraq when there's no weapons of mass destruction? It was a lie. We killed 1 million of Iraqis for no reason, and we lost, I think, 4,000 U.S. soldiers for no reason. And guess who's neighbors with that country? Israel.
against Zionists. Now,
Why
by
would-
the way, I'm not here to talk bad about the Jews and the Zion. I'm still trying to understand what the whole thing is. I've never been. I'm not very aware of like the whole thing going on with Zionism and Jews. People, I've heard people talk about it, but I'm still kind of trying to understand what's happening. I don't know. I'd rather. I mean, I can say I don't know when I don't know. If anybody else can come up here and break it down, I put the link in the chat because I don't. This is not a win.
Yeah, join. The guy who said I don't know anything, I dare you to join, and let's go rebuttal my stuff.
Here's the StreamYard link because this is the open panel today. Because I would like to, like, if you can explain it, please hit the link. The link is also at the top of the chat, so please come up and join and explain. Let me play a little bit more of Ike and what he's saying, And this is really about. I believe it's spiritual. I'm a spiritual person.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ. I don't know about you, but Jesus Christ is my savior.
Right. So, I believe that Jesus Christ existed. Don't whether he was God or whatever. I don't believe that, but I do believe that he existed as a prophet. But I would say this: me being a priest in E5, I believe that all religions, except for those ones that are kind of like doing evil things and things like this, that they all have like a connection, to the Creator, but it's not but good character and Iwapele should exist beyond all. If you're hurting children, if you're hurting animals, if you're hurting things that live on this earth, that's not cool. So yeah, that's where I come in. That's what I believe. So
Yeah.
And I respect all religions. I respect all. I don't think that but
Wait,
this
really? Wait, you respect all religions, really?
I do, yeah. Even though me being an Ifa priest, I respect. But whatever this is, I'm still trying to understand what it is because I don't think I respect what's going on with this thing. This
I
bow.
don't think. Wait, you respect all religions, even religions that say disturbing stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't respect things that anything like Buddhism. I respect Buddhism. I respect the ancient, when you go into different tribes and what they believe in, the earth-based religions. I respect Islam. I respect Christianity. I believe that they all have its place, and
How about Judaism?
I respect it to a certain extent, but if it's talking about Baal and killing children, I don't know what's going on with that. I'm still trying to understand what's going on with
Yeah,
this.
there's a lot of disturbing things with Judaism. I don't know if you ever read the Talmud, but it's very disturbing what they think about us.
Think about us.
Yeah,
And so
us Gentiles, because
what
we're
is
Gentiles.
hit the link. Just hit the link right here, guys. If you want to come up and talk, this is an open panel, so it's open to anyone who wants to speak and express their opinion. But please don't come and mess up what I'm doing here because I think it's an open discussion. People should be able to talk and express themselves, and I think that we can all learn from each other what each other knows. So just hit the link.
Yeah.
Here's the link. So you're a Christian.
Yeah.
But
Yes, ma'am.
you're against Judaism, but didn't
Judaism, yes.
But Judaism came out of Christianity. Christianity came out of Judaism, and that was Paul.
False. That's a thing most people believe. It's a common thing, but it's false. Modern day Judaism today is not the same of what Abraham came with and what Jesus Christ came with. There was no such thing as the Talmud. There's no such thing as the Mitzvah. I can't pronounce it, but Mitzvah. These are all foreign. These are all new things that came after Christ. So the modern Judaism you see today is not the same as what Jesus grew up with and what Abraham grew up with. It was
Okay,
totally
so you're
different.
against the original Judaism. You're just against the new Judaism of Talmud and the new.
Yeah, because all those things are foreign. All those things are they came after Jesus. So, yeah.
So
I like what that guy said. They're not the real Jews, correct? Yeah, they're imposters.
Are you from the Israel, or are you from like that area?
No, I'm from America.
Oh, okay.
Good old country, America. God bless America.
Okay.
Weapon?
No, I was just wondering because I don't, I was trying to understand what if you were from that area, what would be the thing that would change your mind from?
I would never survive there. They would kill me. They would kill me there. And yeah, it's dangerous over there. I would never go there.
They said Jesus was a Jew. Is that true?
Not in the sense of the today Jews. Jesus wasn't Ashkenazi. I don't know if you know what that means, Ashkenazi Jews, but Ashkenazi Jews are a mix of Eastern European and Shem. So that was not Jesus Christ. He was not that, So yeah.
So what do you think of the Israelites that feel okay that this whole thing was started in Africa? and that it got taken and like kind of like distorted.
Wait, what happened? What started in Africa?
That the actual true Israelites are from Africa, and that it got like distorted with the Talmud and taken from the true Israelites. What do you think about
Well,
that?
that's a conspiracy theory. That the Jews come from Africa. I don't know. That's a conspiracy theory. I don't know.
So, do you think that Israel was not a part of Africa at one point before they like dug out that area over there?
The original Jews came from Asia.
The original Jews came from Asia. What part of Asia?
The Middle East. That's where like Palestine, modern day Palestine, that location right there. Thank you. I like what that guy said. Israel didn't exist before 1948. Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, these comments are going fast. I like these comments.
Right. So if anybody would come up and talk, I'm gonna like play a little bit more of David Icke where he talks about these people and what they're doing and how crazy it is, and then we'll like. I'm glad to have you here. Great commentary. Thank you for like not being a weirdo.
Yes, ma'am.
Because sometimes I get scared bringing up people because I've had people be jacking off and all kinds
of.
Whoa, that is disturbing.
How pedophilia and Satanism connect. It's all to do with these entities feeding off human energy. And so you've got to go to this level, this astral level, because at that level, everything connects. At this level, within the human world, yes, these cultists can fight among themselves. Yes, they can battle to get up the top of the greasy pole instead of their mate who's also part of it. All this goes on. But if you go to that level, that astral level where it's being orchestrated from, suddenly the left in politics and the right in politics become the same.
Right.
Islam and other religions and Hinduism and all these different religions, they all become the same religion. Because what do religions do? What does political ideology do if both are without question and without, if they're rigid in their belief and immovable? They create a belief system that limits where people will go. They create their own normal within the societal normal. So you have a Islamic normal, you have a Christian normal, you have a Hindu normal, you have a Jewish normal. And these normals are smaller than even the Overton window of society in general. What you're doing is you're limiting their perception. You're holding them in basically boxes of the mind. And so they're all serving the goal and the agenda of these entities. And once you have these rigid belief systems, different ones, political, religious, whatever, cultural, you've got the perfect environment to play them off against each other. So your target population is fighting among itself, which divides and rules, so they don't focus on you, it's controlling it all. And also, what are they producing in their fight and their cussing and their conflict with each other? Loosh, low vibrational, emotional and mental energies. So that to understand what's going on, you have to go here. You have to go here. And most people won't go there because they don't think there is a there.
Right.
And that's what perceptual control has done.
When you see the uniparty, when you see these boxes, as you describe it, even being...
Someone just put this, a little history lesson. National Socialist Party, 1921 through 1945. Soviet Socialist Union, 1921 through 1991. American Socialist Party, 2021 through 2024. European Socialist Union, 1993. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. Well, the National Socialists were the Nazis. I know that, And yeah, that's it. The other stuff, I don't know what he was talking about. He talked about socialists. Yeah.
Mr. Icke, it's an honor to meet you, sir. Yeah, Mr. Icke is not here. We're just replaying a video of his. But I'm a big, I'm saying he was on point, and he spoke a lot of things that actually came to be true. So that's why I'm even revisiting him, this live stream. It happened about a couple days ago, where he's discussing the things that were happening in the files. But really, he was saying all this stuff existed way before that. So let's go.
Narrower than the Overton window, and you see this battling back and forth, giving cover for Trump and giving cover for Elon Musk or whatever it is. It's all just operating within this sort of narrow band, and it's so much bigger than all of these people.
Yeah, all of it. And the other thing about the Epstein files, the drop that's just happened, and the previous one, come to that, is that it shows how this global cult works in terms of connecting in the public arena, apparently unconnected. So you have documents, emails, whatever, that connect Epstein to Putin. But he's also connected to the CIA. He's also connected to Mossad. He's also connected to Trump. He's also connected to endless other world leaders and former world leaders. And he's connected into the AI oligarchy, which is massively relevant to current events. And how many people would realize that Epstein was manipulating on that level and interacting at that level? But Epstein was just one guy. This is how it all works. Right. They're all connected in the end. There's a Jewish area of Judaism called Chabad Lubavitch, and that connects into Putin, connects into Zelensky, connects into Trump, connects into Lutnick, connects into Jared Kushner, connects into Netanyahu. There are these networks everywhere, not just Jewish ones.
Okay, so we have another guest. His name is Indo Faust. Okay, please be kind. Please don't do anything weird. So I'm gonna add you to the stage.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Echo. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so
hold on. You gotta close. You gotta close the YouTube that you're watching. That way it won't echo.
Okay.
All right. I can still hear it. Okay, did you close it? Yeah, I can still.
It's all closed.
Okay, I'm still getting.
Yeah.
You gotta come. But I want to hear what you got to say. So I don't know. Say what you're gonna say and just mute up because maybe you don't know. Maybe there's something going on. All right. So speak and then I'm.
Okay, so I closed everything, so nothing else is running. You still hearing it?
Check.
No.
Okay, cool. All right, so he's not totally wrong. So like when you're talking about the modern state of Israel, like yeah, absolutely. Since 1947, the people that run Israel, the government, particularly the Orthodox Jewish community there, they're all in on this. It's like a Lubavitch cult. Okay, these guys believe in some crazy stuff. Like basically, their idea is that when the first temple was destroyed by the Romans, that God handed over jurisdiction of earth to an angel that goes by the name of Rambam, Rambam. And this angel is what we would think of as the equivalent of Satan. He's not particularly evil by by the standards that Christianity lays down. However, they believe that this angel requires blood sacrifices like Moloch or any other deity that they've worshipped in the past. They treat him just like this. And in doing so, they use child sacrifice as a means to empower themselves. And since they seem to have their hands in every aspect of society, and particularly when it comes to the way money moves, that they seem to be have a controlling interest in economies. They believe that this practice that they have is what is empowering them to have the position of power that they have. So they perpetuate the use of that to keep that going. So are you tracking with me?
I'm 100% tracking. I 100% agree with you.
No, I just
These are imposters. These are not the Jews from the Bible. These are imposters. These are our enemies, and we must stop them.
So in India, what'll happen is that when you want to speak, unmute yourself, and then when you're done talking, mute, because there's an echo. So did you want to respond to him? Go ahead.
Wait, who's next?
If India wants to respond to what you just said, go ahead and unmute yourself. Here, I'll unmute you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I forget where I was at. Okay, yeah. So they are doing this sort of thing. It's been going on for a couple thousand years, and this is exactly what Jesus was talking about when he was talking about the synagogue of Satan. These are the people that were starting to take over the religious elite, the temple at that time. This was a really small cult because they knew that the temple was going to get destroyed and that things were going to kind of go this direction. They knew it was going to happen, and so they kind of got ahead on that. And then when the temple was destroyed, they absolutely took over because it killed the hope of the Jewish people when the temple was destroyed. It kind of like it put a knife through the heart of the Jewish people. And they have been running this scheme now for almost 2,000 years, and we're sick of it. It's finally coming to light that this is happening, and they can't hide it anymore. Like social media, digital media is making it to a point where they just can't hide this stuff anymore. And you're going to watch over the next year, you're going to see people really, you think people are waking up now? No. People are going to be really waking up over the next year.
The world is noticing.
Yeah, absolutely. They are. They're taking note.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's turning out to be like this, like a wave of anti-Semitism. And like, I hate to even use that term because they invented it, but and they did so in a genius way that even like, as a former Jew, like I'm an Orthodox Christian now, but I was a practicing Jew for 16 years. And what turned me off from Judaism was finding out about this, being on the inside and seeing this sort of thing, like hearing the whispers within the Jewish community, because Jews don't know about this. They, you think that like, oh, well, this is a thing that the Jews are doing behind closed doors. Like it's behind closed doors for Judaism too. And it's the reason why like so many modern Jews are even starting to reject their idea of God altogether because they don't want anything to do with it.
100%, man. Wait, so you converted to Judaism? But like before?
Yeah.
But you're not ethnically Jewish, right?
My grandma is.
Your grandma is? Because I heard maybe if it's on your father's side or your mother's side, one of them makes you Jewish. I forgot, but something like that.
So he's talking. I'm sorry. You gotta mute. So when you're talking, unmute. When you're not talking, mute, because every time there's like a double like a thing happen. Okay.
I love this guy.
Welcome to the stage, Napashada. We're talking about. We just got finished going through. He's still there. We're gonna like go more into it, but we have Indio Foss, who used to be a Jew at the time. He gave up Judaism because he felt like there was so much corruption going on in the whole like belief. So can you like reiterate what you just said, and we'll listen to it, Indio?
Yeah. So I was converting to into Orthodox Judaism. There's three main veins of Judaism that people subscribe to, and that's Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. And where all this is happening is within the Orthodox community. And me personally, I went into it thinking that this is something really holy and pure, and it just turned out to be not that at all. These people have hijacked what the rest of the world looks at as calls Orthodox Judaism, quote unquote, and that is the purest form of Judaism, is the way, it's the face that they put out to the world, and that's how the world perceives it. But that's not what's happening. It's not what's happening at all. It's exactly what Epstein and his cronies are into. You know, this child sacrifice, child torture, trading children like freaking Pokemon cards. Like, this is the sick stuff that they're into, and they've been doing it for 1,700 years, man. And you know, we're just tired of it. And finally, the world is catching on to it. Thank God these emails came out, and we've only got half of them. This is half of the emails that are out. And David Icke, God bless his soul, he has been shouting at the top of his lungs for what, 30 years now or more about this stuff. And finally people are starting to listen, because David Icke and then Alex Jones, like Alex Jones has been totally vindicated. You know, he
and Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, and Nick, yeah, absolutely. Mr. Fuentes was just railroaded.
Dude, I fucking love this guy.
And it's absolutely insane what we've done to the people that were like, let's just say that none of this shit was true. You know, let's say it wasn't true. None of it was true. At least they're trying to say, like, the bad shit's happening. Let's just, you know, see it for what it is. Like, they're calling out bad behavior. These are bad actors doing bad shit to normal, hardworking, everyday families across, not just American families, but families across the globe, and they're destroying lives one after another, thousands at a time. And we can't let this shit keep going. We're not going to stand for it.
God bless you, brother.
All right, Nepal, did you want to say something? Make sure you mute up India. Okay, thank you. Good job. Go ahead, Nepal. What do you want to say?
First of all, thank you for doing this show. Secondly, I know there was a narrative pushed out there that, oh, we got to focus on the Jews, and I think that's a distraction, because I mean, are we trying to say Epstein was an Orthodox Jew?
Well, he was a Jew.
I know, but you said Orthodox.
All we know is he was Jewish, and he was a big supporter of Israel.
But didn't you just say Orthodox only?
Well, no, they're Orthodox, conservative, progressive. They're all connected. They're all the same. They all work with each other, you know?
Okay, so I don't think we should look at it as, because of the evidence that we see, that focusing on someone's religion or their heritage, because it's beyond that. Because we know that there are people who are on all these different countries working together in this cabal against children and against the, you know, basically, if I could start with the children, focusing on just harming children. I have to be careful with your channel, Genesis, like, you know, trafficking, sacrifice, because Hillary Clinton was a part of it as well. So I wouldn't say the Clintons are a part of it. I wouldn't really want to look at what is being pushed out there on the surface, like they're Jewish people, because there are some people who are Jewish who are not at all, they're innocent in it, so to speak. If you want to talk about a religion, though, and going back to a cult, like back to ancient cult worship, we can look at what Genesis had asked me before on a panel recently about ancient worship and child sacrifice. And we can also look at the Sabbateans and the Frankists if you want to tie it to a specific group of people. But even so, I wouldn't do that, because also there was a documentary that came out, it's not even available now, where a girl was talking, where these different children were talking about being in these type of bloodline families. And they said they have underground temples where they worship African deities, African gods. And that's not Jewish. So it goes way deeper. And when I say African, they don't
It's Jewish.
Well,
it is
brother,
Jewish. You know why? Wait, I'll tell you why. I respect your opinion, but let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Isn't it suspicious that a group of people that are 0.1%, I believe, of the world are mostly involved in all of this? It should be more likely that an African or a Hispanic does this. But why is it Jews? Why is this small group of people involved in all of this? It doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying?
See how you just went straight to comparing races of people? I'm telling you. I didn't say
I'm just
about
telling
the
you, it's
people.
unlikely.
Why are you? Let me get this out. You cut me off. Let me say this, and then I'll hand the mic
Go
back
ahead,
to you.
sister.
I'm not saying I'm against what you're saying. My point is, they want us to look on the surface like that. That narrative has been pushed for decades. Look at this Jews and the Zionists. It's undeniable that the Zionists are, now I'm not talking about Jewish people now, I'm talking about Zionists specifically and Sabbateans. So if you're going to talk about, which isn't even, for me to say Jewish, I'm still sitting with my blindfold on. When I say the African deity, I'm not saying they're African people who are worshiping the deity. These were kids, these were European kids. Remember that interview back from the 90s, or actually it was the early 90s, maybe late 80s? Who remembers her? Her name was I think it was Svengali or Sfali. She's deceased now. She was a part of the that bloodline family where they would take her to the Vatican. Nobody knows about that? You never heard about that? I'm asking.
I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm familiar with it, yes.
Okay, you are. So her life was taken because she was exposing all of it, talking about the Black Madonna in the Vatican, talking about the deity that is, when I say African, I'm talking about like an ancient goddess, an ancient god that was worshipped that is worshipped by these groups and these bloodlines, and it goes back to ancient bloodlines and worship, ancient people. It's not just, we can't just say, oh, Jewish people, because there's people around the world who are not Jews. They're not identifying as Jews, and they are doing the same type of stuff, and they're connected to that network. That's all I'm saying.
Really?
No.
Yeah.
Before you come in, and I know you're hyperfixating on the Jew thing, and I'm telling you, this exists in every culture across the globe. It's all the same demon. It's all the same deity, okay? This thing, whatever it is that infects humanity, to do this to children and people in general, these blood sacrifices, there's a reason why these specific activities are perpetuated through every culture, every little religion since the beginning of time. There's a reason why it's so widespread, because it's the same deity. In the same way that we have, the god Zeus pops up in Greece, he pops up in India, ancient India. We have analogs of that same deity in every religion and culture across the globe. In the same way that there's analogs of him, there's analogs of this same demon. It's the same force. It's the same vibration. And Judaism is no different. It's just been, because its history has whittled the population down to so very small, it came to a bottleneck. And at the appropriate time of that bottleneck, it infected that religion, and now it is exploded into the elites of the world. And they just happen to be that group that is embedded in so much deeper than a lot of other groups, but it exists in every religion.
Yeah, and when you said that, you made me I want to get back to talking to you all where we can get on the same page about the Sabbateans, about the Frankists. And if no one's familiar with them, I did extensive research on this group of people, this religion, so to speak, but it's a corruption of what we would say the Abrahamic
I have a
faith.
question though.
A corruption of Judaism, and it's very interesting. It's like I'm going to hand I'll let you talk. I just want to say, do everything that you can that's evil to bring forth their Messiah. So as we say with our, on the surface, we say to people, do good. And you even hear about like the Sephiroth and on Kabbalah, like do all these good things, and you're going to bring forth the Messiah on the surface. I'm saying with some parts of Judaism, mystic Jews, but with the Sabbateans who you're talking about, these are who you're discussing when you say Jews. But again, it's not even just about them. They're not really Jews, but they say, do all the evil that you can, do all the evil that you can. And this is what's going to bring forth our Messiah. So go ahead. Thank you.
We need to
Do you
unite
agree with
us
that? Have you heard of that?
Gentiles.
Have you heard of that?
I'm hungry.
I haven't heard of it. I this is all new to me, and so Indio, do you know about that?
Yeah, I know what she's talking about. I haven't looked into it specifically, in regards to the Sabbateans specifically, but I mean it's the same concept, and it takes our concept of just like mystical Jews, just like she just pointed out, saying that do all these good things, do good deeds, do acts of loving kindness, and that'll bring about the arrival of our Messiah. Well, they have flipped that concept on its head, and they say do evil concepts, and that will bring about our Messiah. It's a spiritual warfare. It's just like the Satans talk about as above so below. It's the same concept. Everything's like modern Satanism in America and in the West. It uses the same concept, like real Satanism. I'm not talking about like the nihilistic New Age Satanists. I'm talking about real Satanists who believe in the evil deity from the Abrahamic tradition. That in Judaism, that deity is not really a deity. It's the evil inclination that lives inside of everybody. That's why it's called Shaitan. Shaitan is like the adversary, something that holds people back from their truest, highest potential. And notice, like, we use the word highest potential because it requires a high vibration to be able to do that. But if you're held down and bogged down in negative behaviors, negative activities, evil activities, then you're never going to reach that higher potential. And this gets into like the whole esotericism of like the Christ archetype. Christ just means savior, and according to the Gnostics, Christ is a type of consciousness. According to David Icke, Christ is a consciousness. It's a state of mind, a state of spiritual being that will allow someone to reach their highest potential. It's the same thing as like Dharma in in the Hindu tradition, for instance. So that's what we're talking about here.
Remember when David Icke said he was Jesus?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, that's exactly what he meant.
Well, he was saying he was actually the Jesus. He didn't say he was Christ consciousness.
No, but
That was a while ago.
But then he goes on to say that that's what he's talking about. I mean, all he talks about is the vibration of people and reaching your higher vibration, and that's exactly what he's referencing. And when he talks about I'm the Christ, when he says the and he puts it like in that singular form, he's talking about his experience, the way his reality manifests around him. Every one of us is the Christ of their reality. You don't experience your realities through anyone else's eyes. You don't hear your reality through anyone else's ears. You experience your own reality through your own five senses. You don't experience it through anyone else's. That's what he's talking about.
Well, I will say this again. I want to reiterate to the people, just for honesty and openness. He did not say the Christ like you're saying it, which makes sense. He was saying that he's literally Jesus Christ that came back. And that was early on in his career when they were interviewing him on the British talk show. I think this may have been the late 70s,
Yeah, it was
possibly early 80s.
Yeah,
And he
I
was saying
remember. I saw it, and everybody gasped and gawked about it.
But he was saying he wasn't saying Christ consciousness or the Christ. And then he tweaked it a little bit, which he has some good information, but this whole stuff about reptilians, He's going, really, if you look at what he's pushing Abrahamic religion, because why are reptilians bad? Like, why does he push that snakes are bad? Because he's still pushing an Abrahamic program. If he wasn't, he wouldn't be going around calling people snakes, saying that's a bad thing. Because in ancient religions, ancient African religions, ancient Eastern religions, the Nagas, the serpents, were the people who were revered, and those were the ones who were seen as wise, and the entities who were wise. But now, with the European mindset, they push the reptilian as if it's some blood-thirsty, cannibal, secret creatures lurking. And that's why I don't really accept anything that he says, because he's pushing, number one, he came out and tried to say he was Jesus Christ, the actual Jesus, which is Abrahamic. So that's part of the program. And then later on, he started trying to say, right now he's saying that reptilian is something that's nefarious and evil. So that's an Abrahamic program. Don't you agree that that would be an Abrahamic program?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I think that, he's got a very limited worldview, as we all do. We all have beliefs about the world around us that are going to be proven to be inaccurate at some point in our life. But until then, we're going to act on that cognitive dissonance and buy into whatever story we feed ourselves. Okay. So, he grew up, he has the Abrahamic, Christian worldview that he grew up in. He's from England, one of the only countries that has its own, or at least start out having its own church. Like it's that worldview that he's expressing. And you can't fault the guy for expressing the worldview that he grew up in and has been cultivating, sitting in his little room, in his little personal library, reading all the books written in English, from perspectives of, a Christian perspective, an English perspective. You can't fault the guy for that. I don't think that the whole reptilian angle is really that helpful. I don't think it's necessarily wrong per se. He might be onto something with that, but is it this race of evil beings that came here from a distant galaxy, or maybe evolved from Tyrannosaurus Rex? I don't know. I'm not really going to speculate on that, because I really don't think it's worth speculating. I think it's a distraction. I think it's an absolute distraction from what's actually going on in the world. That we want to attribute it to something. We look around and we see this horror, these evil acts that people are doing behind closed doors, and they're hiding it with their money, and we're sick of watching it go down. And then when someone comes out and says, well, this is demonic stuff that these reptiles are using to perpetuate whatever agenda, like that's an absolute distraction. It might be true, but it's not even worth speculating on, because it's a distraction. We need to focus on what the people are doing, not why they're doing it. Who gives a shit what they're doing or why they're doing it? We just care about what they're doing. It's horrific and it needs to stop.
Right, you're right. And I absolutely agree with you on that. We do not, so we can get into talking about how, of course, we all know it started with the who's in control. And early on in I'd say in the millennia, even let's say, not even this millennia, not even 2000, I'm talking about like in the 20th century, early on, the rulers, right? The ruling power was the church. So you're right. And then we got the church and the state, so to speak. So let's get to Jeffrey Epstein, right? We see that anyone who's anybody, even before we go into private sector and talk about people that own Lifetouch and things like that, the entire government of world government, everyone is tied into this sick transaction and this sick lifestyle of just consuming children, right? And when Genesis asked me that question about Baal, for lack of better words, I'm naming Baal because the god Baal, or was it Moloch? Which one was it, Genesis?
Well, Baal is the thing that they worship, that Epstein and those guys worshipped, and but Moloch, I think that was the one of the children, because Baal was a fertility. I thought that Baal was a thing about fertility. So
Well, remember, it wasn't really fertility more.
They were trying to be fertile because they all had this whole thing about having kids and all this weird stuff, and actually impregnating little girls and making them have babies and whatever. So I don't know. I didn't know whether they were into this Baal thing. And then also, Epstein, I think that he might have been a cult leader in this whole thing, because he actually was
100%.
I think he was a cult leader, and that people were following him in his cult, even though he was a CIA and a Mossad. He also was a cult leader, and
he was 100%.
You see how you say even though he was, but there is really, when we pull the veil back, there's no separation between the CIA, allegedly, for the channel. I don't want you getting in trouble, where we say
And
the
Mossad.
government and Mossad and the cult of the worship. But Baal was a god of like storms, and when we say fertility, we mean more like crops growing for food. The Asherah was more of when the female gods were more of the sex goddesses. They were more of the reproduction. When we talk about fertility, we're talking about that type of fertility. Just to put that out there. I don't know if anyone else wants to jump in.
If you want to sigh or make a noise because it's really loud, your mic is so loud. So when you go, it's like,
Did you want to? Yeah, I heard that. Did that person want to add in? I mean, maybe they.
Go ahead, Dutchland.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, though, abortion, I think abortion is tied to this.
Yeah, abortion is definitely.
I think that's
80 million kids, and that's only in America, by the way. We're not counting all the countries, have been killed since abortion became illegal in I think 1974, I believe. So yeah, this definitely has some ties.
Yeah. Abortion is, there's a slippery slope here, because as a woman, there's two different conversations that we could have.
Yes, Chad. I like what Chad said in the comments. Jews are pro-abortion for the most part, not all Jews, because there's some good Jews. But yeah,
that is so,
sorry. Go ahead.
I can't. I just want to let you know. Yeah, no. I don't mind him interrupting so much than to say about the Jews.
Sorry, my
thing.
apologies.
No, you're okay. My thing that I'm stating is, I don't want to be associated with saying things about people, because number one, YouTube, and number two, we have to go beyond what we've been. That same rhetoric is so stale. It has not made anything mobilize. Do you understand? We have been saying the Jews this, the Jews that for decades. Nothing is changing, because we have to look beyond what has been pushed on the surface.
I'm just saying they're connected to everything. I'm just saying, I know that may sound uncomfortable. If you look at, if you study history and look at all the patterns of all the evil ideologies, it all ties to one group. It doesn't tie to the Europeans. It doesn't tie to the blacks. It doesn't tie to the Hispanics. It ties for this small little group. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true. Let me come in here.
Communism was created by Karl Marx. Guess what his ethnicity was? Jew. The guy who created the atomic bomb. Jew. The guy who created the first transgender clinic in Germany. Dr. Magnus Churchill. Guess what his ethnicity was? Jewish. I can go on.
And you can go on. But what you're forgetting is that you're still looking at this from the Western worldview. What about all the Jews that are running everything in Asia? Wait, they're not. Okay, that's what you're forgetting. It's this is not about Judaism. This has nothing to do with Judaism specifically, just because so you're following the old thought pattern that the Nazis used because they follow the money. Everyone in that is spouting about the Jews this, the Jews that, they're trying to follow the money, and because the Jews supposedly control all the money, that must be the group that's doing it. But you're forgetting it's not the people who are that have the money necessarily. It is actually just the people with the money, and that's not only Jewish people. There are people in every country. You look at the Eastern Hemisphere of this world. There's virtually no Jews there, with or without money at all, period. You're not, and these people are doing it worse than anyone else. We just don't consume their media because we can't read their language. It's not even in the same alphabet. It doesn't even use an alphabet. There's not even an alphabet for us to convert it to, for us to understand what is actually going on. We're not consuming their worldview, so we don't understand what's happening there. But it's not Abrahamic. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It has everything to do with money and evil and the evil inclination that lives inside all people. Okay?
Well, I don't know. I do think it ties to Judaism because in their religious text, the Talmud, it tells them to deceive the Goyim and to steal from them.
All right, so
You know what I'm saying?
Why are you muting my mic? His mic is echoing.
Somebody's echoing so bad.
That's that guy. I just want to say this really quickly before we move forward, because I don't know what the gentleman's name is that just spoke about the money. What is your name? Dutch?
Dutchland.
No, his name is Indian.
Indio.
Oh, my bad.
Indio? Okay, well,
Wait, the guy with the camera or the guy? Sorry.
No,
the guy with the camera or the guy with the blonde hair? Oh, the blonde hair.
I can't see you. I want to say this, okay? So
Oh,
let's
sorry.
all listen. We're all working
my
together.
profile.
So it's okay. This is what happens. When I say the Sabbateans, they're also known as the Frankists. They're also known as crypto Jews, but the Jewish part is the part that you gotta just not focus on. This is what happened. There is a bloodline of people, and there is a group of people, and they are worldwide. And what happened is they said, we need to have something in the forefront, a religion, because religion is power, a strong religion, an Abrahamic religion, and we need to say, this is who we are. So then I'm just really quickly packaging this. So then they have they do the whole thing with Israel, which is the Balfour Treaty, and they do Israel. They establish Israel, right? These people are not what you know as Jews. They don't care. I'm not talking about Jewish people. I'm talking about these people who harm children in the bloodlines. Now we're going to listen to me carefully when I say the Frankists. The Frankists say to each other, we are going to infiltrate, we're going to put up this front that we are following Abrahamic faith, that we're following the Bible, we're following Torah, and we're going to infiltrate every single religion in the world, every single sector. We're going to go through that and we're going to rule it. And this is when we talk about Frank, I'm talking about Frank who was tied to Amschel Rothschild. This is all, if you do your diving, and you don't even have to do deep diving, you will find this out. So what they did was they went and they said, oh yeah, we're the Jews. And we also hear people call it Zionist, which you're more in the track of what they really are. They don't care about Abrahamic religion. They have a whole different God. They have a whole different worship.
Yes.
They worship, yes. Anything that is vile.
Go, sister.
Anything that, yes. So now you get what I'm saying, right? So we have to.
Well, I still call them Jews because they claim to be Jews. I'm just using that.
I know you do, and I got you. But we're talking.
But I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah. They're not true Jews. I get what you're saying.
Right. Exactly. So they're called Sabbateans. They're called crypto Jews. They're called.
They're imposters.
They're imposters, and guess what?
The true Jews are the Palestinians. Those are the true Jews, if you think about it, because they never left that land.
Now we're starting to cook. Now you're starting to tell. See, now I'm getting the goosebumps because yes, you see, and this is what they did. They said, listen, we want to rule. So that's why Epstein and all these names you named Oppenheimer. Well, I don't know if you named Oppenheimer, but you said the guy
Yeah,
who
I did.
invented the atomic bomb.
Oppenheimer. Who?
So
Yeah.
so we have to be careful because there are people who are actually, even the people who are what we would call European Jews. There are some people who are looking like we are looking, saying, why are they killing all the children? But they're getting swooped up, which is all part of the plan of these Sabbateans. They're getting swooped up being called, oh, you're evil and we don't like you Jews. And so that's where we have to be careful because we know they don't care. They don't care about the Torah. They want children, they want blood, they want power, and they enjoy
Yes,
to see
sister.
yeah, so anyway, that's so you get it. Now we're all on the same page now
Bro,
we can cook.
Sister, you're amazing. You did good.
Oh, thanks. Wow. Okay, thank you. So it's sad.
No,
but
seriously,
it's
I thought
real.
we were gonna disagree. But we agree.
No, we agree. So check it out.
Us
Find
Gentiles,
out who they are.
we must unite against the enemy. You know, black, white, Hispanic, Asian. We must unite together against the real enemy.
But hold on,
Yeah.
what you don't know is is a Hebrew Israelite, correct?
I'm not really a Hebrew. I'm not a conventional Hebrew Israelite. I mean,
Wait,
I
she's a
believe
black
in-
woman, right?
Yeah, I'm a Afro Latina. Yeah, I'm.
Oh,
I'm black.
damn.
So this is the thing I want to say about
Puerto
that part.
Rican. You're Puerto Rican, I think.
No, Dominican.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I forgive you for that. No, I'm just kidding. That was
Wait,
a
you
joke.
don't forgive me?
That's-
Okay. Oh, it's okay.
No, that's an inside joke. You know how they say Puerto Ricans and Dominicans don't get along, but it
Hey,
doesn't
guys,
matter.
a little off track. Bad Bunny was not good. I just had to say, I'm
Oh
sorry.
yeah, you know what? I loved the part with the sugarcane field because I want to get. I don't want to get off track.
250 years of America, and we celebrated with a full Spanish halftime show. That's a disgrace.
Well, listen, that's what they want to do right there. Let me show you something though. When we're talking about this group, and we talk about black, and we're talking about
America is English.
I want to talk about slavery, which you talk
Yes.
about these people, this group of people. They're the same people who said we want to go to Africa, and we've got a great idea. They're still doing it. Why don't we traffic people? This is what they know how to do. Why don't we kidnap people and traffic them and use them up till they decease, till they pass away? And that's what they're doing today with these children and these not just children. I know men are a part of that in a percentage, but they focus on the people who they think are vulnerable. First is children, and then who aren't as strong. Then comes women, and that goes back to the way men of ancient times. I'm talking about before the Ice Age, after the Ice Age, I should say, when they had these tribes. What would they do, everybody? They would kidnap the people's women and children, right? So
yes,
they're doing today what we fought against, like no more slavery. They said, oh, we're just going to take it underground. So there is still slavery. They're still kidnapping people, children mostly, and using them. Worldwide. So anyway, I want to hand the mic over. I don't want to hog it.
How about the host? What are your thoughts? Because I knew in the beginning you're like, I don't know anything about Jews. I don't know anything about Zionism. I remember you said that, but are you learning?
I'm learning. I'm still confused about the difference between a Jew and a Zionist.
Okay, I'll tell you. A Zionist is a person who believes the Jews should go back to the homeland. Supposedly, it's not even their homeland, but they should go in that place called Palestine and take over. You know?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Between Jews and
Yeah, the definition of a Zionist is basically that someone who believes that the nation of Israel should exist under the ruling thumb of modern Jewry.
Wait. Somebody said in the comments. Let me see. Wait, let me see this bullcrap. Wait, America is not English. America is black and indigenous. Wait, that is false. America is European. The
No, it's
Europeans came here
No.
and they built a beautiful country.
Oh wow.
Wrong. What?
Indio Faust said that the slave trade was started by Arab people. See why we have to remember we talked about these people infiltrating every single group, every single power. So when you say, "Oh, the Arabs did it," no, the Jews, they're just one people hiding amongst a bunch of different people, and they are Arabs, they are Africans, they are Asians, they are what we know as Europeans. You won't be able to just look at them in the face and say, "Oh yeah, I know that's a crypto Jew or that's a Frankist." Donald Trump is a Frankist. He's a crypto. His family's
Donald
crypto.
Trump is a Zionist. That's why I gave
that's
up
what I'm
on him. I
saying.
used to support him,
Well,
but he's a
he's
traitor.
a Zionist, meaning he's a Zionist. Of course, we just the man that was on the panel with us just defined. When I say Zionism, they established the state of Israel in the smack dab in the middle of Palestine and said, okay, now everybody has to do what we say because we are saying that God said we did it. So when we talk about the slave trade, those are the orchestrators coming full to the future. I mean, not to the future, to the present. We have Epstein, but Epstein is he's just a fall guy, you know?
Wait, I was still
Guys, Epstein did not kill himself. I think we could agree, right?
Yeah,
of course not.
Of course not.
Like, what a coincidence. The guards were asleep.
He might be alive.
The cameras shut down. What a coincidence. All that happens in one day. The cameras shut down and the guards were asleep.
He might be alive. Who knows? He might be alive. He might be,
Maybe.
they might have taken care of him.
I don't know if you saw on Twitter, his Fortnite account is still active. I know it sounds crazy. You guys may think I'm a lunatic, but you could search it up. I don't know if you guys know Fortnite. His Fortnite.
I showed that on my last live.
His Fortnite account is still freaking active, and it's in
Which
Israel.
is creepy. Even if he was unalived, why are they, as sensitive as the matter is, it's like they're trolling us, Like, why are you letting anything that he had be even active? Like, it's
leader.
Yeah, I like what the comments are saying. Beautiful people.
What do you think? So, all right. So, would that also feed into the narrative that what Ike is saying is that these people are like vampires and they like kind of like live forever and they know how to like shape shift and time travel and all this other stuff. So it's like, okay,
That's a big stretch. I'm not gonna lie, that's a big stretch, but I don't know.
That's pretty much what he's saying. People are like,
wait, what's her name again? Latina. What's your name?
Napashada. I identify as a black woman. I'm a black woman, but I'm Afro Latina. If you asked, because you asked, but I'm a black woman. But my name's Napashada. Nepal.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about that? Do you think that's a big stretch? Time traveling and vampires?
No, it's a reality because time is just a construct, a social construct. We have Julian Barber, the end of time. He is a well-known physicist, respected physicist. He shows us that time isn't really what we've always known it to be. And again, you talk about I don't want to get back to the Jew thing, but I mean, we were just told.
Yeah.
No, I'm not even going to go there because I respect science.
No,
but
yeah,
let me
because
just
I
get back to
I don't want to get the host demonetized. So
right,
guys, let's be careful. Let's say guys with the tiny little hats. Maybe we should say that instead.
All right,
wild stuff. Like already,
but I don't want you to lose your money. I feel bad.
Shapeshifters, and when he talks about shapeshifters and time travel, these things, if we go a bit like we can't just clump them all together. The third Reich
want to exterminate the European race. Richard Allergy, who is the father of the European Union and who was funded by the Jewish bank.
Oh, sorry, I thought I was muted.
The Third Reich, which was what we know as far as what Hitler was doing, they did a lot of research on stuff like Die Glocke, the bell, and we have CERN going on. So time travel they have no problem with that. That's already, they've accomplished figuring
Here's
that
my
part out.
question.
But I'm almost done.
If
I just
time
want to say
travel is
that.
a thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
But I do want to say they make it like, when I say Ike, he makes it as if it's, again, something evil. It's something that we have been doing throughout time with our ancient like practices and like metaphysical things, if you would call it, like magic. And so they just start figuring out how to keep it from us very well. Go ahead. That's all I'm saying. Because don't forget the Mandela effect. Mandela effect.
Okay,
We're just
let
like,
me ask you something.
we're
Why
like,
hasn't
is
somebody
this
from the
happening?
future? Why hasn't somebody from the future? Why haven't they came here and said hi?
That's what I was just saying about the Mandela effect. But they have done that. They have
The
done
Mandela effect.
that. You don't know about the Mandela effect?
No, I do. Like, okay, what color? Let me quiz you then. What color is Pikachu's tail?
Red and black.
Yeah, black. And
No, Pikachu from Pokemon.
Yeah, isn't it red and black?
Yellow and then black, right? Yellow and then black at the end.
Well,
Let me see.
Pikachu is yellow, and I thought the tail was like red and black. See, I don't know though. That's not a good one for me. More like the
Whoa,
Berenstain
his
Bears.
tail. No, it's yellow. There's no black. I thought it was black too.
See, that's what you just said. So you answered your question. Things that we know collectively. Now we get into collective consciousness, the universal mind of God. We know these things, but now they're changing. I have looked at books that I know that I read a quote from, that I had memorized a quote. The quote is gone. It's not even in the book. And I'm like, especially the Bible. I'll be like, it's not here anymore. So that's a part of time travel. That's a result of time travel.
Guys,
missing verse in the Bible. That if you say go to this verse, the actual verse is not even there anymore.
Yes, things like that have happened.
19, and this is 19. Sometimes like go to like something 19, and you can't find it in the Bible. Like the actual, it's like goes from 18 to like 20. Like
all I know is Jesus Christ is king. That's all I know.
Well, these time travel is. Let me tell you why time travel is so. If you look at it,
people are gonna think we're lunatics, but I'm okay with that.
No, they're not, because we have conventional science backing us. I just told you, Julian Barber he's a conventional mainstream scientist. He's a physicist, and this is the thing. What determines time? We're just going to have this quick conversation. It's great. What do you think? How do you know time has passed?
Oh, I'll tell you. Can I tell you?
There's a definitive answer. Yes, tell me.
Okay, it's 10:24 right now. It's going to be 10:25 in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, how do you know time has passed, though?
100%.
How? Anybody?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you because the sun rises at 2 a.m. No, sorry. 4 a.m. I think on average 4 a.m. the sun rises. That's how you know time is real.
Okay, right there. This is how you know time is real.
At 4 a.m. I don't know where you at.
No, this is how you know time is not real. What I mean? This is how you determine time.
Wait, so you
this
think
is what I'm trying
time
to say.
is man-made?
It is. It's a social construct. Listen to me. Time
is gender even real?
Listen, you're not even trying to get this. You're gonna go.
Go. Sorry.
Hold. Remember on.
There's only two genders. We could agree.
Don't break rank, bruh. Hold. We're holding against the. Okay, but
let her talk.
The way we know time has passed is the only determiner is change in the space. That's the only way we know. This is physics. You don't know time has passed unless there's change in the space. So if there is no change. What? Yeah, I have a degree, but not in physics. I'm not a physicist. But that's
I'm not trying to discredit you because you sound really educated. I'm not even lying. You sound like
Genesis.
Isaac Newton. You sound like Isaac Newton.
You
if he
haven't
rose
heard
from
me
the grave.
on my Genesis. They haven't heard my
seriously. Are you
my
Isaac
comedy rant.
Newton's granddaughter?
You guys don't even understand what channel you're on. Please subscribe to the channel, guys. By the way, please subscribe to the channel. And we do have Napasha Doc. Hold on, mute yourself. We do have Napasha Doc from the House of Conscious HOK with Son Netter and the Rise channel. And she is here to discuss all this. And she is one of the biggest debaters on the channel of when anything. She actually has a debate coming up with Naphtali discussing what was it? What's the debate coming up?
We're not doing the debate anymore. Wow, that's a different
Wait, are you guys
conversation.
related? Off topic. Are you guys related?
We're friends.
Yeah,
we're not.
So you guys are not like blood?
We don't know yet. I was thinking maybe. Ooh, what's that? I like that.
Hey, listen, you doing a lot of.
What was that? What was that noise?
Sorry, that's my song in the back. That's my song. In the
I
back.
like that.
Wait,
You know what?
This is a serious
If you
question,
put
though.
a good beat, if you put a good beat to that, that'll be
Yeah,
a
let me
good
play it. Let me play it.
little TikTok song.
Listen. It ties to what we're talking about.
Hey, we ain't playing no music here. I'm not trying to get like no copyright.
I know. But can we
No,
get
I
back
made
to
it. I
the
made
thing
it,
about
but okay.
I do want to get back to the time travel, because if you think about it, if time is only change in space, so if time is only change in space, you see that's what they're doing at CERN. They're looking at what happens when they smash these protons, and what happens, what is the change, right? I'm kind of hacking it with the dull machete, but I want to just give you the gist of it. They say, okay, what is the change that took place? And then they find, oh, this is all that time is. Time is only change in space. With that understood, all this stuff about, oh, they know time travel and they shapeshift. This isn't anything that should be novel to us, right? This is something that we should be like, duh. You get what I'm saying? It's like
Time is an expression of entropy.
I 100% agree with you.
Yes. Who said entropy? Who talked about entropy?
Say something.
I did.
Who was that? Who said
India.
that about?
Whenever India gets an echo, anybody that's talking is gonna make an echo.
That's not me. Yes. Did you say the dispersion of entropy if you're discussing the laws of thermodynamics?
No,
Yes.
it's the dispersion and the expression of entropy as we perceive it.
Right. And entropy is change, correct? In a space. What happens in the space? And you can't, this is the thing about entropy though. And this is why you got to get the book, Julian Barbour, Barbour, and he is a physicist. It's called, it's End of Time. And what
I'm
happens?
searching it up right now. What is it called again?
The End of Time. So
Okay, wait, let me see. The end
of time. So we were
By
told,
who?
which we know, Julian, Julian, and then his last name is
Wait,
Barbour.
J-U, okay. Julian Barbour?
Julian Barbour, yes. And
And
so
should I get the hard copy or the soft copy?
whatever one fits your budget. It's just you want to get the information. So
Well, I have two.
Are you trolling, Dutchland? Because come on now, bro.
It's a good book.
I'm not. I'll stay muted for a while. I'm going to look at this book and I'll stay muted for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the thing that you mentioned about entropy, we know that entropy you cannot reverse. Like for instance, I have to talk in layman terms just so I can impart, so I can get this information out better. So if you drop a glass and it breaks, you cannot unbreak the glass, right? That's an
Correct.
idea of entropy. That's like
It is.
entropy. If you spill some
Entropy is the tendency toward chaos.
Yes. So that idea that we've known for so long, which is not, it's one of the laws of thermodynamics. So it's not that it's not doesn't have facts. It's amazing actually. However, there's a little loophole where it says, wait a minute, we found out that we can reverse entropy. So you can't, we've always known based on even the Big Bang theory, oh, you can't take it back. You can't go back. It just keeps increasing and increasing. However, when you look at that fact, you can say the change is time, right? We're looking at entropy. The broken glass, that was what happened with the time. You guys are all still with me, right? That's the entropy. Meaning
Yes, ma'am.
I can't go back and make it not fall. I can't go back and make it not break. However, there are loopholes in the law where, and this is, it's so, forgive me, I'm not a physicist, so I'm explaining it like as if, I'm at just a cocktail party. So basically, what is the loophole? The loophole is if I can take, after it breaks, now remember, this is hypothetical. If I can take all the glass, which is possible, right? And I can put every piece of glass together, right? And I can take the glass and put it, follow the trajectory of how it was thrown or how it fell exactly by that, formula or the way it went. And I can put it exactly back, and I do everything like when you rewind a video, that would say, oh, then it is possible because there was not that actual change. How do I say? It's like I reversed that change in that space. I'm not talking about going back. I'm not talking about going back in time yet. I'm talking about I can reverse that change in that space. So then if I understand, because this is now I'm going to physics, please forgive me, anyone out there who has a better grasp on physics than I do. But I'm explaining it by layman terms. So if I go to Einstein's theory of relativity and I go into all what's already documented in the books, all I'm doing, right, is reversing a change that happened in a space of time, in a space. So I'm essentially turning back time. You get it? Like, of course, that's harder to do. Put the glass back together, trace exactly where it broke and fell. But if I could do that, because it is possible, that's why we get to CERN and we look at how CERN does all their research. They're doing things like this. Like, we want to follow exactly what happened, and we will be able to say, what did they do? Oh, they created light, I think. They created light or something like that in CERN. It's really fascinating.
Time real?
Time, the way we know it, is not real. It's only change in space. That's it.
So let me ask you this. It's in reality, it's not 10:34 right now p.m.
That's a number. See, when I say the social construct, then let's go to ancient times when they saw the sun. Like you say, we created sundials because the change, you get it? The sun moved. That was the change in our space. And we wanted to document it, of course, because we said, oh, we want to keep a record and have some order here. So we created clocks and we created calendar.
Oh, the guy left. Indian left.
okay.
Indian, if you're watching this, God bless you. You are a patriot, and I love you.
Comes back. I was trying to figure out what was the echo because he has an echo really bad. Maybe he'll come back and the echo will be gone. But
yeah, but he was a patriot. Wait, let's see what he said in the comments. I don't know. But so I guess time is fake.
Okay, so
I don't know. According to you,
I don't want to hog the mic, but that's such a fast. That's one thing that I'm really researching. I don't even call it a timeline anymore. I say time stacking.
I trust you, though. I trust you.
Wow, this is how we get in cults. Don't trust me. Trust yourself. Trust yourself.
You know why I trust you?
I really appreciate you, though. Thank you.
I want to bring.
Wait. Let me. Yeah. Wait, guys. I have a quick question because this one may be the most controversial question that I've been thinking. Is Italian food better than Mexican food, or is it the other way around?
It's all the same. You have one.
Anyway, I didn't want to take the show off of track, but it does go back to time travel and what we were saying about Ike. So if your friend left because I was going in too long, I'm sorry, but
no, he didn't, because I was trying to figure out what the audio problem was, And maybe because I was asking that, he probably like dropped down. But I was like,
I disagree, Singh. I think I think Italian food's better. The guy, sorry, I'm just reading the comments. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I'm looking at the back chat, and he was doing a lot of chatting. He said time travel is absolutely possible. Oh, okay. I wish he would have just jumped in.
But like nobody has come and said hi. Nobody has said hi.
The Hadron Collider, these are your friend Indio's. He said the Hadron Collider shifted us into a new timeline. Correct. The Mandela effect is a symptom of our shift. Wow, correct. That's good stuff. Too bad I did. There's a ground.
I him to talk more, but every time he talked, it was an echo. So he
Oh
felt
well,
like
shout out to him. Yeah. So anyway, okay. So I'm probably gonna. You've been going for a minute, so I'm probably not gonna be up here much longer anyway. I want to hog the show. This is a great topic, though.
Yeah, this is a great panel. I'm not gonna lie.
No, I don't mind you hogging it. God damn it, Dutchland. What the hell? What are you blowing your nose? What are you doing, bro? You're like trolling semi.
Sorry. Listen. I'm sorry. I have allergies.
You're doing a lot, bro. You're doing a lot. But I'm like allowing it because I really enjoyed the conversation. But
but what's her name again? The Latina?
Napa. Stop, chill.
I'm not Latina. I'm Afro Latina. I'm just. You don't have to call me a Latina. I'm Napashada. I mean, I love being I love my Hispanic heritage. I love it. I really love it.
What
That's
type
why
of Hispanic are you?
My dad is Dominican and Haitian.
And what? Oh, so
actually, I say Haitian, but it's French Creole. But still.
So you're Puerto Rican?
Oh Lord!
What the hell?
Indigenous. He gonna say we doing his knowledge.
Oh my God!
I'm joking.
He didn't.
Dominican.
Yeah, what
Dominican.
are you talking about?
That I like came out.
No, it's just because us Latinos, we all share some stuff together.
Oh, are you Hispanic? You're Mexican?
No, I'm not Mexican.
What are you?
I'm mestizo.
¿Entiendes español?
Poquito.
Wow. Qué lástima, porque necesitamos
no hablo
practicar español.
Only poquito.
Only poquito.
So you
Wait,
didn't
guys, can we
you
agree?
didn't like Bad
Us
Bunny?
Latinos, we are cool. We are cool.
You didn't like Bad Bunny?
Heck no, he was horrible.
I'm not gonna
That was
lie.
a
I felt all
disgrace.
orgullosa and like, you know what?
He does not
orgullosa?
represent us. He does not represent us.
Do you know what
Latinos.
orgullosa? Do you know what orgullosa means?
I don't know what that is.
Proud.
All I know is quesadillas and enchiladas are good.
This thing says Dutchland guy for life. I don't know what Dutchland is, but he's not Mexican. He got a Caucasian picture up there. Look at who's this Caucasian from
Oh no, that's my hero. That's my hero. That's my hero.
The Pallades god or the Palatians and stuff. Like, come on now.
That's a guy. That's a guy.
I know the Palladians, the Pallades, the Palatians. And
the Palladians.
No, this guy. Wait, you guys don't know who this guy is? He's the guy who's going to save Europe.
I don't see it. Don't care.
You saying that you're
because Europe is struggling right now, guys. I don't know if you guys know Europe is struggling.
Okay, well I ain't gonna say nothing about Europe because you on I'm a black woman. See,
I'm a black woman too. You keep asking me.
You don't.
I mean, for some reason, it's hitting differently when you're calling me Latina. Like I'll call myself a Latina.
Sorry,
sometimes.
I apologize.
No, yeah, that's a guy from the Pleiades.
Yeah, I know it's the Pleiades, exactly. You know what I'm saying? I know who played the Pleiades. You know what I'm saying? You probably listen to what's his name, Morg and stuff. You know who Morg is, right? I know who.
I would get going, but I don't.
Don't leave. Hold on. All right, Misty.
Hi. I you finally figured it out.
You finally got up here. Welcome. Did you want to get into the conversation?
I kind of got lost from where you were because I was trying to figure out how to get on here. I'm not very technologically savvy, but I kind of had questions actually for you also. Just what did you call the thing that you're in? I just
E5.
Yeah, is that the same thing that Beyonce does?
Yeah.
It is. Could you explain that a little bit?
Okay,
I'm just
so
curious about it because all I hear is like, it's,
negative.
yeah.
Ifa is an African tradition from the Yoruba tribe, and they believe in the Orisha, and the Orisha are different forms of nature, and that have different characteristics as far as like what they, embody, and so when you talk about Beyonce being
Where's,
a Shun
where's,
priest, go ahead.
yeah, I just heard that, but I really don't know anything about it, but it's not good. I've never heard anything good about it is the thing, but you seem like you're good. So I was just curious, but it's a tribe from where though?
From Africa.
Okay.
From West Africa, Nigeria area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what does that consist of? Like you just have like your own gods that you believe in, sort of?
Well, we believe in one God named Olodumare, but then we believe that there are emanations of like aspects that like Orisha, which are like they're not gods, but they're more like aspects of God that are a part of the earth and that are forms of nature, like the river, the water, the
Okay.
ocean, the land, volcanoes, different like Orisha that govern aspects of the earth. But then these same Orisha also govern aspects of the body. They also govern aspects of like colors and different. So Orisha are just aspects of like vibration altogether. You know.
So where does her thing come now? Mine just echoed. Her thing come in where she like says that she's taken over by Sasha or whatever. Is that part of that or not?
Well, Sasha Fierce, that sounds like to me like she has created a entity that when she is performing, that she embodies whatever that spirit is of this
So
Sasha spirit. But
what do you think about that?
that has nothing to do with E5, but
Oh, okay.
But there is a certain level of E5 that does deal with possession. When you have music, certain vibrations happen, and then certain spirits can come into the body and possess the body. Just like when you go to a club, if you notice, like certain songs, if you play a certain song, you might either feel horny, or you might feel like fighting, or you might feel like loving, or you might
Yeah.
dancing.
Like music really has a huge influence.
It's vibration. So it's all about vibration and like
I'd heard my friend's parents had a orphanage over in, I don't think it was Kenya, it was them somewhere else. I can't remember. But yeah, they told me horror stories about that with the drum beating with the tribes there, like about well, this was bad. I'm not saying it's all bad, but I just know what she told me. But like somebody unalived a little kid that he normally like loved, that grew, the kid was around him, and he said that he didn't know why he felt so terrible about it, I guess, later, and was like it wasn't really him doing it, like it was something else in him. But she said that when those drum beats start going, they would hide.
So, okay, let me just explain this to you. Have you ever been to a club and you hear certain music, and you ever notice like a hip hop club, right? They might be playing "I Ain't Never Scared," "I Ain't Never Scared," and that's war music. So if you play a certain drum, certain cadence, it will incite violence. If you play like a more, just like if you play Marvin Gaye, let's get it on. People might want to fuck.
I want to be rich.
The line is that music has a vibration that actually brings on a certain feeling, but people are not in tune with that. They just know that music exists. They don't understand.
Yeah, they think it's just music, and they listen to horrible things. Yeah, I used to too.
Need to cut that out. Stop trolling. If you do it again, then you're gonna be cut out. All right. Whoever did that. So, all right, we have another person that just joined. Links the Jinx. Did you want to say something?
Nah, I just had a few comments about what y'all were talking about. So, like music, for instance, it was 432 hertz. They changed it to 440. They know that
Yeah.
432 is healing for the cells itself. Like they attempted it on plants, humans, etc., animals. 440 is more damaging to the cells. So, and then
Yeah,
what
I used
y'all
to
were
have
talking
a.
about, well, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I'd heard that. I used to have on one of my old phones several years ago a music player that would play it at whatever at 430. I can't remember what 432 or whatever it was, but I didn't really notice the difference. But yeah, I've heard that before too.
Don't forget 524. He was
There's
saying
a lot
something
of
though.
different frequencies. And I was about to say
Go
also
ahead.
what y'all were talking about, time travel and all that stuff. What we know just personally, by you know, certain scientific basis is not possible. But the dude, who was trolling was like saying some stuff and all that. But we know for a fact that time is only made. I'm not going to say a construct, but it was made so that everybody can be on the same time frame. But we know if you're running past somebody, scientifically, it's proven that they're experiencing a different time than you, even if you're in the same exact spot. So, like the twin brother astronaut went to space. He aged young. He aged less faster than the brother that was on Earth. If you go to a different hemisphere, your time difference is completely different. So it just depends on everybody's time is different. But why we made the time is just to keep everybody on the same type of we're here, we're doing this, so they try to keep everybody on the same level.
And don't forget different elevations. There's time actually different the higher you get. Which is the
there?
thing you said about the twin astronaut. That's kind of
I grew up in Colorado and I'm in Texas now, but I never thought of that. But it
Oh
could.
yeah, your
It
time.
could
I
very
thought
well
of
be.
Colorado because the time is different, slightly different for you than it would be for someone who was in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at now. I'm in Texas now, but
Someone said that they
No,
hide behind that religion. I will say this is that when you go into African religion, we understand the divinity of all things, including vibration, sound, vibration, herbs, all of these things. So it's a very holistic understanding of belief.
Yeah,
So
kind of like the Indians here. It sounds like
the Moors actually went
I
out and
think that
talked.
guy left. I think he left. Did he?
Yeah, he needed to leave because he was tripping. He was loud as hell.
No, he was trolling y'all the whole time. Y'all didn't even realize it.
I thought so
Oh no, I
too.
realized it. I just
That's why we
didn't.
kept
It
saying
didn't
it.
bother me. Honestly,
Yeah.
if you don't acknowledge it, it doesn't matter.
And they don't get what they're trying to get out of it.
Exactly.
But when
But I actually
you were
enjoyed the
definitely
one
saying
guy
something
that had
about
the
time.
echo, even though he
Sorry.
had a very good points that he was trying to make. But his echo was, I don't know whether that was trolling either, but
Oh, you're talking about India.
Yeah, he was
okay,
really
but let me hear more what you said about time. What were you saying?
So people assume just because you're in a different area or you're in a different elevation, that time is different. We can literally be looking at each other and you're running past, your time is completely different. Your time could be going slower or faster, and that means by seconds. And this has been proven with age and all this stuff. So we can literally be across the street from each other. You will be experiencing a different time.
That's
It
true.
depends
Because
on your
look, when you're
speed,
young,
depending on whatever you're doing. So
And do you know
it
why?
gets even
Do
deeper
you
than
think
most
that's
people.
why? But do you know why it's different? Because when I mentioned about the change in the space, if you don't have a change,
it depends
there
your
is no
vibration.
time. Yeah, so
Well,
that's
oh, that makes sense
yeah,
for why
yeah.
it
So
feels like it goes by so slow when you're young.
Okay.
maybe,
I
but
didn't think about that.
yeah,
Well, I think that being young goes faster because think about this: when you have a
Man,
baby, when you have a baby, just newborn to 6 months to 1 year old is fast as hell. And then if you don't remember anything from your childhood, but you remember most things from your adulthood, I think everything kind of slows down in your adulthood.
Yeah.
But as a baby, everything is fast, fast, fast.
well then that would be
Oh, wait,
moving into
no, I think the
consciousness
opposite.
because for an adult, we see time change quick
Yeah, that's what I think
because
too. It
we're
goes by
always
way
doing something. We're
faster now.
always, everything's always constantly moving, doing
Yeah.
stuff. For a child, their time, like a newborn baby, their time can go, it could feel like years to them. But when we see it, because we're constantly doing stuff, we're taking a lot of our time and we're on a different type of perspective, on a different frequency. We're not
You think
consciously
that
relaxing. We're not
a
consciously
baby's
doing
time
stuff.
is shorter than adult time? I think that
Oh,
longer than
well,
adult.
can you remember? Do you remember when you were little and you like can't wait for Christmas break and it just seems like it comes so slow? But it's like the same thing. Like if you're at a job, you hate it, you're like it goes so slow, kind of like that. But like you said, that's perspective. And how about that looking glass thing where they put in? Have you guys? I'm sure you guys have heard about that.
Yeah,
Project Looking Glass.
So are
What
you
about-
aware of what they found out with that? Because I'm still trying to figure out what
Wait,
they.
what are you talking about?
Yes.
Looking glass. You got to be more specific.
It's called Project
So it's
Looking
big.
Glass. Supposedly, they got ancient Sumerian, some kind of technology, and they can plug in like if we do this or that. But at one point, they say it all bottlenecks, and it's like not good. Like no matter what they try to do.
It's hard for them to perceive what's going to happen. It's just like a.
Oh, is that what it was?
It's like a guess, basically. So they can see. They're trying to look through time, basically. So what the thing about the time she was mentioning earlier was like time travel. For us, it's technically impossible in a sense. So we could go back if that's possible, but we would not be altering our future. That would break off into like another universe or a multiverse. Like tons of scientists, Einstein, all of them talk about it. And it's like, if we get time travel, we only can travel back to the time that we created the time machine.
Did you ever hear?
That's what's crazy. That is what EFI is all about. Do you know what EFI? All right. So the EFI is all about divination, right? So the main aspect of EFI talks about, okay, you pretty much when you come here, you choose to come here. You choose your parents. You choose you get told everything that's going to happen in your life, and then what happens is when you come down here, you forget. But through divination, you could be told, hey, listen, if you go this way, this is going to happen. If you go this way, this is going to happen. If you go that way, this is going to happen. That's what divination is about. And so it's interesting that people blocked off divination from our entire thing and said it was evil. But
people think it's
a roadmap to make sure that you achieve whatever your purpose is in life. So
I mean,
I don't think that drives me crazy.
How much are we using from ancient history that we so-called don't think we're using? They already had like the sign for healthcare or for medical science that was already in the ancient times. Africa already had that stuff. They already had most of the breakdowns for mathematics, calculus, and technically where a lot of my people are from they're called Moors. They were from Africa that went up to Spain and conquered a lot of that area. And they bought almost like astrology, everything. And that's not really taught in schools. But now people are coming out and like allowing the access of this information, which they really don't want because it kind of throws a curve in history. But if you look at ancient Moors, you would understand that they actually went around the world teaching these people. We were told like the first people over in the Americas were Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus wrote in his book that he
never landed on
when he got here. We had a map already in Africa that showed the waterways that we use today, but now we got stronger ships, so we don't use those certain tidal paths and stuff like that. But this is all ancient history that we already have the information about, but they don't teach you it. So that's something everybody should look into.
Okay, so here's the thing. So with all this ancient African understanding and all this wisdom we had, how in the hell do we get here now where we have a cabal group of people that are creating children, secrets, doing all this crazy stuff, eating kids and all this stuff.
Because they use that information.
Hold on. Did black people, if we were the ones that were doing the Moors, because you talk about the Moors, and I know that means that they're black, right?
I have a 1933 set of encyclopedia that says they were white and they were here already.
No,
that's the first time I'd ever heard that, but that is what it says. I can't
Yeah,
find it
but look
again.
at
I can't remember
it's
which
hard
one
to
it was in. I
find,
was
but
just
if you
reading.
look up historical books from all over the world, you'll start seeing like they end up even actually one of the African kings gifted Europeans a ship that was already built. Look at the ancient map that the Africans built, and it showed basically you throw a log in the water, you would get to the Americas. If you throw it in a certain spot, you would get to the
Oh
Americas, and there's a
wow.
route back. And this is all information America knows and everything. But
And
like
like the
when you said,
Olmecs.
why did they fall? Is because greed and war. So if you're
Which white
teaching
people
people your
brought.
power,
Really?
There was greed in it, and white people didn't just
you-
do greed.
Yeah,
no, everybody, no,
they
no,
kind of
everybody,
moved into
Africans did
every
too.
country and kind of like screw up their thing that they already have
No,
going on. Except for they actually unalive each other really bad over there too. I think the
no,
tribal thing.
everyone has greed. Everyone is just about conquering it. And then once you start teaching other cultures, higher levels of thinking, what makes you think that they don't want what you have? Like it's like in America, you see the rich and powerful, and people's not willing to go out and work hard and start investing in different things. And they say, "Oh, these are the problems." It's like, no, you just have to learn the loopholes and how to work around it. So that's like obviously people are going to hold their money and hold their circle and all that stuff, but you can get away, you can get around it.
Here's the question. So now you have this new group, that are doing the child sacrifice for power.
Yeah, it's not new. It's not new though. They've been doing it for
You said that.
ancient.
Yeah, it goes back to the Rockefellers and even farther back, even
No, it goes back to the Bible.
kingdom,
It
the
actually
Europe,
it
yep,
go.
kingdom, yep.
But let me tell you something. That's another thing I wanted to say is about the jewels. Like you were talking about earlier, that's when I was trying to get in another time. But most of them aren't the real ones. They're I don't even know if any of them are, honestly, because you don't, after the sack of Jerusalem in 70 AD, I got on Grok and I said, just bring up all the ancient manuscripts that we have available. And there's nothing written about them for 400 years until Yemen started converting, the Berbers in North Africa started converting, and then the Khazarians, which are the ones that are Zionism is like political, and most of the Jews are against it. And they were always from the beginning. It's just that group of rich people, and that's why they are able to have so much power. It's not, and it's there. A lot of them are Christians. They push that whole thing, trying to make it biblical, and people believe it. But
so, what do
I
you
want to
have?
ask you just really quickly before we go. I just want to ask her a question. When you say the Jews went from that they were for the sack of Jerusalem, 70 AD. Do you know where a lot of the Jewish people, well, not Jewish, where a lot of the Israelites of the Bible?
See,
Where did they
Israel
go?
was carried off in 500.
Do you know where they
I
went?
believe that black people might be Israel. I've heard that
I'm
theory.
asking. I know. I'm asking. Did you know that
They're
a
more
lot of
Middle
them went to the west coast of the west part of Africa? Are you familiar
I've
with that
heard
or
that.
no?
I have heard that. Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it at all. They
Not all.
went
Some did.
somewhere.
Some did go up. Not to cut you off, but some did go up to in the Mediterranean, where we talk about. I think that's where the Moors come in too, where they go to like southern Italy and parts of where in that Mediterranean part of the world. Yeah, Portugal.
think-
So a lot of them did go up, but a lot of them went to West Africa. They went down to.
I've heard that,
Or
and then
not
I've heard
down.
that
I shouldn't say down. More to the west. Yeah.
I also heard then that the tribes there were jealous of them because they were like more
Yeah, I would agree with that.
they were more civilized sort of and
Also
like I don't know if
technology.
they had money, all that, and so so they sold them. So they would like attack them and sell them for like a bag of tobacco and
Yeah,
stuff to the slave
that's
traders.
not too far fetched.
Who are the
Wow.
fake?
Have you heard of the
fake
Zanj?
Jews?
Anybody heard the Zanj people?
No.
The what?
Zanj.
That's a new one.
ZANJ.
Nope.
That's
That
a new
might be
one.
a first for me. I'll do some research, but that's a first.
Who are they?
When you say that they were there was a distinction between the people who were already there, the people, the African people of that region. And I'm not saying that that's the Zanj so much, but it reminds me of I read what did I read? Damn, it was by Snow, and he talks about I was studying the Kunlun. It's like a group of people. This is China though. But anyway, they talk about how these people, these specific. No, that's okay. These African or phenotypically black people came into the region, and they were they were practicing dietary laws differently. They were looking down on the people who were already there, saying that they were so-called better. So that made me think of it, and that they were called the Zanj.
They probably.
Never heard of
Probably.
it, but that's what happens all the time. Yes, you
They
find
they call them
somebody who's more
I don't think
faithful,
they. Yeah,
somebody who's more technology advanced. They're not going to like it. They're going to want to attack or coup or
and
have a
and
coup
that
against
stays to
every single
themselves and
civilization.
thinks that they're God's chosen and all that stuff.
Yeah, we see it right now in Israel.
Yeah, and they're not real. These aren't real. I mean, most of they made it illegal for them to do their DNA over there, but a lot of them have done it. I've got videos that I saved and come over
Yeah, they're
here and showed
from.
it. They don't even trace back to the. They don't even trace
No, they
back to
actually
their
come from I think northeastern
Rome and
part of Europe.
Caesarea.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause it's at the base of the Caucasus. Is it where the Ukraine is now? Around that
Yeah,
region, but it was you can read about the Caesarians. They were
but
they
the
were
end goal,
converted
I
as
think people should
documented.
just work together and try to come up to a conclusion, and we all need to stop fighting, see what's in front of our face, take
The end
down the
goal, yeah,
bad,
we have to. We cannot
and
move
stop,
on past
falling
this.
for every little trick that's being made every day.
Yep.
That's honestly that simple.
Yeah,
Because we're too
the
divided.
black and white, the Democrat, Republican. You're exactly right. I mean, and we have to. I don't know what we don't look. They have weapons that we can't. That I don't know what the answer is. I do not know, but I know we can't move past this. This has to be taken care of. Did you guys see Bondi? She's disgusting. I just can't even imagine these people.
So listen,
We
I
all
want to
should
play
work
a little
on
bit
Epstein
more.
first.
I want to get more David Icke because he was really talking about this Epstein stuff in a deeper way. What's your guys' opinion on what he said? So let's listen.
I don't believe it. I don't think they're human.
No,
listen, I just put up a video.
Go ahead.
I just put up a video because I had caught something. I'd watched that David Icke interview before, the one you played. I watched. I saw that a couple of days ago. But I had put up this video because it was the girl on Young Turks. I think was reading a part of them that said that the source was it came from a confidential human source. Since when do they have to put human, in confidential informant? Like, well, why are they specifying human as opposed to something else?
Because if you look up the definition of human, that means like humans don't have rights. If you actually look up the true line,
Yeah.
Human.
Yes, it's the monster. That's in
Yep.
And then the monster says they look like a man, but they're not really a man. That's in Valentine's dictionary.
Last thing, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
But there's a guy that's everybody looks at as crazy as hell. Growing up, I watched him, but he kind of came off as kind of crazy as I got older and listened to media and all that stuff. But I think almost everything he said has been right. I don't think I think there's like one thing he said that was wrong. And Alex Jones,
Are you
got kicked
talking
off of
about
all social media.
Oh yeah,
got kicked
yeah.
off of everything,
I was
and
gonna
he
play Alex
is
Jones right after
full
that.
blown right.
Yeah, but have you heard him lately?
No.
He's switched. He is completely part of them. I mean, like he defends Trump.
They probably threatened.
He's talking shit about Candace Owens. Like, he's gone. He's I don't know if he's always been that way or
They
if it's
took him
just
down for
recent.
years, but if everybody goes back and listen to almost everything he says, he talked about the Epstein, he talked about the towers, he talked about Israel, he talked
Yeah.
about the chemical in water in the United States that's banned across the world. So he's on point.
He was. Listen to him now.
To say the least. and back through history. But this cult is encompassing all these different belief systems. Just that some are more dominant than others. But there are these networks which connect people that in the public arena are unconnected. So you look in Britain, you look at Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. Well, his Svengali is Tony Blair. And Tony Blair is owned by Larry Ellison, who funds him, who's massively active in AI and the media in the United States and is the biggest private funder of the IDF in Israel. And who was appointed US ambassador by Starmer. A guy who is was a very close associate of Epstein, and has just now resigned from the British Labour Party of Keir Starmer because of his Epstein connections. And this same guy was the Svengali again of Tony Blair, who was the spin doctor that brought him to power as Prime Minister. So you see these connections everywhere because there is the public face, everything's unconnected, everything's random, and then there's the real level where everything is connected.
Well, don't you hate when people say,
Isn't that crazy?
It is, and
Yeah.
it's scary because, like, I mean, I don't know what we're gonna do.
Look at all our biggest leaders in most of like healthcare, all that stuff. They all have
It's
dual
all the same
citizenship
people.
to Israel.
It's all the same.
Each single
Yep.
last one of them.
And
And
it's not, it's worldwide. It's not just here. I mean, so it's scary.
no, not at all.
Yeah, it's always
then,
been that way. Do you
like,
remember those
so-
two kids though? Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish because I want to ask a
Which-
question. Go ahead.
Oh wait, and I was about to also say for the Two Towers incident.
No, those
Yeah.
two little
Israel.
kids. Those two little. Oh, are you talking to me or are you
in
making a? You're
England.
making
I
Oh,
know
no,
who
no,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about.
two little kids. Their dad was the prime minister. Yeah, remember that?
Wait, is that the
In
ones in
England?
England? And
Yeah, that
they
they were
were like
telling all those
very,
things about.
yes.
Yes,
And they weren't
that
lying.
was.
They're saying it was debunked. No, it freaking wasn't.
It wasn't a lie. They were so little. They did so many psychiatric evaluations, and
Yep.
You're talking
now
about
they're
the ones
saying
And
in
they
it's
the
knew.
lying.
interview that said they were
I
like
mean,
bringing them to the place and like touching them and hurting them
oh,
if they did
oh
something
yeah.
weird.
And making them
And
do the
eating
child
babies.
sacrifice with the
Yep.
babies.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Yep.
yeah, I seen
I could tell you that's not good. It's really hard to
But
talk about.
I was about to say last thing about the Israel Two Towers thing. They found out that Israel had prior information. Mind you, we're supposed to be,
They
you
did
know,
this.
allies, and they had prior information and knew it was going to happen. They even had
It's
somebody, 3 people come over here, or I think it was like 4, and actually record the incident happening. They then caught these people because a woman seen them on the building recording.
yeah, the
And they caught
dancing.
these people, and come to find out, it was the guy, I think the president, prime minister, whatever you call it, of Israel. That was his right hand man, even to this day. And they let them loose and go back to Israel.
Of course they did.
Well, I want to let
Kinda
you know
insane.
something. I said this before, and I try not to say it too much publicly, but I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I was there with people for months
Really?
who were talking about when they were planning it. They showed me. I went
Really?
up to yes, and when I lived in New York, absolutely 100%. I know the guy. He's still out there. It's very interesting that the way the media works with it. He was saying the truth that he's a Rockefeller, with Rothschilds and Rockefellers are all part of the same family. But he would say he's a Rockefeller,
Healthcare.
and I would be with him, and the restaurants would be shut down. A couple other women too, like models, and afterwards, even though the restaurants were shut down, we would be in there after hours eating and talking. And then these guys would come and report to him and be like, okay, this is what happened today. We had some trouble. Somebody, asked us some questions, but we just told them we're students. Now, I
Oh,
will
the
tell
art
you,
students in the top. Is that?
I don't know about art students, but they were actually Mossad. Now that I know,
Yeah.
but back then I didn't know it then. I was a lot younger and clued out, but I know now. And they would they would speak in French, and they would speak in Italian and they'd speak in Hebrew all the time, those different languages. And so he was a guy, I'm going to be bringing it out, Genesis, hopefully when I get back to Texas with Real Life Street Stars.
Oh, that's
I'm
right.
going to bring out who the guy is. He's still out there. And what I said about him saying he's a Rockefeller. So this is what happened. You have to stay with me on this. When 9/11 was about to go down, when it was finally all set up and the guys had obviously planted all that they were supposed to plant. I can't really say it for YouTube, but they planted it
Oh, in
into
elevators,
the
the
facility.
hired people, yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So when they did it, he told me, I'm not going to be around for a while. I'm going away. It was probably, I'd say, a month before it actually happened. He's like, I'm going away. You won't hear from me, but you can contact my assistant. I will throw this out there. Whoever's listening, I'm not lying. Mr. Joseph, that was his name. All of them were so-called Zionists. I don't want to use the J word.
Yeah,
but
actually, yeah, you don't want to use either one, actually.
But they were pretending. This is the thing. The guy that I'm talking about, the head guy, he always pretended to be Muslim, even though he was, he was not a Muslim. He was not a Muslim. He drank wine, but he told me, when we go out, you're going to wear the hijab. You're going to pretend. He didn't say pretend. You're going to be like my fiance, but we are going to present ourselves Muslim. But he wasn't Muslim. And that's something that I always didn't understand, but I just went along with it. He took me to this building once. Me and this other woman and a few people were up there. It was in Times Square. They had security clearance. I had already known him, so they had already done all this background stuff on me. We had to give them our passports. We had to sign all this stuff, go through all this clearance. And when we got up to this room, there was a panoramic view, a window from ceiling to floor, and this huge telescope, like 6 feet long telescope in the actual room. It was all like theater seating facing the Twin Towers. And I was like, what is this? They were like, oh, you'll see what it is. And I'm like, what is this? And he was kind of like, you'll see. And there was a boardroom there. It was so like what you would imagine, what you see in the movies. This is before the this is actually before it happened, probably a month or two before. So I realized afterwards, like, oh my gosh, this guy was a part of it. He had to have been a part of it. So this is what I want to get at, though. Then he comes out on the news. He came out on the news, but not as a guy who planned 9/11. They started calling him the fake Rockefeller. Oh, this guy was a fake Rockefeller. He scammed all these people. No, he didn't. He was a real Rothschild. The stories he told me, I'm just giving you a little bit. I'm going to just go into detail with it. But this guy knew things that he should not have ever known. And he introduced me to CIA agents. Now I know those guys were Mossad. So yeah, this is stuff that
Why were you with him, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't have to answer, but
I was modeling, and then he just met me when I was modeling in New York, and he basically used me as like somebody just to go around with him, wear the hijab, be his fiance or whatever. It was bizarre. It was bizarre, but yeah, that isn't people. It's all true. I have not really tried to get in touch with him, but I saw him recently on some shows, and they're talking about him, how you were the fake Rockefeller and you scammed everybody. But no, what I'm trying to say is they reinvented who he is and put out this lie that he was this fake Rockefeller that scammed celebrities, but he really was a Rothschild. He really was a part of that whole planning. He was, and he's still out there. And now that happened with another Rockefeller person. I'm moving him out of the way. There was another guy. I'm going to show you what they do. Another guy who he was married. He's also a Rockefeller, right? A bloodline Rockefeller. I don't know if you heard the story about him unaliving he kidnapped his daughter and he unalived his baby's mom or his wife, the mother of the girl. Do you remember that story?
There's a lot
Anybody?
of them.
So he
Where
was a
at?
Rockefeller. It was in somewhere in the United States. But what they tried to say is, oh, he wasn't really a Rockefeller. He wasn't really, when it all came out about what he did wrong and what he was linked to, they started saying, oh, he was not a Rockefeller. But he was a Rockefeller. Like if you look at his lineage, if you look at how he looks, they all look similar. They all look kind of like that, like Bill Gates, kind of like that look.
Pointy noses, sharp noses, and
yeah. So that's something I just
So-
wanted to share. I did see that.
wow, you need to really be careful.
I also
Yeah, I
do want
know,
to say,
but-
so we're
Having
all
that
just having a
information.
fun conversation. The
Wait, hold on.
host does not, it's just whatever. It's for everybody to speak about and just, try to correlate things. And then most of the stuff you can actually look up in CIA release documents about some of the things that we spoke about. So it'd be interesting. It's out to the public. Y'all can search it up yourself. It's on government.com. Definitely take a look at it.
And I want to say, We Unlock Nation just joined the chat. Did you want to say something? And real quick, before anybody says something, please subscribe to the channel. We're
I
going to
did.
have more and more information going on. I like to have these panels where we talk about this stuff. It's because it's interesting to me, and I like to let people talk about what they feel, what they're going through, everything. Shouts out to We Unlock Nation. What do you want to say?
Oh, shouts out to the panel. You had some great conversations here. I've just got off of some witnessing and hearing some heavy stuff. Nothing new, of course, but in this as it magnifies and magnitudes into this big thing, I'm just gonna say to the victims or the survivors rather, the survivors of Epstein, may God be with you, because apparently Pam Bondi isn't. I'll just say that, and I'll just listen
Yeah.
in. The only thing you could do at this point is wait and vote and see if this thing will turn around. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting for another 3 years for this lunatic to either croak or get into a car accident.
There's always another one, though. It seems like.
I mean, I think that they gonna switch out organs. I think that they're gonna do just like they were doing in China. If you guys go watch my thing about China, where they're saying that they're using infant organs and trying to make these dictators and these people live longer by using infant and little baby organs, and those organs will grow really quickly because they know how to make them grow really fast. So if you need a body part, like the Chinese market of organs is booming. And
Yeah, they also use Uyghurs, that group that the Communist Party doesn't like, and so they put them in prison and they use their organs. They organ harvest.
Right. They have having piglet babies where people have multiple babies, and then they take those babies and then give the organs to people.
Wow, they've been doing that to baby girls. They were doing that to baby girls a long time in China because of I think they have 2 children rule now, but it was a 1-child rule. But I do want to say this though. Don't forget to share my channel, everybody, if you want to come.
Yeah, what is
subscribe.
yours?
It's Napashada. If you can summer jam it. Oh, I think I can show on stage.
You know what? I was doing HOK.
Did you give me manager?
Are you on YouTube?
I think
you do it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, because I'm showing my channel. I'm on YouTube. Yeah, it's Napasha Da. It's if she could summer jam it. I summer jammed it on my channel because I'm sharing. But it's Napasha Da. Come on over. I don't have a lot of this content on there. NAPAH. If you summer jam it, Genesis, you can see it. Napah, and then the last name Shadah, Shadah. Now that is reality is simulated existence. I haven't done a lot of content on the stuff I'm talking about, but I will start again because I just have been focusing on my HOK, my husband's platform. But yeah, this is a great conversation. I really like talking to you guys about this. I just gotta get off the phone, the line.
You've been really, you really know a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, I
wanted
see it.
to comment on this real quick, but let's go into it real fast before you leave. I want to what you got to say about this real quick.
Oh boy, it definitely does look like conspiracy theorists or spoiler alerts are all coming true. As we're living in extremely strange times, as two of what I would call my friends are fighting each other, and it's kind of strange and weird as David Icke and Alex Jones are going at it online. I have my own comments on this personal type of beef, this personal type of fight here. As of course, I'm being attacked by one of them as well. And when it comes to direct criticism, especially from people that I respect, I like to approach it head on with them.
What do you think about the fact that David Icke and Alex Jones and they both have their own conspiracy lane? What do you think about the fact that they are beginning to go against each other?
I didn't even know that.
Clearly
They never
control.
really were. They never really aligned though.
Yeah, but they also they pushed what's it called out so much, and then everything he did, he just basically started losing money. They sued him for stuff that he said, and come to find out it's true. So I think he just gave up. To be honest with you,
Are you
now
talking
he's
about Alex?
playing
Are
their
you
game.
talking about Alex?
Yeah, I think
Are you
he's
talking about
scared of that.
Alex Jones, he gave up, and
Because
he's
he always says that
basically
Trump loses, he's
nothing.
screwed.
You know, they sued him. No individual in history has been sued $1 billion, but he was sued for $1 billion and they won $1 billion. $1 billion.
Yeah, that's what he's worried about. I think that's why
Yeah.
he switched over.
They screwed because every time he comes back out, they just shut him up and make sure he does not get to talk again. So I guess he's playing their game now, and it's sad. It's sad. It shows you that power can definitely take over.
Well,
Even the
yeah,
righteous
but
people.
it also shows you, like, I mean, money. I mean, he's worried about losing everything. Well, fucking lose everything for the truth. We're all about to lose everything if we do anything about this anyway. I mean, money's not more important than.
Do you remember that one documentary? It was really popular. And George Carlin was like narrating it, or he was a part of it, and it showed one of the Rockefellers talking. Y'all remember that one or no?
I don't.
Because I think Alex Jones put it together, didn't he? It was one of it. I can't even find it anymore.
Was it a movie?
It was like a movie, yeah. It was a documentary though. It was like kind of like the 9/11 movie they do, but I can't even find it now.
No, let me tell you the one is Esoteric Agenda. You can go and go look up the Esoteric Agenda. I watched this thing back in like 2000 or 2000, when it ever came out, whenever it came out, and it was all fucked up, but I guess he must have got a deal when he did this, called the Esoteric Agenda. Go watch that documentary, guys.
I'll look at it.
Definitely check it out.
It's called and it pretty much tells you everything that's happening right now. It predicted, and I watched it when it first came out, and I was like, wow. And so that's why I'm like, okay, damn, I need to go back into the conspiracy theory people, because they're the ones that was telling everybody what's going to happen. Let's
An
go.
open and honest conversation about what's really going on here, the news, the information, especially in light of all the conspiracies coming true. I mean, it's just crazy to see the email after email, the bombshell after bombshell, the conversations that are being leaked here, highlighting some of the most nefarious inner workings of the elites. This time should be a time where all of us come together to ridicule and make fun and point out the power and absurdity of the elites, individuals like Reid Hoffman, Bill Gates, and many other prominent individuals that are being accused of some really awful, horrible stuff. We're going to get into all of that and a lot more all here on this independent broadcast as, of course, the chickens are coming home to roast and they shouldn't be fighting with each other. We should be all getting along and trying to understand how.
So all of the conspiracy theorists are fighting with each other. What do you think about that? It's crazy. Are they like waiting for a spot to say I said it first or I said it? Well, that's mine.
It's an ego thing because they got so much power that they lost sight of what their main goal was, which was to just wake people up. And you get this cult like high, powerful high, like everyone's listening, especially David Icke. Oh my gosh, like he gives information that's really good. I mean, I liked a lot of stuff, but then he's got this. You know, the power got them high, the money, the fame, the power.
It's
People
the I Tell You
worship
show.
them. Yeah. So that's what I think. It's just the ego.
I think they are reptilians. I really do. I don't think they're human. There's been enough. Watch his interview with that Arizona Wilder, maybe.
They like do. I don't know whether he because he getting old. He do look kind of wild. But let's go into like this quick thing with Alex Jones.
Expose what he has been willing to put out there is extremely brave, extremely incredible, and I have the utmost respect for David Icke. And he has severely criticized me, and it's okay. We can have a difference of opinion as he's now kind of coming out and launching this attack against Alex Jones, saying, quote, and he retweeted Alex Jones, "This guy is something else. Everybody is guilty except Trump." Right, Alex Jones? He was Epstein's best friend for a decade while all those horrors were happening, but he's in the clear. What odd saying. When you've got them by the balls, their hearts and minds will follow. Who's got yours? Alex, as he retweeted and responded directly to this Alex Jones clip.
I've been watching Harrison live tonight. He's doing a great job getting through all these incredible Epstein
They wasn't
files.
back on.
And I saw him at the start of the show make the point that out of everything, this really is devastating to the British Crown and to Israel, that Epstein was definitely an operative for both groups. We know that. I mean, if you look at Ehud Barak, if you look at Larry Summers, all these people, these are Israeli operatives.
Plus, there's a lot of conversation about the Goy nonstop and some weird observations about the financial system and usatory systems.
Wait, so they're trying to say that even Barack Obama was a Israeli.
Oh yeah, I don't know about Israel. They all work for Israel, but Barack Obama's no good. He had that came out with WikiLeaks.
Nah, yeah, like people were like upset with the Trump and ICE and all that, but it's like Obama did the same thing. He had them in cages. A lot of pictures coming out. A lot of pictures coming out are showing that Trump has them in cages, but those are you can trace the photos. They were back from 2012, 13 era, and
60,000 hot dog parties, $60,000 hot dog parties in the White House that even Hillary Clinton got onto him about. We can still have these parties, but because that's one of the code words, you know.
Oh, but wait, don't forget the hot dog parties. You don't forget where they were. You forgot?
At the White
They
House.
weren't in the White House only. They were at that pizza
Oh, I don't know.
shop, Cosmic
yeah.
Pizza.
Yeah,
They were,
yeah. That's why
Under
I can't
there.
stand Megyn Kelly. Yeah. And they're
Guilty.
acting like she's all good, but no, she's been covering for pedos for years, forever.
Is that where that Pizzagate stuff came from?
Yeah,
it's
Pizzagate.
from
And they
WikiLeaks.
just, let me tell you something. Pizzagate
It's
is
real.
why we got so much censorship. They just went, they still didn't prove anything against it. They just went crazy on YouTube. After Pizzagate hit, you can't say certain things. You get shut down on YouTube.
Mhm.
All the censorship just dropped hard. And don't forget, Donald Trump was leading the way too, talking about fake news, fake news, fake news.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pizzagate was when he did that. He did do the hot dog party at the White House, but don't forget underground passages.
Yeah.
They want to talk about Puffy being
They did
connected
more than
to
that.
Yeah, Hugh Hefner's house was connected to Puffy, but don't forget the White House has underground, and this takes me all the way back to the Franklin files.
I don't know
wanna
about that.
way
I don't
back?
know what that is.
Oh, honey, we got to talk. They
Yeah.
were taking Boys Town children to the
Steve, I
White
gotta tell you
House.
guys something.
To the
And
White House
actually,
for the real original Diddy parties, little boys.
mhm.
And that dropped.
Actually, it was
Yeah.
when we first really heard about it was at least my age group was early 2000s. It was actually Alex Jones. He was talking about Pizzagate and how all these high elites and all that take children to an island. And this is the first time I ever heard about it. And this is like early 2008, 2000s, somewhere around that time. And they all called his ass crazy. And now in Epstein files, they're using pizza as children or flesh.
Yeah, that's on the
basically
FBI
for kids.
website.
Don't forget,
Yeah.
not just pizza too. This is gonna really shake you to the core. It should, because our whole society. What do you get when you go to the bar or you order pizza? What comes along with pizza? Pizza and what?
Beer.
Pizza and wings.
Wings.
Beer too. Yeah, I'll get to the beer later. Pizza and wings, right? Chicken. So NAMBLA, did they do this whole documentary how they have code? They call the little boys chickens.
Chicken. Yep, that's
They call
right.
the little boys chickens. This is the code they have.
They show everybody
Amongst-
eating pizza and wings.
Yeah, pizza and wings.
McDonald's, man.
Who think about it? Who's really, if you sit back and go pizza and wings, but we're so used to it, that's what their code is. That's how it's so embedded in our society where we wouldn't even be like, what? Well, so what? He just wanted pizza and chicken. But that is how they talk and Hillary Clinton is disgusting.
Oh yeah,
don't
I have
forget
a
her
video about
staffer.
that.
You have her
Yeah,
staffer
two of them.
saying, do you want to sacrifice a chicken? Make sure that you get, and she wasn't joking. They try to make
She
it like a
said,
joke.
stop and get my favorite toy and my inhaler. I always get so worked up on sacrifice night. You know, in WikiLeaks, you can look it up.
Yes, the Podesta brothers.
There's
back.
2 snuff films that she did that she's on.
Oh, yeah.
And that happened
yeah.
at Comet Ping Pong.
Oh my gosh, you guys, you said the kind of, we got to be careful with YouTube, but we get deep. You're right.
Oh, okay.
The film thing, but that's true. She's one of the worst of all. And where
Oh,
was
yeah,
where was
she's
she?
evil.
Where was she when Hurricane Katrina? Right there, gathering children.
And
Well,
in Haiti.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Haiti and her.
Mhm.
Was that Hurricane Katrina? Oh wait, wasn't that
No, Hurricane Katrina was Louisiana.
Oh yeah, I'm mixing it
Haiti
up.
had
I'm
a
mixing
big
it up. I'm talking about
earthquake.
Haiti. I'm talking about
Yeah.
Haiti. You're right. The earthquake. My bad. Because Hurricane Katrina was different. Yes, thank you. And
probably did it there,
we
too.
already know. We already know they broke the levees. But so, oh my gosh, Genesis, your channel allegedly. I gotta say
Allegedly.
Wait,
Yeah, right.
That's what I was
We
about to
don't want to
say.
get
You
you in
guys are
trouble because
amazing.
it's
We should keep this up. Every time y'all get a chance, definitely get a chance to talk to each other because that's the only way we can all come together. And that's
Yeah.
amazing that we can actually do this nowadays. And you might get some lashback, but at least we have the freedom of speech to be able to speak about real stuff.
At least for
Or
the
if we
moment,
try
we
to
can
come up
hold
with
it.
something.
Listen, and people have like thanked me for allowing them to be able to like speak freely on my channel. But I want to show you guys something real quick, just in case you didn't know, if you've never seen this. So I'm gonna show you this video and tell me what you think about this. Right? Look at this right there. This is crazy. Look at this. Watch.
4th and 5th grade students running from the presence of ICE agents. That's what the Lindenwood School District says happened this morning as children waited for their school bus. According to the district, the presence of ICE agents at the Woodland Village apartment complex in South Jersey sparked fear and confusion among the kids.
This time I was so in panic because it was my first time seeing them in person.
In another video, children scattered in different directions. One child yelling in Spanish, ICE is there. The kids are still wearing their backpacks because it's 8 a.m. Thursday morning and they were waiting for the yellow school bus to take them to school. The third video shows what appears to be federal agents standing outside a unit waiting for someone to open the door.
Mi papá se bajó. Cuando todos iban bajando, mi papá corrió.
10-year-old Hugo Cuello, speaking with his mom's permission, told NBC 10 that his dad was the person ICE was looking for. He says he was standing with his mother when he saw several cars pull up, and that's when he warned the other kids. The ICE officers were present. Valerie was one of those students.
We all ran all the way over there, and some eyes, people were chasing us.
She says she ran to a neighbor's house looking for refuge from an adult because her mother was at work.
It makes me feel like sad because like some people are leaving this country without their parents.
In a social media post, the Lindlewood School District says the bus driver acted quickly, circling back through the parking lot multiple times to make sure the students were safely picked up. The district says the students arrived at school visibly upset and emotional.
They were really scared because they were scared that they took their parents or something happened to them.
The district went on to say,
This is sad.
to feel safe.
It is. And Obama, here's the thing, all the money and all the terror and chaos and drama that they are doing with this and killing people, I mean, unaliving people, Obama deported more people than they're actually even deporting.
So it's what is what I feel
It's
like this
all
is just
about
fear-mongering.
it's about getting around, it's about setting precedents to get around the Constitution to not give us due process.
All right, so let me show you something else that I saw that it blew my mind, right? Because I'm like, okay, all this stuff, everybody talking about Epstein, but this is what's really going on in the background that people aren't seeing. Let's talk about
it's another part of them taking over, enslaving us. That's what they're doing. I mean, they're digital. It's a surveillance state. It's already in place.
Because look at this. They're coming in with this group of people, this federal entity, and just bullying
IDF
people,
soldiers.
talking about they're gonna be at the Super Bowl, like threatening. They're threatening United States citizens.
Not
You know?
citizens.
I show you. Watch when I
No,
show
I'm saying, but I just want to say real quickly, Genesis. I know, but they're making the inconvenience, so to speak, is on the citizens. Even if they say they're doing this for our country, they're making it. We're not having a great existence now. We have turmoil. We have citizens dying. So they're not doing anything to help.
They're
I get it. You
terrorizing.
don't want. Yeah, you're bringing in terror into our communities, saying,
They're
"Oh, we want
actually-
to deport these immigrants." So why?
They're hiring IDF soldiers.
I would agree.
Wait,
and
don't forget.
would
I
disagree.
promise you. I'm going to say this. I know, but listen. I just want to say this part. It's one thing that we have an immigration problem, but this right here is putting us under a police state. It's like the frog in the pot, and they're turning the water up on us, and they want us to say, well, they're getting rid of the immigrants, but look what they're doing to us.
Yes.
We are living under a police
There's
state.
a
and
reason.
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. It's
So,
not cool.
in
It's called the
2008
Hungarian
through-
dialect, and that tells you
Wait,
they're all
Yes.
working together.
Order out of
So
chaos.
in
Yeah.
2008 to 2012, they did the exact same thing. It was not ICE, it was DHS. But they didn't nationalize it on the news
Yeah.
to send everybody in a fear panic. They did the exact same thing, but they actually did it even worse. But they were actually
Don't forget
discreet
the
about it.
TSA, my friend. Don't
And
forget the TSA.
Yeah, TSA, yeah, too. But I think the last killing of that nurse guy, they said it was ICE. It was not the ICE. It was DHS, which is Border Patrol.
Oh, really? In
So
Michigan?
people don't realize they're fear mongering on the news.
Yeah, but they straight did. They shot that dude in the back, like unloaded a clip on him.
No, that was
Why were
disgusting.
they
Like, I agree
even
with that.
there,
That was
though?
grimy.
Why was
Federal
DHS
warrants.
even there for? Yeah, I'm saying for
because
federal.
the police, because the police were actually like not helping federal agents when that's law.
Yeah.
So
And did you hear
in every other state,
about the letter?
in Delaware, in Pennsylvania, New York, everywhere, the police were actually helping until it started to get a national, on news.
I mean, not Michigan,
fear
Minnesota.
mongering people. Yeah, it happened. It's
Well,
everywhere.
And
Police
then they sent
have
him
to
a
help.
letter. Bondi sent him a letter that said, if you hand over all your voter rolls, we'll have ICE stop terrorizing your state. She did straight up.
Oh, that's
Oh
crazy.
my God.
That's
help me.
fucked
What's
up.
with her look? Hey, let's talk about her look.
That's
Are we talking about
crazy.
the head of ICE? Why is she looking
But-
so? I don't know.
Oh, no,
For
you're
me, she
thinking
had
that-
full face, and I get it. You can look beautiful. I think women should, but are we talking about the same? What's her name? Christina? What's
No,
her name?
I was talking
again?
about Bondi, but you're talking about what is her name?
You talk about the DA.
The head of ICE.
Christy. It's Christy.
Yeah.
Christy. No.
Chrissy knows.
Do you have to look sexy and like a bombshell
Yeah.
to be a part of stuff now because of Trump? You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You notice that?
He told the
Yeah.
smile,
It really feels like The Handmaiden Tale for me. It really does.
Well, there's pictures of Bondi with Trump when she was a little kid.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
Check this out real quick. Check this
I think
out.
the scary thing is that this
Sorry,
is just
bro,
the
what
tip
did
of
you
the
say?
iceberg. I mean, people forget that Donald Trump has now spent $30 billion from the last bill for 10,000 more ICE agents that are going to be on the streets. I find it ironic that we're having this conversation amidst the healthcare debate. That $30 billion would cover all the ACA subsidies for a year. It would eliminate all co-pays for prescription drugs for people from a year and would eliminate all medical debt. It's like he's making it easier to kill people than to keep people alive. And I want people in this country to answer a very, very simple question. What is a better use of money? More ICE agents to terrorize our neighbors or to make people more healthy when 60% of all bankruptcies in this country is due to health-related debt?
Where does this end?
I think the scary
I think
thing
we
is
should send it all to Israel so they can kill some or unalive some more kids and women and children.
they're about to start right
But
now
let me
they
say
actually
this.
just caught the healthcare
Hey,
a
check
lot of
this out.
healthcare people.
I'm about to pull it
They're
all
stealing
together.
money.
I'm about to pull this whole thing all together. Watch this. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Because all this stuff, what you think ICE is really about, is not even what you think it's about. Listen.
It's not. Yeah.
And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots. Very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do.
So on January 16th, I made a 9-minute video in which I laid out how I'm telling you the 2026 elections are already in the process of being rigged because they're going to ICE at polling stations for voter intimidation. They're going to try to purge the voting rolls. Steve Bannon's already came out and said they're going to put ICE.
He's all over that.
So I called that one check. And I said in that video that if you think that mail-in ballots will be a way around that, it won't.
You say, oh, Jolly, well, what about mail-in voting? You think these fuckers aren't going to make sure that you can't mail-in vote? Now, I don't know their exact plan for that, but they're going to squash mail-in voting because if you go back to 2020, they've been setting that fucking grift up forever. They've been saying that mail-in voting was a big giant fraud, and that's why Donald Trump didn't win the 2020 election. So they're going to make sure you can't mail in.
Well, it kind of
And
is.
now
but-
Shits His Pants has come out and said exactly what I said on January 16, that mail-in ballot is not going to happen. You understand? They are doing every single fucking thing they can to make sure that the 2026 elections do not happen in a free and fair way, because if they do, he knows they will lose in elaborate fashion. Every single special election that's happened this year, minus like one or two, has fucking ended up a Democrat won. And even on the ones where the Democrats didn't win, there was 25 point swings in the way of the Democratic Party. Everything says that a free and fair 2026 midterms will be a blue tsunami, and it's because nobody
I don't
likes
think
what
so.
this
I think
guy's
people are
doing.
done with
Nobody
both
likes
of them.
the terror that has been unleashed on this country by his Gestapo thugs he calls ICE.
Yeah.
Nobody likes him trampling on our First, Fourth, and Eighth Amendment rights on every single day. Nobody likes that he's trying to do away with the 14th Amendment. Nobody likes that he's literally trashing the
Yeah, I
Constitution.
don't
and
agree with that one. The
So
14th, that's wrong.
I would say this.
The 14th, I can tell you.
Is this whole thing with ICE really about elections and not even about immigration?
And the thing
It's
is,
about
I
everything.
can't stand hearing Democrat Republican anymore because it is just how they divide us. That is they are working
think it's-
together.
Yes.
I honestly think it's about both.
Wow.
We need to not vote for any Democrats or Republicans unless
But
it's
can we
like Thomas
talk about-
Massey or Rokana.
Let's get also back to like focusing on, remember when we talk about the predictions where all the predictions of the conspiracy theorists are coming true? Well, don't forget that they talked about this. We talked about this, all of us collectively, with these super soldiers, but we imagine they're going to be like these huge Arnold Schwarzenegger type people running around, but they're gradually bringing in these people who are, you don't even need to have really any type of training or any type of background. They're hiring
Police
certain people
officers?
from, I don't think these aren't police officers though.
No,
They
I'm
don't
saying
even,
police officers don't need really any training either.
You do have to go through rigorous training though, as a
Academy,
police.
which is yeah,
They're
Academy is
training them over
lightweight.
Israel.
No, but these people don't even have to do academy like that.
Yeah,
They
no, you're
just,
right.
it's
Yeah,
just
they don't. It's like
interesting when
7 weeks. It's like just a few weeks of training, 3 weeks or something like that. I just saw something.
remember when we talked about super soldiers and we thought, and they said they're going to come from different countries and different backgrounds, and they're actually in different what are they called when they're laying low and they're just like activating
Sleeper cells.
Sleeper agents.
Sleeper cells. Thank you. I love you. Thank you. Sleeper cells. I think these are them. I think these aren't even,
Yeah.
I don't even think these are all American citizens. I really don't.
Yeah, they let them in when they let the border open. They're working together because one, that's how they implement communism is one causes chaos and then the next person will come in and everybody will go hand over their rights to fix it. Like that's what that
So-
whole Hegelian dialogue.
So if yeah, I think you still need a United States citizenship to become ICE.
No, they hired IDF soldiers.
You
No,
hired
this is
what?
my thing. This is the
IDF.
thing. I know they are on the surface. I mean, what I'm trying to say is there have to be some people in there who don't give a damn about Americans.
About Americans.
Oh, I agree with that. Like if you look at
And-
most
and
of
I
our
think
leaders
they are-
in healthcare and all that stuff, they're Israel and American both. They have citizenships in both, and every single portion's like
Almost
one
all
shit.
of them.
Right.
Almost every single last one of them, all the big names they both have dual citizenship, and
Wow,
we've been having a
That's
problem
crazy.
with healthcare and everything, and
They
these are the
had
people
one
in
of
charge.
the a 4-star general in and asked him straight up if Trump deems someone I put a video up on my TikTok. A domestic terrorist asked him if he would go and kill that person on unalive that person on American soil, and he said yes.
Oh,
He was one of the top generals. Yeah, I'm Constitution with a K, like Constitution, but constant with a K on TikTok, and I have a lot of videos like that.
Okay.
Put your information in the back chat.
I do not know how to do that.
Well, I don't even know how to reach you. Okay.
What is it? Constant? Your TikTok is
it's
Constitution?
Constant with a K and then tuition like Constitution, but it's constant with a K.
Spell it.
KONSTANT.
Wait. You gotta go a little slower for me.
Okay.
Because I'm waiting for my keyboard to come up. Okay, go ahead. KO.
Okay. KONSTANT and then TUTION.
2 T's?
Yeah. Constant. And
Oh,
then
it's 2 words.
Yeah.
So it's
But it should
constant
come
and then
up.
tuition.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, I'm
I've got
just
a
putting it
couple
in
of
the back
channels.
check. So it's KONSTANT, that's constant.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
then tuition, TUTION.
Yes.
Okay, this is your TikTok, definitely.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
TikTok. Yeah, and I had just put up like some of the stuff we're talking about. I just put up videos about. I have a couple of different channels, but that's the main one.
Check this out.
Thank you.
I have a lot on under the same name on YouTube too. That it might blow you away, probably.
Oh wow, you have
ICE
YouTube
surround
channel?
the
What's your
polls.
Yeah.
Come
What's your
November,
YouTube
we're
channel? Oh, well,
same
what's your
same
YouTube channel?
thing.
Okay.
YouTube. It's the same or else Misty Harland.
Okay, thank you.
Either one. Yeah. It's got case law on there that's going to make you like want to dive into a whole nother. It's going to blow everything that you think you know. Really.
Okay, thank you. All right, Genesis, thank you.
All right, check this out real quick. All right, here we go.
ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want.
Hold on, let me restart this. ICE is going to surround the polls. What's up? What?
Yeah, but somebody in your chat, I didn't say you don't
Wait,
have to be a
real
U.S. citizen
quick,
to be
real
Right, we're
ICE.
going to have ICE surround the
never mind.
polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
You heard what he said, right? So if you understood what he said, let me translate it for you. if you black and brown, or you a minority and you got a little funny accent, they're gonna make sure ICE agents is right there to pack you up, and you're not gonna be able to vote, especially if
Not if
you
you're a
are
citizen.
a legalized, American-born citizen. They gonna snatch you up right at the voting booths during the midterms. We knew this was gonna
Why
happen.
there's early
They
voting.
know that once they lose the
That's
midterms,
far-fetched.
they are cooked. So they're gonna do everything possible to make sure to intimidate, to scare you to not vote. This midterm election is the most important.
I'm not worried about that.
United
'Cause
States.
I don't think
Yeah,
it's
I'm
gonna
not
matter.
either. Most of everybody, no black person going to give a crap about that shit or Spanish.
Okay, here we go. Watch this.
Okay, I make nothing from this. Please help me to get this out. I'm not in the Creative Rewards program. There is a U.S. citizen wing inside the federal detention center in St. Paul, Minnesota, a Minneapolis resident of 14 years. She's a U.S. citizen and she's white, by the way. She was detained and she shared her experience. I'm unable to stitch, repost, or tag her. And I'm going to do my best to summarize what she said in her own words as best as I can. So please get this out. This is much more than immigration, and we have to bear witness. So she and her friend were alerting their neighborhood that ICE was present. While following
That's
two
illegal.
vehicles, the ICE agent stopped, surrounded their car, pepper sprayed directly into the windshield van, broke both the driver and passenger side windows, dragged them out,
I do
arrested them,
remember
and took
this.
them to the federal detention
This is
center
kind
in
of
St.
wrong.
Paul.
Yeah.
When she was in the vehicle, the ICE agents taunted her. They called her ugly. They took a photograph of her, and the driver said, "You need to stop obstructing us. That's why that lesbian bitch is dead." And you know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
So when they arrived at the detention center, they were put in ankle shackles and brought to the U.S. citizen wing. Okay. And they had to beg for water. They had to beg just to use the bathroom. And she was never given a phone call in the 8 hours she was held. She heard women crying, women wailing, men repeatedly begging to be let go, children crying. And she said there was probably about 100 people there, mostly Hispanic, some East African. And she also described hearing federal agents laugh, having casual conversations with each other in this terrible suffering, in this environment and atmosphere of suffering. So her friend was then taken to another room and questioned by 3 agents, and he was offered money or legal protection for undocumented family members if he gave out the names of undocumented people or protest organizers. He refused. Another Hispanic U.S. citizen in the same cell was offered the same deal. He also refused. So neither of them were charged with anything, and they were released hours later. So what she says is one of the things she realized that this is about intimidation, terror, and dehumanization. And one of the things she also shared was that it was really encouraging to see how people are being so brave and stepping up. They're being really activated, and people who have never protested before are showing up, checking on neighbors, protecting each other, and realizing that when you hurt one of them, you hurt everyone. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who is fighting the good fight, and who, so many of you are being so courageous right now and going out there. As an immigrant here and a citizen for about 10 years, I just want to say thank you for everything you all are doing. Please stay safe, and we will get through this together. I'm on Substack if this account goes away. Take care.
Well, I do want to
definitely
say
have
this
something
real
to say
quick
about
about
that.
that, if I can. Me too. Getting out there and getting yourself arrested and beaten is not the way to do that. We can't be doing that anymore. We have to be smarter.
Yeah, thank
We
you.
are under. If we know that we're under siege, when you're under siege, you
Yes.
don't go and just put yourself out there. You work and you lay low. You make plans. You devise plans together. You don't just go get beaten and killed. And no, Americans, those days of protesting,
And
we're not. See, the people who are getting, and I'm gonna hand the mic to you. I'm not gonna go too long. The people who are here, immigrants running away from their countries, this has happened. That's been happening in their country. But we as Americans, we're so used to justice and the rights. And so we get out there and we protest. The days of doing that is gone. We got to make plans behind the scenes, underground. We can't just get out there and put our necks out and get our heads chopped off. And for what? You know what I'm saying?
So
That's all I'm
agree.
saying. I feel. Go ahead.
I
Sorry.
agree,
Thank you.
but we still can protest as long as it's peaceful. You can still protest. We can
Well,
get together.
but
We
what
can
they
correlate. We can talk about it. But one thing you have to know is law. You cannot. If you go up to a cop and try to stop him from doing his job, you will be arrested.
Hang
That is
on.
law. If you
Actually,
engage
there's
on a
also
federal,
law that says that you
if
can fight an
no, you
officer.
can.
You can help someone else if they are making an unlawful arrest. Of course, we
Yes,
actually
but you
can't.
cannot
That the law
physically
says you
touch
can.
unless. No, you cannot physically touch unless they're
Yeah,
trying
there's a
to
law that
murder
says
this
you can. I
person.
promise you.
But do you guys hear yourselves?
Okay,
Those days
but
are over as American citizens.
Yeah,
We
but
can't,
also
they're
they are.
unaliving people
for
for no
federal
reason. So
government,
Yep.
we can't do that anymore.
Yeah, you're
Go
right.
ahead. I'm
what we
sorry.
can do
I'm
it, we
sorry. Go
still
ahead.
can, but we still
They're gonna
can.
kill.
But
They
people
will
have to
kill you. And
understand.
They
if you do
send
it,
agent provocateurs in to make it not. They've done this forever. To make
People
their
have to
FBI agents to start
understand.
smashing things and
Yeah,
make
I
it not.
think you guys are
Federal,
laying it
yes.
on a little bit too thick. I think that
You
alligator
cannot.
Alcatraz talk to from a couple of months ago died down. I mean, I get
That was
that you
wild.
guys are passionate about the laws that are being broken, but at the same time, I thought crossing the border without documentations was breaking the law as well.
No, it's
I
a
think that's
crime.
where we
It's a
got
crime.
lost in
Yes, it's a
translation when it comes
But
arrestable
down
that
to
doesn't
that.
offense.
mean you give
Yeah.
up your rights
No,
as
I
a
agree
right
You
with
to
don't
that
have any
arrest.
1,000%.
rights. You don't
But let me
have
ask you
rights.
this: would you rather I go
You
inside
can
your house and
illegally
just
cross.
chill in your house without any laws being broken, or would you want a law saying, "Yo, I can't go inside your house"? Like
Well,
sooner or
that
later,
is
you
a
have to
law.
cross the line.
All right, hold
but
on
I
one
don't
second.
Yeah, but
Yes,
you
but
understand.
don't give up
also
your
I
rights.
don't
Hold
understand.
on,
I
guys.
don't.
Hold on.
one more thing.
It's
Listen.
interesting he
One,
mentions alligator Alcatraz. Let's talk about what happened at alligator Alcatraz real quick.
Yeah, it
But
was
real
hyped up
quick,
for
I don't
nothing, saying it
understand
was
why
all like,
Americans.
I
Stop
live
Why do
down here, man.
Americans wait? Let me just say this. Let me just say this. I promise I'll be quiet after. Why do Americans think the way we help is to put our lives in danger when we are obstructing justice? We
you
are
don't have
getting
to.
unalived. Why are we doing that? Why? Those days are
That's a
over.
good question
So
that needs to be
just
answered as well.
follow
Like,
law.
when is the law going to
But
be obeyed? You got to cross the line.
y-
Were detained at
yes, but
alligator
also
Alcatraz
like
have
simple
vanished
law is
and
do
their records.
not
Are
interfere. You
y'all
cannot
listening? Are y'all listening?
No, everybody was
tell
talking about
somebody
alligator
from
Alcatraz was the next what? The next what? Like
Stop.
Well,
Nazi
there's been
camp.
several people
That's far from the
disappeared. It
truth, and
is.
everybody knows it now.
All right, here we
I
go.
live down here. You're not going to tell me what I see. You're going to tell me all those Venezuelan people were not happy either?
Who were detained at alligator Alcatraz have vanished and their records
No. What
have
I'm
been
talking about,
completely
look, I want to
wiped
talk
from the
about when a
online
dictator,
ICE
when a rightful
database. Their
dictator was
families
taken
and
down. You don't think
lawyers
the
have no
Venezuelans down here in
idea
Hold
where
Florida
they
were not
are
being
and
happy
have
for a
no
Genesis,
reason?
way to
you got to
reach them.
stop it
That's
because he
over
can't.
two.
He's
Why do I need to
talking.
stop it? I'm telling you
No,
something
I'm
that's fact.
telling her to pause the video. I'm telling her to pause the video because you're talking. You
I
can
was
get your
trying
statement.
to show that real quick. And
I
then,
know, but he's making a statement. So why don't you let him finish and then start the video?
okay, go ahead.
I mean, I'm not trying to tell because we can't hear what he's saying. What were you saying, sir?
No, I'm just saying, like, at the same time, you're going to tell me that, we're talking about dictatorship when a rightful dictator was taken down and you got a population of Venezuelans that live down here were happy. Like, let me, I mean, make that make sense.
You
You're
know why
telling
he
me,
was really taken down? It wasn't
oh,
because he
come
was a
on. It doesn't
dictator.
matter I mean, okay. Tell me why he was taken down.
Okay,
Well,
let's
I
look.
can't on here, but
Can
because
we
he
see
was
the video
I
real quick?
also
Because
against,
he
he
was
was
a
I just
against that.
dictator.
also
Very
He was
simple. There's a
against
difference between a
Philadelphia.
dictator and a guy
wait,
who's
what's
trying
his
to stop
name?
the
We
border
don't
getting
take
crossed.
down dictators, or we would have been in North Korea a
All
long
right,
time ago.
real quick,
Oh
bro.
wow.
I just also wanted to say real quick. So we can still protest. Don't get that wrong. But then once it comes to law, like a federal, you cannot impede in a federal investigation.
Right.
That's a
Okay.
crime. It's a federal crime. You cannot stop. You cannot tell people or warn people about federal agents coming to grab them. That is a federal crime. That's been the
Well, my
law for
question is,
who knows
why
how
is it
long?
that everybody's in
For
Minnesota in the
years.
first place? That also gets lost in translation.
Oh,
Yeah,
they
well,
hire people
you
to go
guys
out
are
there.
talking about the same thing then, because why are people jumping in the way when they know it's a crime and they're taking
No. I
the
mean,
bull?
why is
They're
it that
literally
everybody's in
taking
Because
bullets.
Minnesota?
they're not
Why is it
smart.
that everything's happening in
Because the
Minnesota?
governor.
Let's
Okay,
Oh
look at the
well, you
video.
know
can we
what?
talk about the
Can
fraud, or are
No,
we not
it's
allowed to
only
talk about the
because
fraud either? Because that's against the law too.
Yeah. So let's see the video
I'm
she wanted to
so
play.
amazed. I'm
Go ahead
so
and play your video
amazed.
now. You guys, let's listen listen to the video now, please.
The fraud that they're talking about, they didn't
He's right.
I can't hear you, Genesis.
Oh, can you hear me? All right.
Now we can hear you better.
Saying that you're saying it's about the fraud, but the actual immigrants that were like actually doing the fraud, those are not in the roundup of 4,000 immigrants from Minnesota. That
Okay, but we're still losing the fact that it was illegals causing fraud.
Wait.
But they've not done anything about it.
Wait.
How do you know if they were legal?
Interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Like I wasn't done talking. You can say when you're gonna get your time to speak your piece. This is a free
Genesis,
speech.
you got it.
So all I'm saying is that okay, what happened is that yes, the Minnesota ICE coming to Minnesota was about the fraud, right? But once they got there, they were not focused on the fraud. They got derailed. So let's go. Let me go into this and like talk about what's happening. But hold on, stop. Let's go.
1,200 people who were detained at Alligator Alcatraz have vanished.
Okay, why are you gonna talk through the video? We were talking about. Listen, he brought up Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, because I live down here. Nobody vanished. That's fake news.
Okay.
Nobody vanished.
And their
You would
records
think
have
if
been
100 people
completely
vanished, that would be on the
wiped
news.
from the online ICE database. Their families and lawyers have no idea where they are and have no way to reach them. That's over
why isn't
two-thirds of the
all over the
detainees
news?
who are being held there.
They don't tell you anything on the news.
Just gone.
So you're telling me this is worse than
information comes
Minnesota
at the
with
same
people missing
time
and it's
as
not being on the
reports
news?
confirm that ICE is using untraceable military flights to send immigrants to prison camps
Wow, there's a
in
lot
third
of
world
gullible people
countries.
in the world. I didn't think that would be the case, but
Exactly
wow.
how a certain
Look at the
tragedy
map.
started in 1930s Germany, and now it's repeating here. I cannot even begin to overstate how fucking terrifying it is that our government is actively disappearing people
It's
and then
terrifying to see
wiping
what people
all
believe
records
when they
of
get
their
shown something,
existence.
man.
There's absolutely zero
Common sense
mainstream
is not so
coverage of
common
this.
anymore.
So please save and share to get the word out, because this is something we cannot
Okay, so
stay
give me the
silent
names
on.
of the 100 of people that are
100
missing
who
from
were
Alcatraz.
detained at
Please, let's start there.
Alcatraz have vanished, and their records have been completely wiped from the online ICE database. Their families and lawyers have no idea where they are and have no way to reach them. That's over 2/3 of the detainees who are being held there.
So give the names. Give the names of all those
This
people.
information comes at the same time as reports confirm that ICE is using untraceable military flights to send immigrants to prison camps in third world countries.
So
third world country.
Listen to what she's saying. You guys really believe that? You guys really believe that?
I do.
Can I ask a question?
Do you guys really believe that would be worse than Minnesota?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's
database. How can you like track their names?
On that time.
If they grab a bunch of people and then they remove their name from the database, how can you tell them what their name is? That's crazy. You're asking
The DOJ doesn't. You don't think the DOJ knows that? I swear to God, man. I don't
Oh my
want to
God,
say you
because
guys
the
are
DOJ
gullible,
cares
but
about
you
justice
really-
so much, don't
You
they?
really don't believe in the DOJ,
Are
the
you
FBI,
working
the
for 'em or
CIA.
what?
You don't
Like
believe
you're
in
on the
anybody
fucking
anymore.
payroll or something to do
we
that
can't
shit.
hear any of you.
Listen,
When you guys talk at the same time, we can't hear anybody.
I'm just saying, every time I try to say something that has common sense, people want to get loud. I
That's
mean, if
not
this is
common
worse,
sense, that's
if this is
fucking
worse than
payroll
Minnesota, why
type
isn't it
shit.
being
After you talk
advertised
about
around the
it.
world?
Okay, so listen, let's
one at a time, guys. One at a time, bro. Go ahead.
If it's that bad, if it's worse than Minnesota, why isn't it being advertised around the United States? Because that sounds pretty bad with people missing. You guys really believe that?
That's what they told you about the Epstein files.
Wait. I feel the exact same way about the Epstein files. Why aren't they out yet?
Yeah. Thank you.
Same here.
It's out there. It's just you choose what you want to hear, but it's out there.
All of it.
It's out
It's not
there.
on mainstream news.
I could.
It's out there. It's
can I ask
everywhere.
a question?
There's
of
3
the-
million more that haven't been released.
Okay.
Exactly.
To
It's
the-
out there, but you choose what you want to hear and what you want to see.
Stop. Listen, hey,
Damn.
Wait.
Listen.
Can I answer him?
You know what else is out there?
Cap, bro. You gotta bro. Listen, there's
I'm
other-
about to go.
I don't want my people to want to leave because you are like over talking everybody. Okay. I know that you have something to say. Everybody has a time, all right? So when I was playing my video, you talked about the whole video. I had to play it twice. I did the song, Don't Cut Me Off. You jumped in. Listen, Let's talk and all have a dialogue. This is not about.
No, we're gonna have
May
a
I please
dialogue, but it
reply
has
to
to
him
go
though?
both ways.
But it's not going to be
No,
a dialogue. You dominate the conversation. Go ahead.
Can I please reply to him? Because I agree with him on certain stances.
Nepal,
All
go
right,
ahead.
so
No, yeah, no, I'm
so
gonna let him. I forgot your name. The guy talking right now. What is your name?
it's Links, but
Links, and then we have Constant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then
all right,
who's the
so
other gentleman? Cap. I just need to get everybody's name straight.
Link, Constant.
Yeah, you can call me Cap. Nice to meet
Okay, go
everybody.
ahead, Link.
The order is Link.
So I agree with what he's saying in a sense, because the fact of the matter is they're not going to show everything. Like, how many Epstein files have they went over? How many times have they went over that the Biden administration bought over, I think, a couple 100,000 and was trying to give them voter rights? Like, they don't talk about that on the news, but this is
Millions.
actual facts. Yeah, this is actual
Yeah,
facts.
nobody
They're trying
talks
to give them
about
voter
Epstein
rights, so they would
files, and a lot of the Super Bowl halftime
And-
shows are sponsored by Epstein file lovers. I mean, not
Yeah,
Epstein
and
file, but
wait, give me
what's
one
that guy's
second.
name?
Stop, bro.
Give me 1 second. So I
I'm
can
just saying,
understand
Harvey
where,
really don't
where
care
it could have,
about children,
like,
do you?
it could aggravate and stuff like that. Because I know that I have to dig and go through CIA files and actually go around to hear what different people are talking from different states and all that stuff, and actually get truthful information from one side, or maybe false information
Yeah,
from
nobody
the other.
talks about
But
Harvey
you have to
Weinstein no
break
more,
it
huh?
down 100%. And all these people are showing up in the files. They're not talking about the Democrats
they're
are
redacting
trying to
them.
get voting rights for everything. No, a lot of it's not redacted though. So
No, I'm just saying,
Oh no, the
keep the same
Epstein
energy
files
with Harvey
they are
Weinstein. That's what I'm
redacting
saying.
the perpetrators.
Okay,
That's
then
what
why do
I'm
you
hearing
think the
this about.
families are saying they're missing? I just want to ask Cap that. If it's a lie,
That's
why
just
would they
hearsay.
say they're missing?
Look, if
That's
they're
just hearsay. We
missing,
never
they're
heard the
missing, but
families.
give me names so we can know they're missing. Just don't tell me hundreds of people are missing from the
He's right.
database
He's right on
and they were sent on special
Also, we never.
secret flights out of the country. Come on, man. Come on. We can't even
We
send
also
people
never
out of
heard the
here
families
going
come out and
state
talk
down
about
to
it.
Alcatraz. You really think that they're going to send somebody overseas? I mean, we sent to El Salvador and one guy in El Salvador, and that one guy got so much hype. Get out of here. Come on.
What about when Obama was sending people to Guantanamo Bay?
How about when Obama
Remember?
did the same thing in 2011 without Congress consent?
No, you
Towards
okay?
Syria.
You just moved.
So you agree that it could happen, right? I mean,
I
I
said
get what
that
you're
from the
saying.
beginning. It goes both
can
ways.
happen,
Not
yes.
both parties are both.
Both parties. That's it. They're working together. It's the whole
No, I
fighting
agree with
against
that.
each
Both
other is
parties are
fake.
not innocent, but there should be a third. And
What I'm trying to tell y'all is that
There's a third.
you're acting like it can't happen. It's impossible to happen. But then you just showed an example with Obama where it could happen. But then with anybody else, oh no, with Trump it can't happen. No, that's bullshit. It can happen. So
the border be
the bottom line. Listen.
So the border being opened by Biden didn't cause any problems, right?
No,
Yeah, they did cause problems.
I love it when people.
I
pick and
agree.
choose.
He did a lot of damage with that, and it's just like he just left it open. You know, there's
No,
a
I'm just
video
saying,
of
but
Chinese
we
people.
can't bring that up, right? I'm wrong if I bring that up, right?
No, you're not wrong. Listen, remember when that video of those Chinese people coming through the border and the border
No, there was
patrol
more than
guys
just
just
that. But
standing?
we can't bring that up, right?
No,
we
we're
gotta talk
bringing it
about
up
Epstein,
now.
but we can't talk about Harvey.
Stop interrupting.
Do you guys know each other? You know him?
No, I don't know who he is. He's just like too crunk. Like
No, she's saying I'm interrupting when I'm giving fact.
no.
Well, he's emotional. I can get where we're all frustrated about it, so I get it. People are emotional. It's just a little late for to be so turned.
Yeah, it's not about left or right. It's about right and wrong.
All right,
I
bro.
agree with that.
And
I agree with you. We gotta
pick
let
and
everybody
choose,
talk,
and
bro.
you pick and choose now to go through all this.
Because I agree with.
What about
I agree with.
the
I ain't say a
victims
lot of
of
stuff.
Epstein? What do you say to the victims of Epstein? You have a woman in Pam Bondi, the head of the DOJ, can't even look at them. What do you say to the victims of them?
We were just talking about this earlier. They hate her. We were just talking. We already covered.
No, it's all
I want to hear what the guy got to say. What do you say to the victims that most of them were sacrificed?
No, I can say the same thing about the victims from the MS-13 guys too. What about those victims from those gang members? What about the victims from the people that were over in Denver getting taken over by apartment complexes at gunpoint when they were living their life? What about those people?
1.5%.
big freaking
Oh,
dig.
but that percent don't mean nothing to you, right?
What about the black people who are being sacrificed? You
No,
don't say
I agree
nothing
with
about
that
them.
too. No, I agree with that, but once I start talking facts
You
about Denver, you got
picking and
quiet real
choosing,
quick.
don't you? You like picking and choosing, don't you?
Nah. Let me tell you something.
Pick
You're
a
getting to the
struggle, my
point right
friend.
now where you're gonna start bringing up the race card for no
You
reason,
need
just
to.
because you have no rebuttal. You got no debate.
Number one, you
So the
can't
first
debate
thing you
me on
want to start
anything
is start
about the
getting all
slave
loud
trade.
and
But you
aggressive,
can't
like you
debate
have
me
something.
about
You
the slave
don't.
trade, partner. You can't debate me about anything about the slave trade,
Bro,
partner.
the first thing you're gonna come out is
No,
race when I have
what
no race card to play in
we're
this. I'm
going.
telling you it's right or
Stick
wrong.
with your own. Stick with your
I didn't
own,
say anything
partner.
about you saying that what you said is
Stick with your
wrong. What you're
own,
saying is
partner.
right, but
But you
don't
can't
say that
make
the
Hey,
people
brothers,
that
hey,
came down
brothers,
here
hey,
If you
crossing the
brothers,
don't
border were
have
not causing
anything,
crimes
if
either.
you don't have anything
gentlemen.
righteous to say about the victims of Epstein, don't come to me with anything
Bro,
else.
and if you don't have anything right to say that the people that
You
crossed the
don't even
border and
have
murdered
anything right
people
to
don't
say
say
about the
anything
victims
either.
of Epstein. All you need to do is to go about, well, what about this? And
You
what
see how
about
you
that?
change the
Why
subject
would
real
stick with
quick.
the
You don't want to talk about the border. You want to
survivors
talk
of
about
today?
Epstein when
Okay.
Epstein's
Why would
file's
you
been
stick
out
with
for 3 months.
the survivors of today? You don't want to do that because you're so mega
Bro,
proud.
the
You're
Epstein
so
file has been out for three
closed-minded.
months. You pick and
You
choose
are
what you
very
want to
so
hear.
closed-minded, dude.
You pick and choose what you want to see out of
No,
that
you're the one that's
3.5
picking
million
and
files that
choosing.
haven't even
I
been
know.
out yet. But you want to
I
pick and
know, but
choose.
I wouldn't
The
know
whole
what I
file
was
hasn't
picking
been
and
out
choosing.
yet, but you
If
want to
I
pick and
was
choose.
head of
Let's
the
talk about the
DOD,
border
you
and the
know what
people
I
that
would
got
do?
murdered when
I
they
would
crossed the
I would
border.
Everybody,
say sorry.
relax.
I
Wow,
would
Yeah,
say
you don't
sorry,
want
y'all.
to
but
talk
you
about
can't
that,
even
right?
look them in the
Genesis,
eye,
it's
can you?
it's almost 5 hours.
You
I'm gonna
can't
be
even
out
look them in the
soon.
eye. You can't even look the victims in the eye, can
Calm
you?
down. Let each other talk.
Bro, you can't do the same thing for the people that got killed crossing the border, bro. You can't.
It
I'm
goes
worried
vice
about.
versa. Look, so
Are you worried about your
everybody,
people or am I worried about mine?
No, you worried about the
No,
wrong
everybody
thing.
can
You're
be
getting loud
heard.
and
honestly,
angry for no reason just because I'm
hey,
telling you right. What you're saying is not
You
wrong,
need
but
to
it ain't right either.
listen, real quick. I want
stop
to say this,
picking
okay?
and choosing and go based
No, you're
on
picking and
today.
choosing. You're talking about Epstein when Epstein's been out for 4 months. Talk about Harvey Weinstein and Rock Nation.
Epstein's
Talk
been
about
out for
that.
20 years plus.
Rock
Yeah, let's talk
Nation.
about
What
Harvey
happened?
Weinstein and Rock
Oh,
Nation.
That's
Let's
been
talk
way
about
over.
that.
That's been way over 20 years.
Yeah, they're
That's
all
been
what's
way over.
going
dead.
on
This
with
has been happening
what's
over
going on with
decades,
Rock
and all of
Nation?
a sudden you want to be
Rock
outraged now.
Nation's
No, I'm saying,
presidency
but Harvey Weinstein
and
takes
Black
pictures with
Boys and all
everybody
that
else, but
stuff.
nobody talks about that, right?
But
Okay,
what's
so give
going on?
Harvey Weinstein's people.
Okay, what's going on with Rock
You get
Nation
selective
besides the?
amnesia real quick.
Wait,
Can
wait,
you
wait. All
just
right,
fill me in, Genesis? What's
We
going
all
on with
Watch
agree.
the
Rock
message.
Nation?
All agree with the same
I
thing.
don't know
We
what's going
all
on right
agree. Little do y'all know. We
now.
all agree. Like, think about it. We don't
Well,
like what's
I know
going
we all
on.
agree, but this is the
We don't
thing. We
like
need to fight
what's
with each
going on with
other.
our country. But y'all technically are agreeing with each other at the end of the day.
Yo,
But y'all not. Y'all not
wait. Wait. Did you just
And we
say
just lost the
our
past
country?
because of like all this arguing and
Yeah,
rant.
I'm
It's
from the
our
United States
country,
of
right?
America.
It's not our country.
Hold
No, I was
on.
born and raised here, so I like to consider our country.
Yeah, it's our country, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I said we all agree with
But
each
you,
other. But y'all just not like really trying to hear too much. Like, cause
No, I just,
I know.
we'll talk
I
about
catch heart when people that didn't earn the right to cross without documentation, when people have been fighting to get
what
documentation for
does
years,
it make
all
a
of a sudden get
damn
a free
difference?
pass in
They
front of
gonna cross
and cut in
over
front of the
anyway.
line. When they cut
They
in
don't
front of
need
the
to
line
cross
after
over.
hardworking people that have been trying to do it the right way don't get done the right way, I get a little bit offensive to that.
no,
But you
I
know what?
100% agree with that.
Listen.
It affects his taxes
Okay.
and everything.
Those are the people that they're putting in these goddamn countries.
That's what I was about to
You act
say.
like they get federal dollars or something. They don't
Most
get
of them are.
federal.
Hey, let me say this, all right? We got immigration when the lady can't gosh, I forgot her name, Constant. She said Hegelian dialectic and they created the problem first with Biden, let everybody in, and then the next one comes in, they high five each other, pretend they're against each other while we sit here and argue with each other.
Yeah, we
They
funded a
pretend they're
Ukraine war that spent all our money.
but
Nobody wants to
then
talk about all our money
the
that was
next
wasted on
one,
the Ukraine war that was
yeah,
done by
the
Biden.
next one guess what?
what? No. Guess what? The next one comes in and says, "Oh, I'm gonna clean it up." Wink, wink. They're all working together.
Yeah, but all our money went to that war. That was a proxy war done by Biden. The same war that he got out in Afghanistan and left all our equipment in Afghanistan.
Can I do my closeout? I'm gonna take off, Genesis. It's already almost 5 hours in anyway. I want to say peace to everybody.
All right,
Peace and
GG.
love. This was great. I'm gonna see you soon.
That was sad.
I'll see you soon.
Y'all have a
Hey,
good
I
night.
gotta come in and do. Listen, what's the brother's name?
Go ahead, Nepal. Do a closeout.
Oh, well, you could let them back on the panel. Damn. I feel so special. I just want to say peace and love to everybody here, to the panel. It was great. Keep in touch. I will be back over here. I hope I'll see you all again. This conversation is excellent. Shout out to the Alchemizing Energy audience and the panelists. It was great. I thought it was great. People get emotional and heated because this is our country. So peace and love to everybody. All right, that's all. I'm done. Thank you for letting me be here.
Hey, great show, guys. Thanks for having me on. Hope we have some more dialogue like that because it's needed. It's therapeutic. I appreciate you guys. Love you guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, DJ Genesis, for a wonderful live stream as always. And this is We Unlock Nation, and I'm out.
You guys, it was amazing. Thank you for the opportunity. It was nice actually having people be able to talk about how we want to change our country in a positive way. You know, we just got to keep it up and talk to each other with love, and have a good night, y'all.
So this was a very interesting conversation. It got really heated. I wish that I didn't lose our sister that was up here, because I definitely want to hear her final words with that, because if you're still in the chat, please come up here. I want to hear what you have to say, because, you know, you were saying a lot of good things. Her name is, what's her name? What's her name again? Constitution. If you can come back here, I would like you to come back here and give your final words. I know it got really loud and heated, you know, but she was really giving some really good context to everything. Listen, things can get heated sometimes. You know, we don't have to get angry with each other to the point where we're not able to like hear each other. You know, we have to like know. I get it. ADHD. Someone says something, you gotta like say something at that moment. Let each other talk, bro. I want to continue to keep this panel an open discussion. I don't want to put people in the back and all this other crazy stuff. I want to be able to like let people talk freely. But we have to have some like decorum. Much love, everybody. Thank you so much for the time that you spent with me. It has been 4 hours and 45 minutes. Shouts out to everybody. Much love and peace, guys.
Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See if you believe in the God in you.